Hello everyone, welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Today I'm going to be working on my alien invasion game as I so often do. I appreciate you coming through to hang out with me today. If you're new around here, welcome. I stream 8 hours of game dev, so I'm going to be here for a while. Feel free to skip around if you want, but also you can chill with me. I try to keep things, watchable, so see what happens. See what happens. You could also see what this game is like. I was working on it yesterday. I did an 8-hour run and I got some UI improvements made, which is nice and stuff. You see a little bouncy number. The game, this is a debug level, so it's pretty, but it's not correct. The game is about being an alien and invading Earth and abducting stuff, whether it's animals or humans or whatever. And let's just add a point on here. We'll cheat a point in. You can see that bounces. It says level up. We got loading down there, and then these orbs appear. They're kind of a little light. Maybe that might be a good thing to work on actually today, is getting those to appear a little better. If we click on that, it changes your minimum number of abductions required, and we got a nice little animation where it bounces in and stuff. So this is actually a real level. Let's play it and let's get some abductions. I'm gonna grab some cows and put them in here. This is a work in progress. It's a learning project for me. I am trying to improve my Godot skills a little bit at a time, and I want this to be kind of a prototype. This game might get a lot of evolution at some point, but for now, this is what it is. Let's get those 10. I know you can do it. Give me that. Oh, I missed one. One more. We're gonna break this entire barn down. Okay, so we're gonna get that, and then it's gonna be like, level up, blammo. We got loading, we got the orbs. This is gonna change, pow, pow, level 2. Now, I haven't actually made level 2 yet, so it's just gonna be an empty, void of stuff. He is really grabbing those cows, you know it. We got Mio Michael in the house. Welcome, Mio Michael. I also see Jay Jorn and Roger here. Thank you guys for coming through and saying hello. I appreciate it. The time has come. Game dev at this time of year, this time of day, in this part of YouTube, localized entirely on Hyper Game Dev stream. You know it. You know it. So yeah, I want to kind of do a lot of different stuff today. Entropy Tamed is here. You know what they say about aliens with big arms? Yeah, definitely. Big grabs. Big arms, big grabs. That's what they say, right? Wink, wink. Okay. Oh god. Okay. So things that I want to change. I want to make the power-up orbs have some juicier UI. So I would love for some text to pop out of here and to see some power up 1, power up 2. I haven't actually made the power-ups and I don't intend on doing that today, but what I do want is to set up the framework for what those will fill out with. So, if it's longer arms, for example, whatever you may use them for. Okay. It's longer arms, whatever you may use them for. Or maybe it's you get some kind of ability where you can fly or something. I don't know. Whatever it is, we can have that text be put in there. Flying, longer arms, and things like that. So I'm not going to figure out what those abilities are today, but we can start getting the UI to pop out and appear. Maybe some text goes choo-choo-choo, or goes bam or something, And then if you click on it, maybe something exciting happens, fireworks or something like that. You got it, good job. Things like that. And then the other thing is, I feel like they kind of need their colors boosted. It looks pretty fine. I'm gonna cheat the points up. It looks pretty fine, right here when you're on a dark background, but I feel like I might want to optimize it to look good for a light background. And besides that, I got a whole task list of stuff that I need to do. I got an entire task list of things that I haven't gotten to. So, once I kind of get that done, I'll figure out, other things. Make a new crop section. That's art stuff. UI info, we're kind of working on that. Yeah, maybe some level conditions. If you're on a certain level, different things change. Abduction occurs on bubble hover, not on. Oh, I actually just did this, so that's done. We did that. Sort and figure out terrain shader versus gradient. Oh, that's not fun. Add more outside cows to level 1 ranches. Yeah, you know what I could start doing? I could start building out level 2 or something. We could do some coding stuff. So there's plenty of things to do. But let's get into this power up thing. I hope y'all are doing great. I hope y'all all's projects are going well. We'll see. We'll see how mine goes today. I think it's gonna be a good time. You love my organization. This really helps you get ideas for your own games. I love that. That's so cool. Yeah. So this in particular is Hack and Plan, and Hack and Plan is free to use. They have paid versions. Don't worry about it. You don't need it. It's for, like, big studios or something. But it's sort of like Trello, except it's geared towards game developers specifically, right? And I like it a lot. It's really nice. So it has like these nice features. Again, it's got, or kind of obviously, it's got this Kanban board where you've got planned things, in progress, testing, completed, and you can move these around between there. You can put notes and subtasks and checkboxes and things in there. It also has this nice design model section where you can, like, plan out different things. So let's see, what kind of good things we got planned out. I mean, sometimes people would give examples of, like, abilities that we could put in there, and so I add that in. What's a good one? Is story a good one? World building, cutscene ideas. It's just kind of like a collection of all the info, and some of these can be connected to work items, so that way I can have them literally go to those tasks that you saw earlier. There's not a lot of exciting things in here. To me, it's exciting because it organizes information, but you can even see there's certain activities it keeps track of. It's a really cool thing. But anyway, that's Hack and Plan is what that is. All right, so Power Up UI. So when we hover over it right now, the orb just kind of pulsates. I kind of want to get for the debug level, I kind of want to make the background on there be better. You might notice that this is a little off center. The reason why that is because I added the point before the animation finished. The player should not be able to do that because that's just me cheating, so it should be fine. See, now here it looks fine. On this background, the blue, it looks totally fine. And known right now, there isn't like a bright yellow background in any of the levels, but who knows what happens. I think I would like it to be prepared to look decent. See how it just disappears? Let's see if we can't fix that right now. So I'm gonna pop open the settings for this. Let's see where that lives. Surface material override is going to be helpful. What's up, Fun Wolfgun? Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Hope you're doing well. Now, I could make it less transparent, but I feel like that's, oh yeah, that actually does a pretty good job. I like it being transparent. I do. The other thing to think about is the orb that comes down from the top, right? But I don't know. I guess this is probably good enough. I like it being a little transparent. The transparency is kind of cool. It's kind of a nice effect. I don't really have a way, unless I add a cow to the debug. Oh no, so this one got darker too. You can see how much darker that looks. You can barely even see the cow in there. And I can just make sure they have separate materials, so that way, I think that probably makes the most sense. But it would be nice to be able to put something, maybe it's fine. What if it's actually okay? Like, maybe I don't need to come in here and change this opacity. Because if you think about it, I'm going to want to put stuff inside of those bubbles, right? And since there's going to be stuff inside of the bubbles, we're not going to be able to see them. You can see stuff if it's semi-transparent, if it's translucent. But if it's not, you can't see stuff in there. So maybe I'll hold off on doing that and think about what we're putting on the inside. Like, it'd be nice if they're like icons for like the type of thing that it is, something like that. You created the first state of the FTM. What is an FTM? Good job. Nice. Finite Tate machine? Finite time machine? I have not even, good job though, nice. I know you've been working hard on that. I have not even started writing state machines in Godot yet. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I have either. I mean, to me, a state machine is more of a concept than necessarily like a tangible thing. Like, there are states, finite state, right, but you said plate machine, right, but you said T, you said FTM. That's why I was just like, wait, what's a T? Of an FSM, okay, I'm right there with you. but to me, it's not even necessarily a a thing that you can, like, for example, there is, I know with animation trees, there exists a way to set up a finite state machine in Godot. But there's, you can just set a bunch of variables, write a script that more or less allows you to swap between states and then different things happen. You could use like a dictionary. There's so many different ways to approach it. It's really, to me, it's more of a concept, like you have different states you want things to be in, and how are you going to go about switching between those states and making sure those states know that they're being swapped between and stuff. But I know there's like this state machine node here in the animation tree. I've never used it though, but it's probably cool. It's more for like animations though, which can be really useful. So you probably would want to use like some kind of code to interact with it. Anyway, this isn't really that important, but I'm glad you got some work on it. I'm glad you got some work on it. I don't. But maybe someone else does. Maybe someone else does. Enjoy your pizza. The preferred term is transmask now. Yeah, I was like, I know, when they said FTM, I was like, I remember that was a term that was used. I haven't heard it in a while. Blast from the past. Welcome, Dungeon Martian. Good to see you. Always appreciate the queer theory in the house. Oh, it's an add-on. YAFSM. Oh, interesting. Gotcha. I am very much against add-ons for my own personal self. Like, not fully, but often I just try to avoid them. But this looks pretty cool. This looks really useful. I'm sure there are great ones, and I'm running out of things missing opportunities by not being into them. Oh, we got Milo in the house. Welcome, Milo. Fine 8 steak machine. That steak machine was 8 fine, or the steak machine eats fine. All right, let me pick a song for us to sing you a song to. I think that would be probably appropriate. What about this? What does this song sound like? I don't know. Alright, I could probably sing a song to this. Let's see what happens. Milo's a member. That means Milo supports this channel. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. With their monies. So that means I sing a song. Oh Milo, thank you for being here. Milo, I hope you're having a good day. Oh Milo, you aren't here. Oh Milo, you aren't here. Milo, thank you for coming through. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev, Milo. I hope you are doing alright today. Milo, art here. Don't you know? I'm so thankful for you. Yeah, it's true. Alright, there's your song, Milo. Thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it. I apologize for that song, but also you're welcome in a way. Yeah, I see it. I probably won't find it useful, but someone else might. What's up, Cheeky Boom? It's very kind of you. All right, so let's make this stuff happen. I don't know. I don't really like. I don't like add-ons. I don't know. I've in my experience, they just clutter up my Godot editor, and it's like, it's something that I have to then, if I have collaborators or other people work on it, they have to use it and they have to have it. I don't know. I just don't like them. But and then like if Godot like evolves, they're not gonna necessarily take those plugins into consideration. I gotta wait for those to update. I just kind of try to avoid them myself. It's just a personal preference. But with that said, I appreciate that people out here are making them, and I know that I'm missing out by not using them sometimes. All right, so let's make stuff happen. I don't want to worry about the translucency. Let's make something pop up when we hover over it. So in order to do that, I need to take a look at the code in here. This is the code for this overall. You maintain other plugins. Wow. Sounds like a lot of effort. Yeah. Wow. I mean, that's cool. I respect that a lot. Maybe one day I'll be on your level. Maybe one day. Probably not though. So orb, maybe if it's like really useful, really useful. What's up, Mohammed? Welcome. I want to say that this is the menu. Now in the menu, it knows when the menu is supposed to load in. It knows when one is clicked on, but it doesn't know when one is hovered over. The hovering is handled over here by, oh, what's up, 2D Bard? Sorry, when did I miss your message? 2D Bard, I see you over there in the shorts feed. I see you. How did I miss that? Why didn't that pop up in my list? I don't know, but welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Why didn't that pop up in my list? Weird. Let me try popping that out again so I can make sure that we are getting all those messages. But I am live again. I stream Wednesdays and Thursdays, 8 hours working on my game. And then besides that, I do a game jam on Fridays. And members get some stuff too. Fancy name? I think it's just Arabic. I think that's just what Arabic is. I guess Arabic could be seen as fancy. So these scripts over here, whoops, I didn't mean to move me. I want to make that bigger. These script, it's actually one script, and it's on every single power-up orb. So if I come in here in the 3D space, right, and I go and I hide this, you see that's the same thing, okay? And these orbs, so here's like the second orb, right? They all share one script, and that script is this script that I'm currently opened on, that I'm in and on. And it knows when the power-up is hovered. Good. And it runs this signal. So we're actually, how does it know? I just don't remember. How does it know? Power up hovered. It knows because, oh, I see. So there's a raycast that's specifically looking for the power-ups. That's what's happening. And it's looking for each one, so it checks to see, did I collide with orb type 1? If I did, then emit that we're hovering over orb type 1. And it also detects if not only am I hovering it, did I grab it, then it says, yes, we chose it. Okay, gotcha. So that's all coming from there. And there's 2 and 3. It's quite messy. Although somebody yesterday came through, and their name was Glitched. And they told me about this region thing, and I'm addicted to it. If you don't know about it in Godot, you're in luck, because it's freaking cool. So I could say region, we're gonna say orb one interact, right? And then I can come down here. What are you doing? And then if I come down here, and say end region, look what happens. Did you see that? Look at this little purple box that comes up. Look at that. You can collapse and expand this whole section. So I'm actually gonna make a couple more because this is messy as heck. We're gonna say region orb 2 interaction. I am improving or really adding in UI elements for choosing power-ups in between levels. Right, isn't this awesome? I'm like incredibly addicted to it. It didn't automatically add that. Did I add that? Oh, I see what happened. It was expanded. I was like, what? Okay, close this. Yeah, it's so freaking useful. Oh, I see. When I press enter, it expands it. So I have to do it down here. Got it. Okay, so here we're gonna say, okay, all right. It's a little goofy here. We'll figure it out. Enter, tab. Region orb 2 interaction. Okay. Now we're cooking, baby. And so we're gonna press enter here and say end region, and now collapsible. Tab. region orb 3 interaction. Yeah, because you know you can collapse functions and stuff, right? Like that's fine, that's cool, and whatnot. But sometimes I want to collapse things within a function, and this lets me do that. End region. Okay. So there we go. Now instead of all that friggin' chaos, right? Now it's this nice, kinda neat thing. Yeah, so as I have mentioned, Mohammed, I am, what are you doing? Oh my gosh, you sound like a whiny child. So, what I'm doing is I am adding some UI elements to the power-ups that you collect in between levels. That could have been a function. Yeah, I guess I could do that. I don't know. I mean, right. So that's an interesting point, right? So, you know, perhaps it makes more sense to say instead of doing, or rather, if I notice myself making a region, I should ask myself a question. Should I be turning this into a function? I don't know. All right, so this is what I'm doing, Mohammed. Okay, what's up, Abba? What I'm doing is when you get enough points in a level and you level up, these orbs come down from the sky and you pick your power up, right? You hover over this, and what's gonna happen is some text is gonna pop out. That text isn't popping out. I wanna set that up. I'd even love to set up like icons. Maybe like we could set up like randomized icons that appear in here. I'm going to want to, I am going to want to set it up to have specific power-up types, and I'm not exactly sure how I want to manage all that yet. I don't want to figure that out today, but it would be nice to set up some like simple system where we can see different things loading up in here and then some text pop out. So then what I'm doing is I'm going through that code, I'm reflecting on the code that exists for the power-ups, right? So I was looking at the raycast, that when you hover this, it makes these bounce, and then when you click it, different things happen. So I'm just checking out and seeing what makes that work, so that way I can go and wedge in some new things. That's what I'm up to, all right? Wolfgun's got some good pizza, love to hear it. Mio Michael says, this is a game development stream. Focused on using GDScript and Godot to make Hypergame Dev's alien abduction game. That's correct. That's so right, Michael. I like that. I like that. That's some Modly behavior. Dragonblade says, especially a region that is repeated, but only 1 to 3 variables change. Right. And other elements, that's right. Yeah. Right. It is, they are all like exactly the same. Right, so I can have it be, oh, I see what you're saying. I mean, I guess to me, it was just like, I needed to quickly code this, and so I slapped it together in a way that worked. And I guess putting it in multiple, I guess I would ask, I mean, yeah, I guess it's, so to me, it raises this question of like, is clean code always worth wasting time on, right? Like, this is currently done, right? This works, it makes enough sense that if you look at it, you can figure it out. It's repeating a lot of things, but is it actually going to be a good use of my development time to consolidate this into a function? Even if it takes me, you know, 5-10 minutes, right? Is that a good use of my time to do that? I don't know. I'm kind of curious to do it because it seems like it would be really nice to do. But it does bring me back to that question of, is that worth thinking about or dealing with? Abo says, when my horror game starts to be a game, I will make a gameplay video and send it on the Discord server. Yay, I can't wait, let's go! I want to see your projects, please! Nice, I love the confidence. It feels like you're really working on something special. Okay. Yeah, I see exactly what you're saying, though. We could just have arguments that either go in with one that replace these 1, 2, or 3s. I think it'll be a little... I mean, you know, at the end of the day, Mohammed, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You might have to be more specific, or I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, I'm gonna leave it as it is, and maybe at some point, I'll tell you what, this is what I'll give it. I'll say, these regions could become a function if needed someday, right? Today, I feel like that's a way. It's not gonna take me 10 minutes. It's gonna take me like a lot of time. So we're just gonna put that there. Maybe I need to come back in here and make adjustments to it, and that makes more sense, you know? Oh, literally, I don't need anyone's help. With that said, I appreciate when people offer ideas or help, but trust me, you're good. You're all good. No worries. Okay, so now that we know what creates the effect of the hovering, right? So if the raycast, right, there's a raycast here that I've already created elsewhere. It's called hover ray. This is the hover raycast. It's just a really standard, regular, run-of-the-mill, nothing special raycast. But what is special about it is it receives a certain mask value. And what it does is it knows, okay, I'm looking for things that have this particular layer, or things that have that particular layer. And by setting the mask, we're setting what it's looking for. And so the raycast that is looking for the power-ups is specifically calling hover ray with this number that corresponds to the particular power-up orb layer. All right, so then this calls hover ray, and it says I'm looking for I'm use this raycast to look for power-ups, and so it does that. And if the collider or the collision that is on the thing that it sees is of the type orb 1, that is to say, if it says, oh, I see orb 1, then it's going to emit that it is hovering on power up 1. So we're calling this power up hovered with a number of 1. So then if I come back to the power up script on here and we see power up hovered, right? So when that signal is emitted, it's going to run this function right here on power up hovered. And then we have orb hovered. This argument is looking for that number, that 1 or 2 or 3 that's in those parentheses. That's going to come through right there. And so we say if orb hovered, or if that number, so in one case it would be 1, and if it's the same as the number that this orb is, so in this case this orb is actually 2 or whatever, right? Then it's going to play the hover animation, which makes it pulsate. Or it's not going to play it if it isn't the right orb number. That's kind of like generally how that works. We also define these as whether it's type 1, 2, or 3. So I have like a little drop down here on the right. Right up here is type, and we can say this one is orb 2, or this one is orb 1, or this one is orb 3. In this case, it's orb 2, so we want to keep it as that. This one over here is actually orb 1, so it's set to orb 1, so that's how it knows that it's been seen by that raycast. Okay, so all I need to do, if I want little text to pop out, is we want to say if orb hovered is orb, so it is the one, so it says I am the one that's been hovered. Here we want something to pop out. Now I might want them to pop out in different places depending on which orb I'm hovering. So if we just go ahead and put that up and get the orbs down, it's like over here I want the text to pop out to the left. Over here I want the text to pop out to the right. In the middle, I'm not exactly sure. I would say above, but there's one consideration. So we're gonna need to put a few conditions in there to say that if it's 1, make it pop out in this place. If it's 2, make it pop out in that place. But there is something important to keep in mind that I need to probably address, which is that in the game you're not necessarily as tall as this. So if you break off both of your legs, you're gonna fall down to the ground and you're not actually gonna be as tall. Now when that happens, so let's add the points up and go to the next level. The orbs are gonna come down, but you can see they actually don't come down as far. And that's going to cause all kinds of problems, because look, when I hover over this, then it's going to conflict with this text. And when I hover over this, if it's up top, it's going to be off screen. So that's an issue. So I'm thinking we have to somehow, this is going to be tricky. Well, a couple different things. There's different ways I can handle this. We could somehow have a state, right, that is known, or a flag that is set, and that could say legs are both broken, or maybe a height flag, or somehow we keep track in the global variable, like what is the player's height? Is the player the tallest they can be, or is the player the shortest they can be? And depending on which is true, the orbs either descend, you know, down, or they stay up at this point. That would be one way. Another way to do it would be to look at the height of the player, like, or the position. It could look at the Y position of the player, or the Y position of the camera. Yes, that is what's happening. Yeah, exactly. When the player goes down, the camera follows it. So yes, that is what's happening. The camera height is changing. Absolutely. Right, we could do that. We could just track what position the camera is at. That might be the best way to do it, and then have the distance that the orbs come down be relative to that, which does require a little bit of effort. Currently, the way that these orbs descend is they tween down by a set amount. So, but by a very specific number, they tween down. So I would have to find some other way to get them to calculate the point that they come down to, or the distance that they come down to. So to me, I don't know. I'm kind of leaning towards having the two different states myself. Dungeon would probably just get the height from the player or camera. Doing flags with the legs and stuff sounds like trouble. See, I feel like the opposite. I feel like it's the other way around for me personally, because, well, not maybe even like a combo of both. Like, we could say if the camera position is, I don't know, because the legs being broken off is, because it wouldn't be too hard to check the health of the legs. The thing is I am going to be recreating the player character. I'm in the process of doing that, and some of that code might change and things might get broken down the line. Yeah, maybe using the camera is the best. Yeah, so I could say if the camera is below a certain height, a certain Y position, then set the orbs to be lower. I guess what feels like trouble to me is making the position of the orbs literally be like mathematically relative to the position of the camera. That to me sounds like that's going to be more complicated. I'd have to find a different way to move them down, unless I don't, but it's just I don't really know math like that. So what I'm thinking is if the camera is at a certain Y or below a certain Y position, then we'll just set another magic number that says, instead of lowering it to here, which isn't far enough, lower it further. So it'll be kind of like two states. One state is the camera isn't above, and another state the camera, or one state says the camera is above a certain Y position, the other one says the camera is below a certain Y position. Yeah, we could parent it. Why do I feel like that's problematic? I mean, I'll definitely try it. I have concerns. I have some concerns about that. Just because, again, it's like I'm going to have to change other things. Currently, the way that it works... Let me just before even postulating, let's just see what happens. So they're not showing up, as you can see. So we already have some issues. So they're sitting all the way back there for some reason, behind the player. But I wonder if they're right above the player. I mean, I didn't really move anywhere. Yeah, to me, that makes sense. There's just things that have to change that are a little confusing to me to make that work. Make the camera a scene? Because, I don't know, I don't see why that helps me. The camera is, yeah, so the camera... Right, so I mean, it's weird. The camera's right there. I'm not exactly sure why. Let's do this. If I actually play the game, we can kind of see what happens. And let's move the camera. So right now, the orbs are actually invisible. Let's make them visible. Oh, so they're way back there, as you can see. Let me move them out of being parented to the camera. Oh, so you can see what happens. See how they're right there above the orb? The big orb? But then if they're not parented to the camera, they're right above the big orb. If I parent them to the camera, well, it's actually fine now. But only when I reload the game, something else happens. So once the game starts, they're moving to a different position back here. And you know why that is? I know, I'll tell you why that is. That's because the camera interpolates, right? So the camera moves to the player position at the beginning. So the camera is where the camera is, right? So the camera moves. The camera isn't at that place at the start. So at the start, well, yeah, so there's the camera at the start. When the game plays, the camera moves back here because it's like it's offset. Basically, the camera position. Oh, sorry, Shorts Feed. Shorts Feed, you've had a terrible view this entire time. I apologize. I love you guys. So what happens is the camera moves to these offset positions, right, relative to the player at the time of the game starting. Which means the stuff that is a child of the camera also moves to those relative positions. So I would need to set an offset for the orbs. I don't know if I could like just move that. I feel like that might work. I don't know. Let's see. So if I do that, and then we come out here and make sure it's visible. Yeah, that moves it. So I guess it kind of becomes down to I have to kind of do a lot of weird adjusting. I'm sure, again, there's a way I could mathematically figure out how to get it exactly in the place that I want it. Oh dear. So I just kind of have to keep nudging this until, I mean, I'm sure there's a better way to do it. And you know, the other thing I don't like about this is if I ever change the camera, that's gonna mess up. I don't like this because sometimes, you know, I make changes to the camera, you know, and if I do that, it's gonna change where the orbs appear, and that might be a problem. Like I'm willing to do it, but I kind of hate it. I feel like this is too much dependency on things that shouldn't be dependent on each other. In this way. Like if I do it the way I was describing to do it, the only dependency is the Y position of the camera. And it's only checking, it's only gonna move it to two different places. Yeah, I don't wanna do this. I don't think this is a smart way to do it, in my opinion, for this project. So I'm going to undo a bunch of this. A lot of stuff, I'm sure. But right now, what I'm working on is I am adding some UI stuff to the power-up menu that appears in the game. So when you move on to a new level, there are these power-up orbs that descend from the sky, from which you pick your power-up for the next level. And I'm going to want some text to pop out this way from the left one, that way from the right one, and then above from the top one. And I want there to be different text elements that come through there and different things like that. So I'm kind of setting that up right now. And I realized that there is a consideration that I need to make before I move forward. In the game, the player might be pretty much just one of two different heights. There might be a third different height, actually. So that's kind of where it gets a little complicated. In the future, there's probably going to be another height, but when I'm low to the ground like this, the camera moves down to follow the player. Yeah, I am using a tween for sure. So here, the orbs are much higher. So if the text were to pop off the side, it's going to be conflicting with other things. Here, the text would literally be off the screen. So I need these orb positions to change when the height of the player changes. I don't want it to be too dynamically connected to other things. It makes me nervous. Honestly, the camera feels like the worst place to do it. I feel like if it's going to be relative to anything, it should be relative to the player's height. And maybe what we could do is we could like do some math against the height of the player and the, or even just like the Y origin of the player, and then the Y position of these, and just do some math on those, and then have that be the relative. That probably makes the most sense. And then what I need for that is to calculate the tween position. So the tween is currently, I think that is exactly the right. I completely agree with you. You are right to suggest a tween. Or at the very least, that is what is set up. I think there could be other ways to do it that might also work. But this is what I have. So here's the tween that happens. When the menu descends, it creates a tween, and it moves the entire menu on the position Y axis to a particular travel distance. Here it's a negative travel distance. Down here it's a positive travel distance because it's going up instead of down. And that travel distance, I've just sort of decided is 1.725. So that's how far down it comes on the y-axis, is 1.725 meters or whatever. And so I would need to recalculate this number based on the player's height, which we're already looking at the player here. So it might be pretty okay. So let's try something. I'm going to chaotically enough, I'm gonna make a process function, so it's gonna be constantly printing stuff. We're gonna say function process, and then I want it to do print player position Y. That's it. Just tell me the Y position of the player all the time. You're watching old streams, so you know what I'm gonna do. Nice. That's cool. Thanks for checking out the old streams, Mohammed. I appreciate that. Good luck. I know it's a lot to watch. The alien, when he eats a human or an animal, the alien has the limbs. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so right now it's saying that the player's Y position is basically 0. Let me get out the way. It's for all intents and purposes 0. God's favorite in the house. Oh, God's favorite got gifted a membership. That means we gotta sing God's favorite a song. What music are we listening to? Okay, this is a weird one. Let's see if we can sing a song to God's favorite. Here. God has favorites. Oh, God has favorites, and you're the one. You're the one that God favors the most. Oh, God loves you and only you. Everybody else isn't as good. It's just God's favorite, that's who you are. You're number one to the person who lives in the clouds. You are God's favorite. Thank you for coming through and hanging out with us. You're the most popular person in God's eyes. Alright, there's your song, God's favorite. Thank you for being engaged enough with this channel that you would get gifted a membership. I'm so glad you did. Welcome. You probably know it from somewhere. All of this music that I play is just from YouTube's music library, and I pick all of the music that is royalty free and has an infinite license. So there is a almost certain chance you've heard most of these songs in other YouTube videos. This particular one is Island Dream by Chris Haugen. So yeah, you've probably heard it before. This, you can think of the music we listen to as a greatest hits retrospective of all the music you've heard in other YouTube videos. Welcome, Luera, also. Okay, so we're seeing the height of the player printed on down here, and it's basically 0. It's 0 with, it's very small. It's, for all intents and purposes, 0. So I'm gonna add a point so we can move on to the next level. We're gonna pick a thing. It'd actually be kind of interesting to even jump. See, the number goes up when I jump. There's not necessarily gonna be a jump button, but technically right now there is. All right, let's break those legs on off. One day I'll add a debug for hurting the player. Doop, 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 but for now, we'll just actually take damage. Let that be our pain, or our method. So now it goes below 0. Very useful. So we can just say if it is above 0 or below 0. But you know what I'd rather do, honestly, is I'd rather math it out, you know? So we could just say, I think here's what makes the most sense. I got it. So right now, I've set the power-up menu to descend by 1.725. And we can just say, if the player deviates at all, you know, we say what the baseline player position is, 0, you know, whatever. And then if the player goes higher or lower than 0, then this number changes to match that by that same amount, right? So it's basically this plus or minus, really just plus. We just say this plus the player position. That's it. That's all we gotta do. Simple. Easy. Player Y position. The only difference is I might wanna exclude some of the other, I mean, it's not, yeah. I'd kind of like to round it. I feel like I'd like to round it. Would be ideal. So let's do that. All right, so that, I probably would want that in the process, but really this is only when the power-up orb descends that's relevant. So actually I don't think I need that in process at all. So I'm going to yoink that on out of there, and let's back it up. And we're gonna say that when the power-up menu is descending, we want to, oh, it already looks at the player position, so we wanna say position, I'm gonna say, let's say Y offset, or let's say offset Y. Offset Y equals, and we don't want to do anything. We don't want to do anything fancy for this. We want that to be travel distance plus player position Y. But I'm gonna round it as well. Also, we're creating that variable right here. Variable offset Y set to travel distance plus player position Y, and I want to round that. I think just round will probably achieve what I want, right? This was a lot easier than I was thinking at first. And then in here, we just want this to be offset Y. Now, if that becomes negative, that's the only thing I gotta think about. I mean, it shouldn't go lower than this. I don't believe it's going to go lower than that. So I think we're okay to set that to negative. And then this will tell us how far up it needs to go back. This concerns me a little bit more. I don't think this is gonna work like I think it is. Because we want it to go down further. So we actually, I don't want to round it. I want to absolute value it. Because if that's a negative, it's gonna make that number lower. I actually need that number to increase. So I do want to round it, but I'd also like to absolute value it. So that way it isn't a negative number. Now the only problem with that is it's gonna actually push it down further, which is one thing. Do I only give out memberships during the Game Jam stream? I give out memberships at the end of the month during the Game Jam stream if nobody has gifted memberships. So if somebody gifts memberships, then I will gift 5 memberships, is usually how I do it. So yeah. So I think I wanna say if player position Y is less than 0, so I'll keep that condition there. Well, I guess I'd want to say, okay, I need to change this. I'm gonna make 2 different travel distances. We're gonna say travel distance as a constant. Okay? And the constant is gonna be that. But then we'll have our variable travel distance, which will also be that. And I'm gonna say that we update what travel distance is. So we can keep that variable here. Keep that variable. We want to say if the player position Y is less than 0, then we want travel distance lowercase I kind of don't even I don't even have to really have travel distance be anything, to be honest, but we want travel distance to become the constant plus offset Y. Only in that one situation. Otherwise, travel distance, so actually we do want that to be that default there. Otherwise, this stays as that number. And then the only other thing is we have to make sure that travel distance goes back. No, because we're this doesn't make sense. This doesn't work. We have to do this. We don't want to define this variable up here. I want to define this variable down here in the function whenever the function runs. That way it's unique every time. So it's going to be the constant, normally speaking. Normally speaking, it's that constant. Did I spell it wrong? Because I just defined it right there. Identify travel distance, but I'm defining it here. Oh, because I did it here. I see. Yeah. So this is what we want to be the constant. Got it. Okay. So we have offset Y, which is constant travel distance plus rounded absolute value player position Y. That's our offset. And then we say that we're also defining the travel distance variable as the constant travel distance. Now, in the event that the player position Y is less than 0, the travel distance variable is going to be changed from the constant to the constant plus the offset that we defined. And whether or not the player position Y is less than 0, the variable travel distance is going to go into the tween. Oh, and so I'm also going to need to define this here in this other one, unfortunately. So let's put that in there. Could I make it a separate function? Yeah, maybe, probably, but I'm going to make it a region. Region, we're going to say travel distance calculation. And I'm going to pop this down here, end region. And I wonder if I can easily copy and paste those, because that would be nice. We don't need to print that anymore. No, we cannot copy and paste that. So I will grab this, copy that, and paste this. Now we got the region travel distance calculation there. Good, good, good. I wonder why that got unpurpled. Oh, interesting. Gotta be, it's a bit goofy. You gotta be a little careful with the region thing. Alright, so now we have the travel distance calculation existing in both of these functions that it's relevant to. Let's see if it works. Let's see if it actually works. Hopefully it's good enough. It might need some tweaking, but hopefully it works well enough. Alright, add a point, see where it comes down to. It should be normal now. Everything should be as it usually is. Looks good. The real test is gonna be, I mean, that's a good test because it worked, so that's good. But now I want to see if we break off those legs, do we drop down a wee bit further? Break those legs on off there. I can't wait to have like beautiful animations for when you run into things. Okay, here we go. Let's add the points, see what it looks like. Okay. Well, I will say it has certainly come down. It went down further. It just went down a bit too far. Thank you, Dungeon Martian. I appreciate that. That's so nice of you to say. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've kind of been working on that this past day. Is the, you know, these visual components, especially with regards to the UI and what happens in between levels. And we can actually go from level 1 to level 12. Technically, we can go through the entire game right now. It's a bunch of nothing. So now it's loaded in level 2, and there's just like trees, and that's it. But technically, we can just keep plowing through all of the levels and get all the way to the end of the game. It's so funny how low down it's going. It's very, very low down to the ground. What type of music do I like? I guess I like kinda some like synth wavy, dark wavy, electronic. I also like, I like a variety. I really like a variety of music, but like I generally like some like electronic stuff with some pretty vocals. That's what I'll say. That's what I'll say. There's a band that I'm really into right now called Agar Agar. If you want like a specific idea of what kind of like music I mean, I really like Agar Agar. But there's a lot of other stuff. I listen to all kinds of stuff, truth be told. Okay, what kind of music do you like? So that's going down way too far. So this was not good. So I kind of need to, this is what I was worried about, that I have to like do some kind of mathematical calculation to find out the relative distance. Instead, obviously I can't just say, take the player position and make it lower. It has to be something, you know, so I'm kind of gonna get magic numbery, right? Adriano Celentano and Queen. Queen, I know Queen. Eminem. Okay. All right. I don't think I've listened to Eminem or Queen in a long time. I mean, I hear that kind of stuff like on the radio or in movies or something, but I don't know if I've gone out of my way to listen to those in a while. I used to listen to a lot of Queen, though. Never really got into Eminem. I do like hip-hop. I do like rap, but Eminem I can never get into. Difference between the player's base position and its new position. Whoa. So instead of just saying player position Y, capture, I mean, really, well, it'd be 0. It's basically 0. Like, that's the thing. So if it's the difference between the base position and the new position, it's gonna be just the same thing, because it's just -0. So I feel like what I have to do is some kind of like funky calculation, like divide it by 2 or something, you know? And what I don't like about that is it's not going to be like exactly relative unless I just happen to guess it doing it over and over again. This is where making this its own function would be nice, right? Because I wouldn't have to update this in 2 different places. We're magic numbering it real hard. I could honestly make this, actually I probably should make that a variable of its own. Right? I could do that. Is that how can variables work that way? I don't know that I've ever tried to construct a math equation like that in a constant. Player height. That's not gonna work, is it? I guess it's not a float. Assigned value for constant isn't a constant expression. Oh, I see, because it could be variable. That makes tons and millions of dollars of sense. I see. Just needed, you know, I just needed someone, I needed Godot to just tell me to my face. That's all. I also think you want this to be an integer if you're rounding it anyway. And then we can just say player height. That way I don't have to change this quite as magic numbery. So again, I'm just kind of arbitrarily doing divided by 2. It's probably not going to be good. Oh, is it because the integer thing? Is that why? Oh, right, it can't figure this out in here. I see. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. I should have known. I should have known. Oh, I guess, I wonder if I could even do this. What if I did that? Would you figure it out? What if I say that? Yeah? Yeah? Maybe? Nope. Absolutely not. Definitely, absolutely not. Okay, understood. Understood. Okay, so I do, unfortunately, and this would be a case. Oh, unready. Oh, yeah, unready. Ocean, Dungeon Martian, you guys are so right. Thank you. I forgot about that. I gotta throw you guys credits because literally, I completely forgot about that. I'll give Dragon Blade a point for the suggestion of turning things into functions, especially if I see a region. Dungeon Martian, Godot Consultant, and then Ocean. Do we have Ocean on here? Do we even have Ocean on here? Nigh is the time. These credits entitle you to absolutely no compensation, but they do entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. So thank you. I do deeply appreciate all tips and stuff. All right, yes, on ready. That is that. That is that. And then I wonder if I can get away with just saying player. So I really don't want to have to update that number in both of those functions. Let's freaking go. Okay, cool. I'm starting to think I need to have an easier way to damage the legs. You know, not today. It's a whole thing. I'm sure I could figure it out in a somewhat reasonable amount of time, but it's the body damage code I haven't really dealt with in a while. What is that? I don't know what append to my hands. Are you asking about on ready? What's on ready at on ready? If that's what you're asking, at on ready is an annotation that will run like variables that you're setting, or set variables at the top of the script in the ready function. So it's basically the same as putting it in the ready function, except the entire script as you're coding it will be able to figure it out. The Google Excel, that is a credits list that I keep track of. So when people give advice or share ideas or stuff, I keep track of it all. If you go to the GitHub link in the description box, at the bottom of that, you can actually find a link to that document if you wanted to check it out. But yeah, that's what it is. And I keep track of when people give advice. Well, it's better. It's better. Doing it by half was better. We're magic numbering it, baby. That's what we're doing. And then, you know, I've just got like an equation here that just adds up when I add things on here. You can't all see all the numbers for some reason because, I don't know, Google Sheets does not like dark mode stuff very well at all for some reason. But if I put it in bright mode, oh wow, even here it's still kind of goofy. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. But technically, the font color is supposed to be, really it's supposed to be the opposite. I'm not exactly sure why that happens, but it does. I could try unselecting all these. Oh, it doesn't really work. Yes, I just don't worry about it. But the idea is that I'm putting the numbers in here, and it adds it up automatically. So if Dragon Blade gives an accountability tip, or helps me out with accountability, you know, I can put a 1 in here, and then that number increases. And here, this is actually a 6. For some reason, it hides it. So then if they give me some Blender consultants, I'll press 7, and then that number will increase accordingly. And then I can sort these to keep better track of just how prominent those credits need to be in the game. If you want a hacky solution for damaging the legs, you can make a terrain object and add it as a child of the player scene as a debug object and only activate its damage when you hit the key. I don't know if that's easier than what I was going to do. I like that. That sounds like that would work in a hacky type of way. But at that point, I feel like I might as well just go in and do it a writer way. All right, let's divide it a little bit more. Just a little more division. I hate this kind of magic numbering, I do. But if it's good enough, it's good enough. Because I'm sure I could easily... Dungeon Martian is so good. I'm sure I could easily... all I have to do is just get the variable, because the body parts are all classes, so I just have to say like body part, if body part is type leg, or body part type leg variable, and then look at the variable for health current, and just subtract 1 from it. And then I could just have a button do that, and it should just work. So it technically shouldn't be too hard. Now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm wondering if I should do it. We'll see. I'll do it if I have to keep checking this magic number too many more times, then I'll do it. What's up, Glitched? Welcome. Oh, it still needs more. You might. I see a bug. I see a bug. Yeah. What do you think you see? Why the heart is stop? Is stop? What does that mean? Does it ever go? I didn't know the heart goes. What constitutes a going heart? All right, now that I'm talking about this damage thing, now I want to kind of do it. And my brain has been excited by the possibility of setting it up. Oh yeah, we have a lot of cheat tools on here. I'm gonna need to start adding more menus on there. Heart is stop, never good doctor is say so. That was an interesting sentence to try to puzzle out. I think what I'll do is I'll just add another cheat tools on here. Cheat tools page 2. Let's just like duplicate this. More cheat tools. We'll just get rid of these buttons. And we'll call this button hurt legs. I kind of would want like 1 for each one. Hurt leg right. Make another button for hurt leg left. We're doing it. We're doing it. How the blue heart is moving differently than the rest of the body. The blue heart is moving differently than the rest of the body. I don't know if I understand what that means. Moving differently. I don't think it is. It's pretty much in there in 3D space. What I will say about it is it's unshaded. So it doesn't have shadows or light applied to it. So that may be why it's kind of looking like a weird effect. Oh, it also has, it's like cut out on the inside. So if we look a little closer, it's like in the cavity. I mean, it's helpful to know that like you see that as something looks off. But technically it's that the heart is like inside of the body. In there. You mean that? Okay. Okay. Alright. That is how it is. And then, you know, I've remade the player character and that has stayed pretty much the same. But yeah, I mean, if you feel like it looks like confusing, that's helpful feedback, you know? But I think it looks fine. Okay, so over in the menu, we're adding some buttons. We're gonna say this is hurt leg left, this is hurt leg right, and hurt leg left. Brilliant, 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 absolutely brilliant. Yes, that seems smart and wise and intelligent. Yeah, let's lick it for science. What in the world? So now I just needed to do stuff, right? So I'm going to go into the code for this. I'm gonna go into the code for this, and we just need to hook up these buttons that we made. Oh, I need to also make sure they are accessible as unique names. And we're gonna say %button hurt leg right pressed connect on hurt leg right. Let's make make another one. Percent button, hurt leg left, pressed, connect, on hurt leg left. Look at all them connects and they're ready. Been a while since I've seen that. I do have quite a lot. Sorry, I left it zoomed in also. Yeah, I do have like a frick ton. I have an absolute frick ton. This is just my debug developer menu. And I just use it for cheats and, you know, getting through everything. So all I do is I just hook everything up. I don't like using the like inspector hookups, the signals in there. I prefer doing it this way. So that's also why there's so much going on in there. All right, funk on hurt leg right. Funk on hurt leg left. You just tuck them away in a connect signals. What is that? What is a connect signals? What even is that? Connect signal. Did you? Oh, it's like, wait, you create your own function and you keep it in one tidy call in the ready. Oh, so you're just doing the same thing. I was like, what is that? You must tell me your secrets. No gasket blank. I see. So the advantage of that is it just declutters the ready function. So it's still cluttered somewhere, but it's tucked away. It's like putting it in a drawer. I see. That's cool. That's an interesting idea. Wow. I never thought about doing it that way. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do something like that. Because it is getting pretty obnoxious in here. That's for sure. Yeah, I'm also not doing much in this ready function anyway. But a little bit. I'll tell you what. Consider tucking these away in a function, then calling them in ready. Let's put it that way. What am I eating? I am eating something I cooked today, actually. I am eating quinoa, which is often what I'm eating. But I have added something special to it, which is peas. Peas, peppers, and onions. If I was going to be really specific, I made they're cooked peas in an adobo sauce. In an Asian adobo sauce with peppers and onions. In a bone broth reduction. It's delicious. It's freaking amazing. Quinoa. Yeah, so it's like a South American grain that is amazing, and I love it. And I eat it every single day of my entire life. I've been getting into cooking lately. Severely. How come you don't like connecting them in the editor? Because I feel like I lose control. I can't see or edit them unless I go into the inspector, into the editor. It feels just like it's harder to search for, you know, because then all you get is like this little green arrow next to the line. And then, you know, sometimes like when you go to like connect it to multiple places, it's hard to like find where it's connected. And then sometimes the connections, if I like duplicate something, the connection like persists and it's still there in the inspector. I don't know. It feels unreliable and risky and messy. And I feel like I lose control and I get confused. Whereas this is just all in my script editor and I know exactly where to find it and I know how to modify it. Yeah, I feel like it just gives me more flexibility, personally. As opposed to relying on how the editor is going to somehow deal with it. Yeah, the signal drops, and then you have to reconnect it. Right, like if I like, you know, delete the, I can't like move, cut and paste it as easily. It just feels messier. I trust it more. Is it gonna become Hypercooked Dev? Maybe someday. It won't be this channel though. Probably not, but I doubt it. That would take me a long time. I'm not great at cooking. I'm learning. I'm getting better, but I'm not good enough to like, you know, make content about it yet. Probably not. Okay. So, right, this on hurt leg right. So the body parts are all on a class script. So that means I can globally access these. Since version 4, we automatically have documentation generated for our code. Yeah, I like that too. I haven't like used it. I feel like it's good if I'm in like a team. I have used it in the sense that I've set up some like, you know, pound signs that do that. Also, I gotta give you a Godot console credit glitched for that ready function tip. But I haven't really, what I haven't found is that I go and I look for my own I haven't looked through my own documentation yet, you know, but I've been making it for whatever it's worth. Create a post on Games by You named What I Learned Cooking. You know, I have been thinking, we have a food channel in the Discord. I've been thinking of posting stuff on there, actually. I like what you're saying, right? Just like my learning process from cooking. It's interesting. We do all have to eat. All right, so there's this class script that corresponds to the body parts. If we want to hurt a certain body part, we have to look at is part. So for example, down here, we have body part is parts arm left, right? So this would basically be the way that we check it. So I would grab this, come back to my debug menu. If I make something intended for others, I'll be willing to take the time to give descriptions, code examples. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm like practicing it right now. So I at least like kind of know how to do it. Slaughter, yeah, we're slaughtering body parts, exactly. So if it is leg right, not even if it is, but for leg right, I don't know if this will work. I don't know if this is gonna work this way, but maybe. Is it current health? It's also possible that we run into other problems. I need to look at, so this is why I didn't want to do this, because this is some code I haven't looked at in a long time, and it's got some things going on. There's some things going on in here. Area damaged, amount damaged. So we have on area damaged, damage amount. And there's also on area entered. So like all of these kind of function in tandem. So my concern is that certain things won't actually be the full thing. If the collided body part is self, right, so we have to say that the collided body part, the hard part is calling it with an object. So I'll have to like on-ready the body parts, right? So that way it knows how to find it. This is actually a little more tricky than I thought it would be. Otherwise, you're a comment hater. No old comment's gonna be rude and lying to me. Nuh-uh, ain't no way, no how. No old comment's gonna be rude and lying to you? I mean, I do leave a lot of stuff behind, and sometimes they're lying to me and they're old. I'd rather have old comments than no comments. To me, I say comment profusely. But I can understand having like a bias against comments. So I think really what I need to do is I need to just call these functions. I need to emit these signals in the same way that when damage is done. You've been doing a lot of stuff with the tile map lately. You need to leave comments because tile map code is so illegible. Yeah, and then the documentation comments, you might, since I know you're like sharing that with collaborators, it might really be useful to try that. Okay, so what I need to do is, and then what's damage amount? What does that do? Amount to damage, right. So where does that, but that gets called with a signal? Why? This is so sus. Damage amount emit. Nothing emits it? So why is it connected? Damage amount emit. Wait, what? Oh, because I didn't name it. See, this is old code. This doesn't follow a lot of my amount damage. It doesn't follow the syntax that I tend to use now. And this is why I didn't want to go look at this, because it's something that I'm going to remake all of this soon, but not today. But you know what? I'm glad we're looking through it. It's yeah. Look, I really beg you not to judge this, because this is like one of the earliest scripts that I made for this game, and it works. But I've learned a lot since then about how to do things more neatly in a way that helps myself and others. And as I've said, I'm replacing the player character entirely, which has all those body parts. And so I'm going to need to remake that entire script, you know, and how it functions. Because there's also going to be like different, you know, aspects of that player character. For example, there's going to be a quadruped version. Sorry, I know I'm showing this to you terribly. Sometimes the fly around doesn't work right and the mouse stops being detected, so I have to do it in this awkward way. So like this is the current player character, and then I have this remake version here. Oh, it's doing it here too. I have this remade version over here, and all of the bones are different, and so that's gonna mess up a lot of that body part stuff. And then not only that, but I've got a quadruped version of the player character, which obviously has limbs configured quite a bit differently. So I'm gonna have to, and then the way damage gets healed and dealt, I need to change all of that. So it's a task that is definitely on its way to be dealt with, is refactoring that whole script. But for now, I'm just going to muddle through it as it is. And it's good to be reminded, you know, like, oh yeah, I want to do these things better in the future. It's good to bump into those things and realize what I want to improve in the future. If placeholder map get cell atlas coordinate 0 nay? Does that say nay? Like neighbor? Whoa. Okay, that's obnoxious. That is absolutely obnoxious. On a streaming platform that no longer exists, I had the idea of cleaning up old code on a program back when I was stubborn about a few things. What was the mixer? You rewrote everything. Nothing like being disgusted at your past code. I wouldn't say disgusted. That's a strong word. I'm proud of myself because two things. One, like you're saying, I know that I'm being signaled that I've improved, which is really nice to see. But on the other hand, you know, I got something together. I made it work. And I like seeing that I managed to do that. Glimish? What a word. Okay, so amount damaged is emitted on the obstacle script. Okay, so right here, this is whenever the player's limb bumps against something on area entered. So this on area entered is emitted from, it's a word, all right? It's emitted from the body part. The body part says, hey, I just saw an obstacle. And then it says, I am the obstacle that was seen. And then it emits these three things here. It determines how much it should slow the terrain down. So if it is like a big tree or building, the level is gonna stop because it's like the player ran into it. So that's what this does. Area damaged is, I guess, well, let's say, so amount damaged is passing I could really consolidate these a lot more into probably one signal, but again, was new to it, didn't really know everything that was possible, but for now, this is the way it is. The amount damage, so maybe certain obstacles do more damage than others, so it comes along with that. And then area damaged is strange, because I guess it's more of like a ping back. This is very strange. I don't really understand why that would. It's very interesting that it sends a message back, but it's not. There's no like anything. There's not like a if. What I think would make more sense. Anyway, I don't even want to talk about it. So I think what we need to do is I need to emit both of these from my debug button. And we need to say what's the thing that is being damaged, and we need to say how much was it damaged. And I think if we do those two things, debug button will work. I think that's all I have to do. I'm not gonna worry about how to improve it today, but I'm seeing that there are ways to improve it. My body must be broken because it usually just goes, stop touching me. Oh, you're still touching me. What? What? What do those words mean? Because your body is like reporting that it's been touched, therefore it's damaged. Yeah, I mean that is kind of what it's saying. That is kind of what it's saying. I guess the difference is, no, it's not that different. Imagine sitting down and it hurts. That would suck. You're right, it's the same thing. Alright. These indents are so confusing when it's... Oh, there we go. So we want to emit both of these, except the difference is we have to say this. So we want to do it by one, and I want to say that the part is that object. So I think I have to on-ready all of them. On-ready variable. I don't even know. You know what would probably be the best way to do it? Like a packed... Would I do a pack scene? Can I what if I did... Because this isn't in the main scene. This is going to be kind of hard to get a reference to that. I don't actually know how I'm going to get a reference to that, if I'm being honest. We can, I'm sure there's a way to do it. I guess we have to like get root or something, right? Like this. We gotta do something like this. This is how we have to do it. Your existence hurts. The earth keeps touching me with its fancy sky pressure. I got the old feel it in my bones issue. The colder it is, the more they hurt. But the hotter it is, the more of a Canadian puddle I become. Those are wise words. It's beautiful poetry. is gorgeous. And like literal bone hurting juice. Well said. At on ready variable, we're just gonna call it leg left. All the hurdy juice. And then I just need to find the node path here. So we're gonna come to the main scene. And the left leg is... Oh no, the gravity is touching me. It's silly. Honestly, kind of a cool concept for an alien, though. I could kind of get into that. It kind of makes sense. Like, an alien might, you know, be hurt by gravity. If anything was going to be hurt by gravity, it'd probably be an alien. Okay. And then we're going to make another one for the right leg. And in theory, we could do it for other limbs. I don't really need the other limbs right now, so we're not going to worry about it. So we got leg right, leg left. Come down here. And we want to emit leg right. I don't know if this is going to work. I don't know if it is. Maybe it will. All right. Woof. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. I'm a little dubious that this is gonna work. But it might. But I don't know. I don't know if that reference is gonna be enough. Pull up the menu. Oh! Whoa! Okay. Well, it definitely broke the entire leg off. So, in that sense, it works. What I'm a little surprised by is that it killed it entirely. I thought it was going to do it one point at a time, but instead it just obliterated the entire leg, which is a little surprising. Okay then. Alright. Well, It was damaged for all the things. You were right. You were right. How strange. I mean, when it normally emits from an obstacle, damage amount here. So it's fetching damage amount. Lowest full none. Oh, the damage amount is being determined on the body part itself. It's chaos. I wonder if it's like, if it must be sending the message so many times. I mean, we're saying that it equals 1 whenever it happens. I guess it'd be interesting to find out what its health is, too. I mean, in a way, it doesn't matter. It does what I need, right? This is basically what I need. Leg right, current health. It'd just be kind of interesting to see what it's seeing. It is unfortunate and constant and barraging. I almost don't care. 0. So it just, the health becomes 0. It just obliterates all of the hit points. I mean, out of chaotic curiosity, if I say print leg right, I mean, I think we know. If I hurt the left leg, it's gonna print what the right leg's health is. Oh man, I did it again over there on the shorts feed. Man, I suck at making sure the shorts feed doesn't have half of the screen covered up. Wow. And then if we hurt the left leg, so there's 4 hit points. There's 4 hit points there. Hurt the right leg, it drops down to 0. Bizarre. What if I say 0.1? I don't even think that's gonna work. I mean, that did work. Okay, that works. That does it 1 at a time. Honestly, I don't care. I don't give a crap why that works. Doesn't matter. Not interested. Don't care. If it works, baby. Feature implemented. Literally, it's just a debug menu. I don't know. I don't care. Alright, so now we can hurt the legs 1 by 1, and everything is fine. Good stuff. Oh god. It's not working quite right. It's stretching out in a weird way. I need to fix how that all works, but it kinda generally works well enough. Okay, great. So we got it. We're done. So now let's go back to testing. Well, the reason why I did all of that was so I could easily check to see if the orbs, the power-up orbs that descend down, if they're going to move to a decent position when the legs are broken off. So we're just gonna break those legs on off, and then we're gonna get the orbs down. Where are we at? Too low, too low. So, it's good. It's a success. No reason to not be satisfied. So back on the power-up menu script, we just need to keep adjusting the magic number a little bit. Not the most magic. It's a semi-magic number. It's somewhat magic. It's magic to an extent. What are you all on about? I should put the long chat up on screen. Do I have a button for it yet? I don't think I do. There it is. Okay. So right here, instead of dividing by 3, divide by 4. So what we're doing is we're looking at the player position on the y-axis, and we are absolute valuing that and rounding it and dividing it by 4. And then if the player's height is low enough, I am then going to have the power-up orbs descend further down, where it's going to take the offset, which is the travel distance plus that calculation that we did. It's going to move it down in that manner. You get the idea. I don't feel like explaining it. Okay, there we go. I don't feel like explaining. You know what? I don't feel like explaining it right now. Why is it? I feel like it's barely moving. Is it just me? Or is it not getting higher? Divide it by 10. Am I doing division wrong? Do I need to be doing it the other way? Am I smart? Or not? Break those legs off, add a point. Wait, it's not even moving. Is it because of the rounding? I need to print what this number is. This is not doing anything helpful at all. What is the number? So whenever that descends down, I want it to print offset Y. Or not offset Y, travel distance. I hate math. I love math, and I hate math. Okay, break the legs off. Add a point. See what it says. 3.45. Okay. So that makes some sense. And then if I say divide it by 2, what is that gonna equal? Let's break the legs off. Add a point. 3.45. What? How is something divided by 2 and divided by 10 the same number? How is that possible? Okay, so travel distance, that, and then tell me what the player height is supposedly. It's wild. Ridiculous. Oh, I forgot to separate travel distance a little more. Okay. Now I'm kind of wishing I had just a button that obliterated both legs. Maybe I will. Player height 0. 0. Oh, because of the rounding. You're rounding off the number that you're trying to capture. It can't put out a number if you're rounding off the entire number. Well, I feel silly. Okay, break these off. Add a point. It's still saying 0? Oh, probably because I'm setting it as an integer. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. If I'm typing it as an integer, is it like automatically rounding it? The brain is silly today. It's doing its best, but... Okay, now it is a number. At long last, it has become a number of a such. Thank goodness. Okay, so now I am not gonna divide it by 2. Now that's probably gonna push it too far, right? It's gonna go like way under the ground in a way that is undesirable, I would expect. Not quite. Really? I'm surprised that it's not even doing it that much. So wait, you're telling me it wasn't in... I'm confused. Wait, and why is the travel distance so high? Why would it be 3.5? It's like it's duplicating. What have I done? There's something very bizarre happening here that is not right. So what is it? Let me print on at the... Maybe even at the beginning of this. I'm confused. I'm very confused. So travel distance at the start. Let's just get the same print. Give me that same print right there. But this time, show it to me at the start. And it be the constant. What is that? $1.725. Good, great, excellent, correct. And actually, even at the time of the legs breaking off, it'd be interesting to see what it's calculated that to be. So here's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go craft a special debug button at this point. It is time. So I'm gonna make a new button. Let's duplicate this. And we're gonna call it hurt legs. Or we're just gonna say break legs. Kill legs. Let's call it that. Yeah, you know, I've been trying to experiment with those more. More BB code in there. I made one output message that had colorful stuff. But it was like more effort. It wasn't like quick, you know? And so I kind of need to just like make more copy and paste templates for that. Because I'm just like, usually I'm in the heat of the moment and I'm like trying to like solve a problem, like banging my head on the desk. And I don't have time to waste on colors. Yet. Alright, so this is just kill the legs. I'm gonna come back to the code. And yes, we're typing that up. Percent button kill legs pressed connect on kill legs. Func on kill legs. Move to the next 50 songs. On kill legs, I want this to happen on all of them. I wonder if it'll happen on both at the same time. It might. And not only that, I want it to print some things. I want it to tell me what the power-up menu height is. I seem to have closed my main scene, so I need to reopen that. More killings. Blood for the blood god. Kill, kill, kill. Blood makes the grass grow. You know, it's not that I disagree with what you're saying. It's that I think that the cult that you're in might be something you should consider not find. Don't find it out. I think they might be harming your mind. That's all. But you know, you should believe what you need to believe. It's actually going to be kind of hard to print what I want to print unless I do some wacky signal stuff. Am I really going to make a debug signal? Am I, though? Are you sure? How can they be harmful if the lambs are so adorable? You know, some people just don't have good critical thinking skills. And if you're one of those people, like, power to you. It's been 22 days since my gift membership expired. I'm still hiding out in the membership channels in the Discord. but supplies are running low. I haven't seen a hyper Lee's eyes in days. Things are dire. Yeah, unfortunately, the way I have it set up right now is I manually add people to the membership tier on Discord. There is a way to have it be automatic, but unfortunately it requires people to have Discord integration set up, and most of y'all don't. So it kind of depends on me remembering to remove people. When they remind me, like you have, I go in there and I make sure to remove them. So I will now remove you. Well done. Well done. You've earned yourself removal. Only critically broken. Okay, so I'm doing a lot here. And I know, like I want to say that I know that the solutions to my problems are very simple. And I'm just like not seeing it. But I persist. I definitely do. We're gonna add, obnoxiously enough, the power up menu in here. Because to me, this is part of my game dev journey. And part of having ADHD and stuff is not being able to see the obvious answers to problems without going in there and doing it wrong repeatedly. And once I do that, things start to make a lot more sense to me. And that's how I make discoveries. And I often am like, oh, I could have just figured that out a lot more easily if I had been able to think ahead and put that together. But I'm not, so I kind of just have to do my best. And you know, I enjoy that. I do. The solution is always simple, like the time I spent 11 hours smacking my head against the wall. Yep. That's how it goes. Learn by doing and let your experience be your bully. What is... You have such weird, like borderline toxic internal monologues. It's so strange. Or internal dialogues. Because it's like, you almost say something that's like really, really like sound nice advice. And then you like turn it into something that is like self-deprecating in a way that reveals that you like are mean to yourself. It's interesting. And there's something very relatable about it, which I think is what makes it funny. I just hope you're okay. Because at some point, I wouldn't want that joke in my head. I would never even think that way. But... Alright, so we're gonna kill the legs. Oh, that didn't work. That didn't work at all. What about it didn't work? Oh, I did the wrong travel distance. We want the constant. Glitch, do you have you toe the line in an interesting way between like genuine community participant and troll. It's interesting. It's unique. I like it. A little more than the legs were killed that day. Okay. So now we have... So at the moment of getting hit... Wait, that didn't kill the legs. Oh, because I made it 0.1. I need to make it 1. We're trying to kill the legs. Not hurt them. We want them to die. Okay, so the player height, 0.103. Travel distance, 1.725. We go to kill the legs. It still is reporting 0.1. I'm gonna press it again so we get another print. I mean, that's strange, right? The height should be different, but the height is the same. So the calculation is not occurring correctly. The height isn't updating. That's a problem. That makes sense because it's getting that as a constant. Or not a constant, but it's getting it at the ready. Oh, I need to be updating that. Oh, that's why it's not changing. You know, I'm glad I did all that because it got me to realize the thing that now is pretty obvious. Okay. You said that because you were trying to buy a membership, but Google's refusing to take your money. Oh, that's so nice. I see. It's not because I left you in the group. That's so cool. Thank you for trying to buy a membership. That means a lot. Oh, I appreciate that. I see. So I didn't leave you in the group, although I do that a lot. What the heck? Why is Discord advertising forum channels to me? Like, yeah, I know what forum channels are. We have a bunch of them. Why are you telling me about that, Discord? I know. Freak. Wait, I did forget to take you out of there, though. No, I totally did forget to take you out of there, actually. I actually legitimately did. But I mean, I will put you right back in there. I promise. I will. Whoop, we're gone. Just kidding, we're back. Okay, yeah, I did. Getter and setter in the variable declaration. Oh, you know, I still haven't ever done that. Is this when I need to do that? So every time the variable is accessed, it's updating it? Wait, I still have never done that. I've definitely been instructed by maybe you to like look into it, but I just like don't even understand how to set it up. I'm intrigued. I am. GDScript getter setter var declaration. I don't know how to do that. Genuinely just don't know how to do that. Like, I hear people refer to setters and getters, but like, how do I do that? Do you really need them? I don't know. Are you also gonna tell me how to do it? Or are you just gonna answer the question? Example of getter setter implementation. Player equals get node. No. Wait, do I literally just say get node? Is that the only thing? And then in the ready function, we connect it as a signal? And then it can check if it... Whoa. This is not... No, yeah. Well, that's not enough, yeah. That would be dope if it was. Signal emitted when player health is changed. New health integer. Whoa. You posted a screenshot? Let's go, screenshot. Thank you. You're learning me. Whoa. 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 So this is very simple. Then every time you set the value, the signal will automatically be emitted every time. I like that. The Discord theme, I think it's because I have Nitro. But it's just in settings. I think there are some free ones though. If you just go to like your settings in Discord, there's like a themes tab, appearance or something like that. But the specific one I have is probably Nitro or something. It better be. So I would put the signal in the same place. But wait. Yeah, so that, I guess that's my last question. I'll start setting it up, but I'm still like not sure how I set that up. Okay. So let me move this over here so I can see it, and then we're gonna type it. But then it's like, so how does it even know where to get that signal from? I'm super confused. I'm honestly very confused how this works. And we're exporting? What? How does this work? I'm gonna need more help than that. Because right now I'm trying to get the player height. So I guess I would want to... And can I even do all of this? This is very confusing. How I would implement this into my particular thing. Yours was an export variable so I could set it in UI. Honestly, like, I don't know how to do this. I don't know how to do it. I'm confused. I think I would need my handheld incredibly. So, like, this is the world script in this person's game. And in their game, they're on-readying the player node. And they're also on-readying the user interface. Got it. Okay, cool. In the ready function, they're connecting the player's health change signal to a local method. So they're getting the player node that they on-readied, and then they're grabbing the signal from that, and they're connecting it to a function. Understood. And then there's a handler function. And in the handler function, it checks to see... Oh, so this is going in the user interface. So, I mean, I'm putting it directly on the same script, so I don't know if I even need this, really. Okay, so I could probably skip that one, the handler, I would think. But this is saying it updates it. So this other signal we have to look at too. So over here on the player, we have a signal with health changed. That's this signal here. This is some wild syntax. I don't know if I like it. Constants for health boundaries, constant health, yeah, whatever. New health integer. So where is it getting new health from? Where does that even exist? What is this? What even is this? It's an argument. Wait, you can have a signal have an argument there? New health. Interesting. Because this isn't like emitting it, it's defining a signal. I didn't know you could name a parameter when you define a signal. That's news to me. I mean, I knew signals could have arguments. I didn't know that you could declare a signal with an argument and then that would matter. New health is the property that would be passed in when the signal gets emitted. So when that signal emits, you have to pass. Right, so the way I've been doing this, and I'm starting to think I could be doing it better, which is not a surprise, but the way that I've been doing iSignals is I don't declare a dang parameter at all. But some of them do have parameters that need to be there. So for, you know, amount damaged, right? Whenever amount damaged is emitted, amount underscore damaged. Whenever I emit that signal, I always emit it with a parameter. And then I always make sure I receive it with a parameter as well. but I didn't know that there was some value to... Oh, so it's for typing. Oh, I see. Wow. 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 Static typing signals. Well, I need to add that to my to-do list too. Because I want to static type everything. I have been static typing absolutely nothing. In my task list, I have make every variable function loop static / type hinted. But obviously, let me close this. Obviously, I need to say make every variable / function / loop / signal static / type hinted. Because I am not realizing all of these things that can be static type, but that makes perfect sense, of course, because it delivers a value. Why wouldn't it need a static type? Because I didn't think about it. You probably should give that signal a parameter. The parameter will also show up in the editor if you were to connect it with the GUI. Oh. Interesting. The idea is if you have a signal declared without arguments at all, and you try to connect to a method that is statically typed, it won't work. Wow. You got hit by that like 3 hours ago. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Wow. I mean, points for everybody. My gosh. Now I still gotta figure out how to do this. We're deep learning today. And the UI ain't gonna look much better for it yet. Not yet. Not yet. But it's good learning, so it's okay. My gosh. Well, I mean, I'm not gonna static type it now because it feels like a distraction. But obviously I need to do that. Okay, so that's what that does. Let's keep trying to figure this out. Oh my goodness. So things I need to do. We're on ready the thing, which is, in my case, indeed the player. So we already have the player on readied. That's set up. That's ready to go. I then need to connect a signal on my power-up menu script. So I haven't created this signal, so I can't really connect it. So I need to go to the player and create that signal. The signal is about the player height. So I'm going to go back to the player, and we're going to create a signal that outputs its height. You lost part of the stream? Yeah, so sometimes the stream, the internet drops out, and you might have to refresh it. Keep an eye on the chat. I try to put a message in there to let you know that the stream is back if it drops out. I don't know if that's what happened to you, but sometimes that does happen. It is, it's more static typing learning. I know, I'm kind of angry. I'm angry that I didn't know to do this sooner. I wish I didn't have to go back through everything and static type it. It's like, dang, like, man, if I had known and appreciated this earlier, I would have been doing it all along. But it's okay. There's one way to learn. There's many ways to learn, and one of those ways is having to redo a crap ton of things because you didn't know. All right, so I'm gonna say signal player height. And then we're gonna give it a parameter, new height. I kind of like to refactor this, if I'm being honest. I'm just gonna say height. I'm gonna make that height new. Am I gonna regret that? Probably. Height new, and then this is a float. Alright, I've typed the signal, it exists. Now I'm gonna come back to my power-up menu script, and in here, I can now connect that signal. So we're gonna say player height connect. It's really weird. I hate the way this is. How are you typing it? They're saying on player health changed. Signal health changed. Oh, I should rename it. Okay, so we'll say height changed. Let's say that. On height changed. That makes more sense. Your request failed. Please use a different payment method or contact us. What? What is going on? Google, help people help the channel. Use a different payment method or contact us. Yes, because Google is so easy to... Oh, they're really hard to contact, yeah. And I just have hundreds of cards laying around. Dang. What is that? I mean, I have to think there's somebody else who's ever had that problem. What the what? I feel emotional about it because I'm so like thankful and appreciative, and I want to like celebrate that you're being supportive of the channel. But like, what am I gonna do? Like, what am I gonna do? I can't do anything. It sucks. I'm powerless. We're gonna connect on height changed. Come on, Google. Imagine that's true for like everybody and I had no idea all this time. How long did it take for me to get this PC? The PC that I'm using, how long did it take me? Well, I mean, yeah, let me know how that goes. I mean, even if you become a member off stream, the next time I come on stream, it'll let me know. So like, I will celebrate it appropriately when the time comes. Thank you. Thank you. It means a lot. So, yeah, I mean, I got this computer 8 years ago. I got it after my partner and I got married, and we filed our first tax return. And we got a huge return because we just got married, which is a thing. Not when you just get married, but being a married couple, jointly filing your taxes. And I used that tax return to buy those parts. So it didn't take me long because the money came and I spent it. Okay, player height changed, connect on height change. So we need to make this function exist, and it's gonna do things. I am married. I am. We just had our anniversary recently, actually. Now that function, wait, is it being connected on player health change? Okay. So we're just printing that it's been updated. What I'm confused about is that there's this other signal in here. I guess what I want to do is I want it to update travel distance or whatever. This is getting very confusing. My brain is having a hard time. But it's okay, we'll get there. On line 12, at the end of it, we can put a colon, drop to the next line down, which should be tabbed in by 1. Press enter for the new line and return the variable. Oh. So you're saying... What? You're saying instead of doing it in this way that this website is showing me, this is more the way that Dungeon Martian was talking about. Here. Oh, since we've created the signal. Oh, and so then, oh, right, and then we emit the signal. Oh, interesting. This is confusing still, though. Just for the simple idea of it, oh god. Right, because all I want is this player height value to be updated. My brain is slow right now. Oh, I need a colon here. Got it. Gotcha. Got it. Okay, I see. In both places, I need a colon. So here we're saying the player height. In this case, in Marceline's case, or Dungeon Martian's case, it's float equals -1. In my case, it's float equals absolute value, player position Y. But that's not going to be updated. So I don't actually want it to be that, right? That doesn't make any sense. I would want to just say, what would I even say? Just like a random number, I guess? It doesn't really matter. Does it? Since it's going to be changed. Just returns your variable back to you. Right, because we're going to update. So here current stam equals value. We're replacing it. I see. Okay, it's starting to come together in my little pebble brain. It's getting there. I'll take it. No, it's big brain. Big brain, many wrinkles. So then we're gonna say return player height. And then we're gonna set value. Set value. But where is it gonna get this signal from? Because we're emitting it. This needs to be on the player. Right? This should, because right now we're on the menu. This should be on the player. This is the wrong place for this, right? Oh, I see. Instead of, so we would access it. Right. On line 9. Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Okay, I get it. Yeah. I see. Oh, thank you, guys. Okay, so we'll say player, and then was it height change? Height. I just called it height. Don't do that. We want it to be height changed. So I might not even need to do this at all, thank goodness. Player height changed. Emit value. And then we want to set player height to be that value. Wow, thank you guys. It's just, I don't know, it's so weird. I guess I didn't expect to be, this is, I don't know, it just like trips my brain up to like try to think of learning this. It's so weird to be like writing code in a script declaration. Now you can just use set player height, new height. Unexpected indent in class body. Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, why would we do, oh, I forgot to put the colon. Okay. Okay, now you can just use set player height, new height. Wait, so I wouldn't want to say value? Oh, that will set your variable and emit your signal. Wait, what? Where do I put that? Value is fine. Okay, cool. So now player height, so everything is the same. The difference is that now player height is going to be dynamically updated. And when I go to test this, assuming I didn't leave some code unfinished somewhere, which maybe I did. When I go to test this, we should see a different height emitted. Concerningly, the player height is 0 right now, which is strange. So what's up with that? If we break the legs, it's still 0. Oh, did I not? I don't think I set it up right on the player. I didn't do anything here, did I? Because we don't have the position. I didn't set up the position information. I forgot to do that. I forgot to set up the position stuff. That's probably important. I should probably do that if I want it to, like work more or less. Might want to set some things up. Might be nice, might be good. Oh, my music stopped. My music broke. Why? Jeez. What the heck? What in the world? But I was listening to that music. All right, well then in that case, we're gonna play this since I have this on speed dial. The thinking music. It's a little scarier. Can't believe my music just died on me. It's chaos. I don't know which one of these it is. I guess I just gotta kill Chrome. What a day. Whenever you want to update it, instead of doing player height equals 10, for example, you can just do set player height, comma 10. And not only will the variable be set to 10, but your signal will emit with 10. Goodbye, Chrome. You didn't even serve us well. You won't even be missed. But I will kill you. I will attempt to kill you. Okay. So here in this signal, I need to, can I set it up? Height new is just a parameter. Like if I want, so where would I even declare that though? Like where do I, whenever you want to update it, instead of doing player underscore height equals 10, for example, you can just set, so if I need to set that up here, variable, but then how do I put that into the signal? I'm so confused. Like I'm emitting this signal, but it's not connected to anything. Where it's, I guess what I'm confused about is the signal isn't getting emitted anywhere other than, I'm very confused. So would I fetch that on the power up menu somehow? This hurt my brain. Like I would say here, set player height 10, but how does it know? How do I get the position Y? I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out, is I don't know how to get the position Y anymore. Connect it like normal. Because the problem I'm having right now is this is just putting out 0, because it's not actually it's not connected to the Y position. So that's really all I need, is to find that somewhere somehow. So I assume since we put it with a parameter, this is going to need to have that. And I presume you're guiding me to this somehow being functional. This is actually very appropriate music. This is exactly how I feel. Okay. Alright, I've done this. The ready function right here. Thank you for guiding me. I'm having issues wrapping my head around this, as you can tell. In the ready function, we're gonna say set player height 10. And this works because this is set up this way. So when I hit play, you're saying it's going to report the player height as 10 or nothing. And if we run this from the setting, it should invalid set index, height changed on base, character 3D with the value of float. You don't need the set, you can just do player height equals 10. Height change is invalid with the value type of float. Is it because I made it an integer? I feel like I can just figure that out. So you're saying I can even just do this. My confusion is strong. No, that didn't fix anything. So on the character body, height changed here is not... What in the world? Like we're on the power menu script. We're not on the player script. But I guess that makes sense, and that's not surprising. Invalid set index, height changed on base character body 3D with value type of float. So I guess this is the static typing error. That must be the thing that we're getting, is it's not liking that. Even though we've got it set as a float here. Is maybe we're having an issue with value here. Dungeon has managed to get into a chat with YouTube. Oh my gosh. And this is the most scripted chat I've had in quite a while. Oh my gosh. YouTube, try harder. Try harder. Someone's trying to give you money. I'm not supposed to do player height changed equals value. Oh. How did that get there? Don't mind me. Oh, nice. And it's 10. It's, oh, well, that said 10. This didn't say 10. Because I haven't set that up yet. But that does say 10. So that did work. But I mean, all I did was say player height equals 10. So what I'd really want to see is this update and be different, right? And I want it to pull from the player. This feels very strange. I'm not yet seeing how the getter and setter very confused still. Player height equals value on line 17, yes. We do want that. Oh, we got disagreement. I don't even understand what I'm doing. We do want that there, even though it's causing the error. I don't know why I find this so confusing, but I really do. Last time we were trying to set the signal to a value. And I mean, okay, I'm just gonna, you know what? I gotta bring out Excalibur. I feel like you guys all know what I'm trying to do. It's not disagreement. I said you don't need player.player height. You now with the finite state machine. Man. It's so confusing. Oh. So I was putting the wrong thing on there. I see. Gotcha. Oh, dungeon got escalated. Nice. Success? Oh, nice. And it says 10. It says 10. Okay, this is good. This is good. This is good. Thank you. Wow. Why did I set it the wrong way? Why did I think that that was... I don't know. Oh, you have a real problem. Ah, I see. Okay, right. You need a human then. Now you're left with, how do I calculate the new height? Right. Yes. How do I calculate the new height? What BE math? I mean... It's not much at this point. All it needs to be is... this. Absolute value, the player position on the y-axis. That's all I need. 24 to 48 hours? Oh, come on. What? At least, hopefully you get it before Monday for the Monday member stream. Jeez. So I would do, so you're, but I would want, I guess because it's connected, but is that gonna update every time it updates on the player still? Like you're saying just do this? Surely that's not what you're gonna say. Because that position Y, if that's just being updated in the ready function and that's it, wouldn't it need to update from the player? Right. That's right. Right, so it's staying the same. So we're kind of back to where we started. But we've got some framework that could be useful. Right, so this has to be moved. Right. So, I see. Okay, I see. What's up, DNA Custom? How you doing? Well, overall, like, generally speaking, what I'm trying to do is adjust the position of this power-up menu. Whenever you complete a level in this game, a power-up menu descends from the sky. It's got 3 orbs, 1, 2, 3, and you select one, you move on to the next level. What I want to add in today is some UI that is based on those orb positions. So if I add some points up here, and you can see this. Whenever I hover over this one, I want on the left side text to come out. When I hover over the one on the right side, I want text to come out there. When I hover over the one on top, I want text to come up on the top. Now there is one problem. In this game, you can break your legs off. So I'm just gonna break the legs off right away, like that. So then you're shorter. The player is actually shorter. And so if I were to score enough points to bring the power-up menu down, the power-up menu is going to be at the wrong height. Now, originally it was too high, and then the middle text would be off screen, and the left text would be conflicting with this over here. And I have since got it to go lower, but it's not quite going where I want. I want it to be based on the player's relative position. And so I was trying to think of some ways to keep that adjusting, and now I am learning about setters and getters in Godot to really understand that. All right, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming through, DNA. I'll be here for 8 hours, so maybe I'll see you a little later. Thanks for stopping in, though. And I'm glad that you asked, because I always like rechecking in with what I'm doing. Oh no, Google, why won't you let Dungeon give us, and not just me, YouTube, you're gonna get the money too, YouTube. We share the money. That's the deal. Help them help us. Thank you, Dungeon Martian. It makes my heart feel so good just to know that you're willing to go through all those steps and not just say, oh, forget it. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Use it to access that variable from whatever you want to call it from. Right. We want to update that variable when your legs break. Sounds like you know where you want to update your variable. Yeah. Okay, so really, I want it to be whenever the power-up menu drops. That's the only time it really matters. So I would say right here, update the player height whenever the menu begins. Okay. All right. Cool. Now at the start, I do kind of want that in the ready if I want to test it. But let's just see what we got here. Oh, it's not. Oh, but we're right. We want to say that when the menu drops. Okay, so right here, the menu's gonna drop. Oh, it's different. It's different. It adjusted. It actually did it. Oh my gosh. I think that worked. Okay, so now look, that worked, and I'm gonna spend a little time trying to understand exactly why that worked. No, it is not. It is not, but it's a different... No, this is everything. This is everything, because at the very least, I want to see that the position is changing. So now I can divide that by 2, and it's in a slightly different position. Excellent. Divide it by 5. We're still doing magic number stuff, but here we are. Yeah. Definitely very helpful. Well, you know, no pressure glitch to help other people, but we do have plenty of people out there in the Discord looking for help. That's true. I love to see the community growing in there, for sure. It's a little higher. Divide it harder. Yes, it's magic numbering. Who cares? I just wanted it to update based on the new player position. Wait, I'm supposed to self-deprecate, clears throat. Well, it's something would have been perfect if I wasn't such a bad typer. Oh. No, you did amazing. You helped me, you, Dragonblade, and Dungeon Martian helped me so very much. Okay, clearly this division is not strong enough also. What are we divided by 30? At least it's variable. All you were set out to do at this stage was to help me figure out how to set up the getter and setter. And you did. And I'm gonna have to go back and make sure I really understand what the heck's going on. Jeez, why am I starting to feel like this is not... there's no number I can divide this by. Divided by... I know, right? Like, at this point, I think that would probably work just about as well. So, okay. All right, okay. I will do it. It was at your request, and so therefore, it is being done. And we can see it's, well, it's just 0. I think, I think making it relative to the player height is not helpful here. Wait. Why not? Is it because I'm absolute valuing it? Do I not need to absolute... No, that doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense at all. We're still confused. I'm still confused. Because the idea is that it comes down. Man, my brain is not on #1 level of performance today. This Hyperbot Godot. Oh, that looks perfect. Oh, it was the absolute value all along. The absolute value was my problem. Good. Okay, good. Wait, this looks perfect. This is in the right place. Oh, good. Why was I absolute valuing? I don't know. Someone needs to take absolute value away from me because I use it wrong. This Hyperbot Godot may have grown an extra tooth or two from the robot, I remember. What? What do those words mean? Those words have to mean something. This is perfect. This is exactly where it should be. It's perfect. It's exactly in the right place. So then if we do it again and the legs aren't broken, I can't believe absolute value is my issue. Oh my gosh. Absolutely. Drop it down. It's gonna be right on the right place, on top. Bam. Same place. It's excellent. Everything's fine. Wow. Wow. So yes, so everything that you helped me do was incredibly valuable and exactly what I needed. So thank you. All right, let me update that credits list. And I'm going to go back and I'm going to make sure I understand what the heck we just did. I am not going to walk away from this because it works. No. I need to understand what just happened here because there's something about this setter getter that just really confuses me. It's not as like neatly intuitive, I think, as like some other things that Godot has going on. At least to me. Maybe it'll become more intuitive. But for right now, I find it quite a bit unintuitive. Alright, let's sort it. Moving your way up there. Alright. So what we have done here is we've created an onReady variable, a variable that runs before the game loads, called player height. It's arbitrarily set to 0 to begin with, and we're typing it as a float. We do this little get, like what the heck is this? It's not, is it a method? I guess it's a method. Doesn't have a little parenthesis. I think that's what like breaks my brain so much, is that it feels like it's like going against the normal syntax that I'm used to in Godot. Like if I see blue text, like dark blue anywhere, there's gonna be a parenthesis after it. Otherwise, what's the point of it? But here, that's not the case. Here, it doesn't have that. So I'm just like, how is this correct? So, okay, I don't even know how to internalize this in my brain as something that I know exists, you know? When I was learning, I struggled with how things like signals were passing data around. When I couldn't figure it out, I realized I was no longer paying attention to the videos I was watching. At this point, I went off learning on my own by doing and experimenting. Nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, I think that makes a big difference, is experimenting versus like following something one-to-one. I'm very grateful to be live streaming and that you guys come through, because you're able to help me in real time. So it's like a video can't do that, a text tutorial can do that, forum posting can kind of do that, but that I'm not necessarily going to be providing all the right information where somebody can help me. But like here, it's like all there, you know, and I'm just really lucky that that's a way I get to learn too, because otherwise my brain would just fall apart trying to understand how this works with everything I've learned in GDScript. Why is this acceptable? I don't know, but apparently it is. So we're getting, and return, I thought return was for functions. I mean, this is a function. It's a function. What is get? What the heck is get? I'm so confused. Like, how am I even supposed to search this? Jesus. Returns the variant value of the given property. Is this even the right place for this? Class object. I guess it is. I guess that is the right place. Get as a function, you pass in a variable name as a string. It is a little strange looking how there isn't at least an empty pair of parentheses. Right. Yeah, I see, right, get property string name. But it's not even talking about that. So we get rotation, get position, got it. That makes sense to me. Like, how am I even supposed to learn that if somebody doesn't tell me about it? So if we had, say, player position, it would be the same as player.getPosition. So like when I say player.position, oh, okay, that's what you're saying. So this is like shorthand for that. Weird. So then I'm trying to wrap my head around what's up, Brawl Snipe, aka Fun Wolfgun. What property is this getting? It's just like what is it getting? If there's no declaration of what it's getting itself? Is this just like recursion? Like get yourself and return yourself. So like why even say that? Why not just that? I don't know, it's so weird. Text-to-speech exists in the engine. It's part of the display server. Never would have known if I didn't go browsing around. It does exist? Whoa. I did not know that. And then we set a value. Dude, I don't know how to explain or understand this. I don't even know where to start. I would love to even find like something online that like explained it. GDScript get set script variable. Like there must be a documentation page on this, right? Like somewhere. So confused. I mean, okay, I see there's some videos. I would like to see a documentation page, ideally. But it's really hard for me to know how to even search for. I wish I could learn this more clearly. Instead of... I hate, like, getting advice and then just walking away and being like, well, that worked. It drives me nuts. You can delete the get and return lines. What? Why? What's up, Fleekuda? Welcome back. Fleekuda says, the get seems to be taking from other programming languages where you can use a get set to make the get do special stuff. But if you want to do a regular get, then it would be for like a public private. Okay. And you're also telling me I could just get rid of it and everything will work? Why is it there then? It certainly isn't making anything more clear. I hear you, Fleekuda. So it's almost like you're saying that it's there because it's there despite GDScript. Like it's not there because that's a GDScript thing. It's there because it makes sense to people who use other languages. People who are not me. Yeah, it's working great. I mean, you know, the thing is, like, I've been learning GDScript for, you know, the better part of a year, and, there's a lot of little things that I feel like I understand. And all of this isn't squaring with that. It's, like, contrary to it. It's like suddenly the rules are changed. It's very frustrating. Why did the rules change? I liked the way that they were. Not sure what you would want to do in the get, though. Because you can... Okay. You can have things happen whenever you get the value of that property. Just like how we were doing something when setting the value, like emitting a signal. Like maybe when I wanted to do that absolute value, I could tell it to like get it and absolute value it or something. So it's like theoretically I could do something there if I wanted to. Getters and setters usually are usually for when you have a private variable and a public one, and you don't want someone to mess with the private one directly and only through the public one. Like for cheaters, I don't even know public private variables. I mean, when I used Unreal for a little bit, I feel like there were public and private variables, but I stopped learning that, so I don't even remember what that's about. Surprise, drops a textbook. Here's new stuff to learn. Boof. It's wild. I feel like very comfortable with GDScript doing a lot of things. And this just feels, yeah, like a whole new thing. So if I ignore that get stuff, we're saying in the onReady, set the value. Set something called value. We're running the function set, and the function set has the parameter value. We're defining value as, I mean, almost looks like a for loop or something, kind of. Player height changed emit. So we're emitting a signal, and value is going in there. Like, this is so weird. Player height equals, like, what is value? What is value? What the heck is value in this situation? I don't have like a value, variable value anywhere. So it's like it doesn't matter. Or, in like a for loop, right? You would say like for value, for object in, array or whatever. And then doopy object doopy, right? And so this doesn't define that. Rather, this defines that. So this is doing it like the other way around, but then also not. Like, what? What is happening? Why can't I understand this? Flakuta says cheaters or other programmers that are working with you on the same project. Public and private variables are things all the way down to C++ and C, so it's a very common thing in other languages. Interesting. Interesting. Value can be anything. It's just representative of this new number. If you want, you can rename it to anything you want. Yes, like a for loop does. You can do set new height if you want. Right, to like be more specific. That kind of feels like it's gonna make a little bit more, it's more readable to me that way. So maybe I say that. Not declared in the current scope. Wow, so if I change that, those don't work because it's not declared in the current scope. Wild. The setter will emit the signal. But because you have a variable for health, someone might just do character health equals 50. That won't trigger the signal for your game logic. With the setter, you make sure that the signal actually happens. Whoa. I mean, that sounds like that could even help, like, earlier yesterday when we were talking about, getting people not to cheat. Like, if you have, like, a demo or a paid version of the game and you're setting that with a variable, you could make sure that the signal emits it or something. I don't know that I actually understand anything here. Okay, so I'm trying to explain it. I'm trying to explain it like I understand it and see if it makes sense to me. So we're onReadying the player height arbitrarily as 0 here. We're setting a new height. That new height is getting emitted. We're emitting the height change from the player. So on the player, the height changes. And we're emitting the signal of the height changing. Why? Why even have the... I'm so confused. Because on the player, all that this is, it's accessing. Because to me, what I like imagine should be happening is we somehow put position Y in here. I mean, obviously not this. I don't know, position Y, right? Like, obviously we don't do that. Signal point parameters can't have a default value. Like, what's the point of even having this on the player in the first place? So it checks, because it's not checking anything. So down here, and this is actually useless, right? We don't need this, do we? That was just like an example to try to explain to me what I still don't understand. Really, it's down here in this function, player height equals player position Y. Oh, wow. Try running it now. See what happens? Oh, because I didn't connect the signal in the first place. Player height is 0. Oh, I did need that. Oh, now it's not going to come down to the right. Wait, it did. Wait, everything works. Oh, so then the other thing, I guess, wait, to keep in mind is that I don't actually need the player height at first. Okay. So wait, everything is fine. Nothing broke at all. I don't think. Everything is fine. All that I think that was doing was it was potentially setting what it would be at the beginning. But it's already correct at the beginning. So that wasn't necessary. That didn't do anything. Okay, I mean, I'm just gonna have to accept that I don't understand this. I think I just have to accept that I don't understand, and I can move on to juicing my UI, because we run the function set. Yeah, it's updating the height. It is. It's updating the height. I think. It appears to be. So the player height is 0 right now. Oh, right. So here, well, not O, but here it's still saying 0, even the height is low, even though the height is lower, because it hasn't actually checked to see if the player height has changed yet. The only place where I put in the check for if the player height has changed is when the menu descends. Because that's the only time, at least in this case, that I actually need to know if the player height is different. So if I add a point and the menu descends, now the player height is reading as a lower number. And if I were to like break the legs again, it'll report that lower number. But you can see here, it calculated a new travel distance. So it's pushing them down further as it's supposed to. Yeah. So I don't actually need to update the player height anywhere except for when the orbs descend. So in theory, you know, if the player were to get tall again, right? I would, which I guess I should add that in there. If the player were to get tall again and the power menu comes back down, it should, you know, move the position of the power menu back up. But unfortunately, that's kind of harder for me to test right now. So we're running the set function to have a new height. That's the property that we're setting, is a new height. And we're doing that to have player height be different. I want player height to not be the same. I'm gonna comment that so I can help myself. You ever wake up and find out that you're a strawberry that can see your legs but not feel them? Yeah, me neither. Me It's a raspberry. And, you know, be careful what you wish for. I don't know that you're wishing, but you're speaking it into existence. That could happen. It really might. Make player height change when, or update, make this variable update. I don't know, like, is this necessary? I guess the reason why this is necessary is so that I can have this same variable that is defined globally. The odds probably have increased, yeah. You're probably right. Anything's possible now. Make this variable update when it's updated? Like, why am I updating it when it updates? Why am I not just updating it? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, what's the point? I mean, you know, part of the point is that I want to use the same variable, player height, in this declaration right here. Let me just try something that I feel like isn't gonna work, and I don't care. So if I comment all that out, just get rid of all that for now. Does it work if we delete lines 15 through 17? Yeah. Will my mind be blown? Yeah. Exactly. That's what I'm gonna figure out right now. That's exactly what I'm gonna figure out. And then I just set the player height. Right, like this. Like, did I need to do literally any of that? And did I learn anything? Okay, so... Okay, so there's that. That works fine in that regard. I'm not gonna be mad if it doesn't work, but, or if it does work, but oh! I knew it was pointless. Oh my gosh. I learned that there's more to learn on a topic that I can come back to later. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Unbelievable. Okay. Dude, I was like, there's no way this is doing something. Okay. All right. Good. I'm glad it's doing nothing. Thank goodness. Because now I don't feel crazy. Get out of my face. Get down out of my face. Get all this out of my face. Go to the garbage. We're done here. This 10-minute task has become like a 2-hour task. And you know what? I learned a lot. I'm grateful for everything that happened along the way, okay? Get rid of this signal. I don't need this weird signal. But it was doing something. Wasting your time. I mean, look. I'm fascinated by that could even work. That I could even set and get things in a script declaration. Like, that's amazing. There's something there that I could ever use. And maybe Fleekuda was onto something that, like, that's more valuable in that public-private scenario. And what Dragon Blade was saying, you know, if you're trying to keep the player from changing things, you know, maybe it really has a very certain great application in those situations. I don't think this is that situation. And I'm glad that I went through all that. I am also glad that we're done here. Okay, great. Next task. We're gonna do a GitHub push. Let's make the text appear. Now that it's come in a different place, I can have the text pop out, and I know it won't interfere with anything else. You can find a situation in your game where it has a use. Nice. Go for it. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice for this section of the stream to have some kind of, like, you know, bow on the top of the present instead of just being, wow, did you give me a present without a freaking bow? Jerk, you know? But sometimes that's how it goes. Live streaming, game dev, I don't know what to say. Okay, so I'm going to add into my GitHub committee. We're gonna say, didn't do much here, did we? Is all that I've done today so far is get that to move down. I think that's it. Menu, power up, in 3 hours. 3 hours, folks. 3 hours to get the menu to move down. Power up menu, enters relative to player height. I don't think I need to say anything else about that. That is what we did. That is the entirety of what was done here today. So far. That's why I gotta give myself 8 hours to work on it, because I might spend 3 hours doing something very easy. Where's your player alien script? That is right here. We're in it. We are living in it right now. Oh, you're asking me. I see. Yeah. Actually, that's one that is not organized well. Some of them are organized really well. That ain't one of them. Because it was like the first thing I created in my entire life in Godot, so I didn't know what I was doing. And I haven't moved it yet because, you know, I just haven't. But it's actually... Is it even... I think it's called Alien 3. It's not even... It's named badly. What is it called? It's called alien.gd. There it is. It's right there. It's this one. Alien.gd. Terrible. Just terrible. And it's just in the top level. Where I should put it is in this folder. Right? Right there. That's where I should put it. It's pretty easy. I could just drag and drop it, honestly. I just haven't yet. I should. Maybe I'll do it now. I'm sure that won't cause any problems. I'd like to rename it too, if I'm being honest. Let's move it to player, make it all make sense. Move it. And now, I'm gonna rename it. And everything's gonna be fine. Hey, what's up, Q-Merc? Welcome. You got here just in time because I just finished my, like, brain melting, going around in circle part of the stream. And I got lost in the files. There you go. Alien.gd. Wait, is that in player? It is. So then I'm gonna rename this to player. I would like it to be called player. That way other people can find it. Done. Yeah, right? You want to see how much of your scripts can/should be altered? Give yourself an idea. Yeah. What? Head up to project settings, debug GDScript, change all the drop downs to error, and enjoy. What? What? How much of your scripts can/should be altered? This is a thing? debug GDScript, change all the dropdowns to error. Unassigned whoa! Unassigned variable. Oh yeah. So I do actually see these in the debugger. Now that you mention it. All of these. You're talking about all these, right? I got so many of these. They're all over the place in here. So these would just become red and I would be in danger. No, thank you. This is my backlog of things to maybe worry about. Probably not the end of the world. Wow. Maybe there's even more than that too. Things that aren't even set to be warnings. Interesting. That's cool. I like that you can control all this. Godot is awesome. And more. Some of them are off by default, and some don't show up until it runs. Right. They'll be marked in the script editor with the red highlight on the line. Oh my god. That sounds devastating. Oh right, here's all the ignores. Untyped declaration. Oh gosh. Oh, oh my gosh. If I had that be an error, I mean, here's what this is gonna be good for, is the day that I do go through and try to type everything, this is gonna be indispensable to finding all those things. An inferred declaration? How dare we infer something? Unsafe property access, unsafe method access, unsafe cast. Oh my god, the chaos. The chaos that this would ensue. Return value discarded. Wow. Wow. That honestly, that's like a month of streams is dealing with all that. For now, oh god, right, just change one thing and it'll already be so much. Oh my god. Unsafe property access. Unsafe. Okay, let's just do unsafe property access. Let's see what that does. Alright, just that one. Looks like I'm not unsafely accessing properties, baby. What's up? We're a safe property access family here. Oh, never mind. Hold on. The property visible is not present in the inferred type. Oh yeah, I do get this error sometimes. I have seen this as a warning actually. But maybe present on the subtype. What the heck? What in the world? What in the absolute heck of a world? I don't want to deal with this. I don't want to deal with this. Much to learn, young Padawan. Seriously. Get it away from me. Kill it. Burn it down. What a headache. Unsafe method access. Let's try that one. I think there was only 2. That's not bad that there's only 2. This one also says 2. But maybe there's more than 2 and I don't know it. Parser error. The method is empty is not present on the inferred type. So what? It's just in case. And it's the subtype. Right, so okay, but if it's on a subtype, so what? Why is that bad? What am I, I'm supposed to deal with that now? If target is in group, oh my god. Dude, what? It makes me wonder, like, does this always mean that it's bad code? It must. I mean, why else would it be so darn sure of itself? If you type your target correctly, it will work. Wow. So I am making mistakes. Jesus. Kill it. Get out of my face. Welcome to a taste of how I code for real projects. Right, so like if you're like working like in a more corporate situation, or like you're doing freelance work or something like that, you would want to make sure you had all of those things dealt with, professionally speaking. Where just figuring out how to solve the problem isn't enough. Not necessarily corporate. Figuring out how to solve the problem is not enough. Like, you want to make sure it's like proofed. Like every single situation is accounted for. Other programming languages have by default. So Godot is like lying to me? Okay. Is this why Godot is so... Is this why GDScript is popular? Like, what... C, C++, C#, Java, etc. So, like, I guess my question is, does it really matter? Is it actually that big of a deal? Does it really make things that much better to fix it? JavaScript and Python do the same thing. I hear a lot of trash talked about JavaScript. But maybe that's not why. Alright, so Dragonblade was giving an example of how we can use the set-get thing, by the way. Use case for a setter-getter on your obstacle script, you have health current in hit points. That's true. I do. You set it twice in different places. I do, and immediately after emit a signal that the health changes. That's true. That's right. So like often on like a let's say a I mean a house, let's do the cow barn. So on a cow barn obstacle over here on the left, there is the obstacle area 3D, and then underneath that is a hit points node. And there's two scripts. There's the obstacle script and the hit point script. The obstacle script holds the maximum health of the obstacle. And the hit points and the obstacle communicate with each other. And so you're pointing out that on the obstacle script we have health current, which we do, absolutely, 100%, where health current is set to the max health as defined on the obstacle in the export variable. So health max is defined here, and then health current is updated to that. In the hit point script, you set it twice in different places. Yeah, so like here, and we're actually looking up a level. So this is looking up at the obstacle. It's saying, okay, look at the obstacle, check the current health of that, and then update it based on damage taken and stuff. So yes, very true, very accurate. Here's another place where we set it. When we reset the damage, we reset it back. I mean, it's really, yeah. It's doing stuff that in theory could just be done on the obstacle script, but for reasons this worked better, and I barely remember why. You could have forgotten once to call the signal, or you can forget it later on. Oh, and then and immediately after emit a signal. Oh yeah, right. Immediately after update hit points. Yes, right. So we update the health, and then we emit the signal. Right, exactly. To tell it to update it. Oh. So making a setter for health current to emit the signal will save you the problem in the future. Oh, so if I want to update the health current later, I might forget that I need to update hit points. But if I use a setter and getter, oh, that would just be built into every single time this gets updated. Wow. Interesting. Wow. That's really helpful because it gives me like a use case that I'm already like invested in. And I there's actually a couple places that I've done this exact thing. Maybe not exactly, but kind of similar. Interesting. I think so, maybe. Wow. So that wouldn't be a getter, that would just be the setter. Literally, it would just be the setter, and we would just, okay, now I kind of want to do that, to just at least like put a button on everything we've learned, right? Hey, what's up, Pierogigon? Good to see you. Looks like we're singing a song. Looks like we're singing a song. Yeah, lots of learning, exactly. For sure, deeply. JavaScript is getting a lot of, because of that, that's why JavaScript is getting a hate? What? Dang. In JavaScript, this results in true being set to false? What? Yeah, it is great. You can also use setters to set a separate variable that saves the previous health value before it was set. Right. We solved the that's a future me problem by eliminating the potential problem before future me can complain. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. You got some nuggies? Nice, enjoy. That's how you've used them? Yeah, so there was basically a situation where I needed to update something and someone suggested that I use a setter and getter. And it turned out I didn't need the setter and getter in the first place. But I spent like so much time trying to understand what the heck setter and getters are and how the frick they work and why I need them. And in doing that, I was like, wait, I don't need it at all. And so we just got rid of it. And now I spent all that time trying to wrap my head around it, and then it wasn't even necessary. And so now, Dragon Blade was finding a situation in my code where a setter at least would actually be useful. So maybe I can put what was learned to some use. And I think I'm gonna do that, even though it's a little off of my task. It kind of has become my task, and I'm curious to like do that. You know, on some level, here's the thing. It's like, yeah, it helps me fix a problem, but then the other thing is I'm gonna have to remember that. I don't know. I could see myself forgetting that I had set that up and be like, oh, but I thought I had to hit update hit points. Why did I not need to do update hit points? And I'll just have forgotten that we set that up. Probably not a big deal, though. Maybe I don't have a use case for a getter. Yeah, probably not. Now you don't necessarily need it, but want it. Yeah, right? Okay, Pierogigon's here. We gotta sing Pierogigon a song. Welcome, Pierogigon. Pierogigon is a member of this channel. Thank you for supporting Hypergame Dev. I appreciate it deeply. What song are we singing you to of? Okay. Pierogigon is not gone. No, Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is right here. Pierogigon, you're here. I'm so glad to be here with you, Pierogi gone. I'm so glad to be here with you, Pierogi gone's not gone. Oh no, I said, Pierogi gone's not gone. Oh no, I said, Pierogi gone's not gone. Oh no, Pierogi gone's not gone. Oh no, I'm so glad Pierogi gone is here. It makes me happy. Pierogi gone came on through. Oh, Pierogi gone's not gone. Oh no, I said, Pierogi gone's not gone. Oh no, I said, Pierogi gone's not gone. Oh no, I said. All right, there we go. There's your song, Pierogi. Thank you so much for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate it. I'm sorry about that, but also you're welcome. One use case would be if your health was a float number for more precise damage mechanics, but you want to display the number in the interface, but not as a float, so you don't display 4.34. Oh, yeah. Oh, and so we would say, like, when you get it, don't get it as a float, even though it is a float. It rounds it up. Yeah. That kind of makes some sense to me. I actually might have something like that, maybe. Anyway, interesting. All right, so let's do it. Screw it, let's do it. Let's make this do that. Oh dear God, why am I doing this to myself? So this update hit points is looking a level above it, right? It's looking a level above it. We already got that figured out. I don't want to on-ready this because it's not always going to be there. I feel like this is a mistake. I think this is not a good use case. I'm actually gonna back out. Because you know why I'm concerned about this use case? Is because there isn't always going to be a obstacle. Well, there might be an because we say we connect it. I guess it is always there. I guess hit points don't ever not have it. Okay, maybe I won't back out. Oh God, I'm nervous. This is making me nervous. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do. Okay, I will set this as a task for another day. I can't. You can put an if statement in the setter. Right. Okay. Oh God, I'm so nervous. I'm so afraid. I'm afraid it's gonna take me down a path of failure. Dragonblade says don't do it! No, it's like an interesting use case. It's a good use case. Wait, right, we've learned something from that. It's really great. Oh God. If it works, don't fix it. It does work! It does work! And I feel like, you know, I am gonna remember. Don't do it! Okay, alright. I'm not gonna do it, guys. I'm not gonna do it. I've decided I'm not gonna do it. But I'll put like a note to myself, all right? I'll put a note somewhere. Where do I want to put that note? Update, hit points, emit. I will say in here, refactoring code is a trap sometimes. Totally, I'm saying. Consider refactoring as a set function in the script declaration. Okay? So I don't have to remember to emit every time. That's it. We're putting things in here. Why can't I put a parenthesis in there? Oh, I can. Alright. That's the best I will give myself. I love littering notes to myself. It's a solo dev project with help from you guys. I'm fine with littering notes. Okay, good. We're moving on. So, for real this time, UI juice. Let's do it. Recap. We go to the next level, all right? Power up menu descends from the sky. When I hover over it, I want text to appear. Let's make it appear. So the hovering occurs at a very specific time. You're not really happy with getter and setters in Godot and GDScript? I mean, I wasn't happy with it myself. Oh, because it doesn't have privates. That's not why I wasn't happy with it. Oh, so what Fleekuda was saying is not necessarily even like relevant to GDScript, unfortunately, even though it typically is. Come on, GDScript. Get with it. So that is on our power menu script, or actually the orbs. The orbs report if they've been hovered. They say, hey, I've been hovered. Now I want to say, if you've been hovered, show a little menu. But that little menu needs to be relative to which one is hovered. If the first one is hovered, it needs to be showing a menu to the left of the orb. I feel like this needs to be in 3D space. So I guess the question then becomes, do I want to do a bunch of label 3Ds, or do I want to do a sub viewport with 2D stuff? Like, I think what will be less risky is label 3Ds. And I think it's going to be simpler because I can just make them children of the orb, and we can just say show label 3D. And it doesn't have to be unique. Whereas if I do the sub viewport, I could still make it children. Yeah, you could still make it children. I don't think I want to do, I mean, yeah, I think we're just gonna do that. I think that's the best way to do it. I think the sub viewport thing is extra. Like maybe it would give me like more like organization options and stuff, which could be nice for UI building, but you know, I don't want to. How about this? I'll start with the label 3D, and if it is insufficient, I will then move on to doing 2D sub viewport, because that's a much more complicated route to take, is the sub viewport with 2D stuff. So let's look at each of the power up orbs, which are in here. So power up orb 1, it has a mesh instance, a collision shape 3D, and an animation power up orb. So I'm gonna add a child on here, and it's gonna be, I mean, I kind of want to just do a node 3D for an organizational purpose, and then it's also good for like position. And we're gonna say power up, or like description power up text, power up text, let's call it that. And I'm going to add a label 3D in there. And now let's scooch it over. I thought I had a mesh instance, but as I poke myself, I think I'm more of a soft body 3D. Wow. I used Unity for a very short time, and because soft body, that's not even like a Godot thing. That's where I remember hearing about soft bodies. Was in a wait, they do exist here. I didn't even know soft bodies existed in Godot. What? I thought that was like a Unity thing, like rigid body. And wait, do I know anything? I didn't know that. What the heck? That sounds cool. Does it work? Is it good? Deformable 3D physics mesh. Wow. I mean, I know Godot gets a lot of crap for its physics, but I mean, oh yes, wow. You guys, you guys are killing me. It works. Throw another Dex bug. Jay Jordan is still here. Tomorrow you're gonna go laser shooting with your friends, so you'll go to bed now. All right, good night, Jay Jordan. Have fun. Thanks for hanging out and stopping by. My goodness. If you know what to do, you could make a cloth cape that reacts to physics in a minute. Whoa. Wow, I did not know that even existed. That's really cool. Thank you for making a silly joke that taught me something. Alright, so I've made a label 3D. We're gonna call that label 3D underscore name. I don't know. Maybe I'll rename what that is at some point, but not right now. So I've made that. Let's give it some text. We're gonna say power up name. Power up name. Done been done. Yeah, we are at 1.45k. Slow build. We're slow building this community, one live stream at a time. It works, but it's physics dependent, and as Godot's physics are subpar, don't expect it to behave as you want, right? But I guess if you like, you know, add it in Jolt or whatever, it probably is decent. Is it Jolt or is it Bolt? I know it's an Alt. Doesn't really matter. Okay, power up name. Dope. In my experience, Softbody worked better in version 3, but it's been a while since I've tried it, and I've not tried it with Jolt. It is Jolt. Okay. It's Jolt. Bolt is Unity's old plugin that for visual scripting that just got integrated. It doesn't support Softbody? Oh, pity. I mean, look, I feel like players are pretty forgiving when it comes to, like, clothes and hairs and things like that. Like, how many games have bad physics for soft bodies? I feel like that's a pretty common thing. Alright, so that looks pretty fine to me. Now, obviously, when I hover over this, it isn't pulsating, and I want it to pop out when we hover over it. I guess I should just probably, like, bump that out a bit so it's at the maximum size that it pulsates into. Hey, look at our new visual scripting feature. I know. One thing I found out when I was using Unity visual scripting, this was before I learned any text code, was searching for Unity visual scripting tutorials was a nightmare, and there was absolutely nothing, and it was a waste of my life force. But as soon as I searched for Bolt tutorials, literally 100% of them just applied exactly to the Unity visual scripting. Sometimes there were a couple things that were different, but basically not. Softbody 3D does not support any interactions with Area 3D. Oh. World Boundary Shape 3D is not supported. I don't even know what that is. Raycast do not support face index. So it's like not useful. One of the major missing features of Jolt. Oh, those are things that aren't in Jolt. I see. Gotcha. Interesting. I'd love if it was like animated, like we could maybe put an animation. I'd really love it to like slide out or something. I just want it to look nice. I think sliding out's gonna be hard. Probably if I wanted to do that, yeah, but we can't animate the text because I need the text to be able to update in real time. Is there ways to just like have it like cut off or something? Width? Oh, let's decrease the width. What if I make the width 200? Literally nothing happened. Okay, what if I make it 2? It doesn't look any different at all. Why did that not look different? What the heck is width? What is that even doing? Text width in pixels used for auto wrap and fill alignment. Interesting. Does anybody remember Unity script? I don't know what that is. You can animate the text. I can animate, right? But the thing is I need it to be dynamic, right? So the power-up name might be, you know, stretchy legs. It might be laser eyes. It might be jumping boots, you know, something like that. And if I come in, like for example, with the loading animation has like I add like a dot onto it, a dot onto it, and that is literally in my mind, I thought, down here, it's animating, it's adding in the dot or it's removing the dot. But I can't animate if this name is changing for something else, right? And I animate it to come in one letter at a time, right? Like, unless it's animating like the positions, but even then, like, then I have to have like a maximum length and stuff. But yeah, I can animate all this other stuff, but I don't know. I assumed I couldn't animate the like positions in the way that I was imagining. So I'm just trying to look for like other settings that maybe I can adjust, like width. I feel like I was covering that up earlier. Width. But that doesn't seem to do literally anything in this case. But then it does say auto wrap, so maybe something there like that. Unity script was an abomination. I used to support C# and Unity script, their own language, exclusive to the engine modeled on JavaScript. I mean, I guess good for them for trying things. But if it's not good, like, stop it. Are you wanting the text state to the left? To stay to the left. So my plan is that on each orb, so for example, if I were to move this to the other orb, put one on there. I probably shouldn't be doing it this way, actually. Oh no, that worked great. So if I put it on each one, I would have the label be in a different, right, that's a, oh yeah, that's a good question. That's an excellent question. Well, yeah, so I would need to have like a different animation depending on which one it is, right? But that shouldn't be hard to figure out, honestly. I know how I could do that. Look at all those chickens. Put this here, move that up, classic. Classic meme. Barely a meme, really. So it's actually gonna be more like that. But yeah, it's a good point that I will want them to be animated, each one a little differently. You know, I guess what I would kind of like is for it to sort of slide out. But obviously, if it slides out, you're gonna kind of see it. It's gonna be weird. So I almost wanted it to like start from inside the orb and like come out. It doesn't even have to really look like that. Like I almost imagine like a wipe or something where it just like, you know, wipes in. And here it could slide or wipe from the bottom up or something. You know, in my perfect imagination of what it could look like. So if I go back to tinkering around with what options they've got, auto wrap. And I bring this down to a size of 5. Yeah, I don't really want to wrap it, but could you cut it off instead of that? Skip last line width, word justification, uppercase. Where's this fill thing that they were talking about? Because in here they say, text width in pixels used for auto wrap and fill alignment. I guess that's just a thing. Horizontal alignment, vertical alignment. Fill. Oh, there it is, fill. Okay, but that didn't do anything. Okay. Well, I don't think that's gonna be anything that helps me. Whoa. Oh, so it's filling out the oh, so it's just smashing it together or giving it more room to stretch out in between the words. It's like it's like justify, right? So because we have word justification, justify only, what does that say? Only after last tab. Okay. No. I don't think any of this is really gonna help me here, but I'm just kind of seeing what like things I could potentially animate sort of exist down here. I don't think any of these are really what I want. Power up name, uppercase, line spacing, don't really care about that. Font size, yeah, we could just have it like get bigger, and it could, I wonder if we could like have it, if we horizontal align it to the right, then the size will grow from the right. I could kind of get down with that. That could be workable. At least it kind of looks like it comes from that direction. I like that. Let's do it. Now I do want it to be like a different font. What's that gonna be like? I've not tried to set a font for Label 3D. I assume it's fine. Oh yeah, it's right there. Font. Beautiful. And then we want... I kind of don't want to do the italic version. But there's wide black italic. But there's not like wide black unitalic. Wide black regular. There's regular. Text bold. What does text bold look like? Nothing special. Because the font that I'm using in most places over here is this one. This has a very specific look to it, and I like that look. I could just keep it in that same font, but it'd be kind of nice to just have that font without it being italic. Wide light's a completely different look. Text bold was not great. Grand heavy. Oh, maybe grand such a terrible naming convention. That looks relatively similar. I guess heavy is what we want. Okay, I kind of like that. I think I want the size to be a bit larger there. So let's boost it. What is it? It's 32. Let's try like 50. See where that gets us. It's a bit large. Let's make the outline larger as well. One thing I don't like about Label 3D is it's not as sharp as something that's like right on screen, which makes sense. But it'd be nice if it was sharp. Let me just see what it looks like on all of them. So I'm going to... I wonder if I can just copy. It kind of sucks that I can't link all of these to have the same look. It's pretty irritating, if I'm being honest. The only thing I can link is the font. Oh, I can't even paste it, copy it? Oh, I can paste it. Okay. Font size, did I say 60? Outline size, what did I say, 30? 50 and 30. 50, I mean, I could do it in code, obviously. So that's an option. Font size 50, outline size 30, and paste the font. Oh, and then I also want to make sure we change the alignment. In this case, we want it to be on the left. And then for the center one, I guess I want the vertical alignment on the bottom, so the font size grows from the bottom, just to give it more of a nice look. Top of the inspector, screwdriver wrench spanner can copy all parameters and paste up. Really? Look how tiny that is, though. It's itty bitty. Manage object properties. What? What? New thing. Wow. Did not know that. Have not seen that. That is cool. Absolute instant utter credit. That entitles you to no compensation, but does entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. Wow. Wow. What an itty bitty little menu. It's so tiny. It's such a little button. It's right there. Also, texture filter is under flags. Texture filter. Oh, to make it look... Oh, nice. Yeah, don't make it blurry. It's baby. It's very baby. It's so small. We want nearest, right? That makes it look prettier. Thank you. Am I seriously just giving you like double credit now? Jesus. Dang, you're rising those ranks quick. Well, even though the outline's going to be in the wrong place, or the shrinking, the horizontal and vertical alignments are going to be different, I just want to try it now that I know it exists. Let's copy it and see those mip maps get out of my face. Come over here. Paste properties. Wow, look at that! Did not know that existed. Handy. But I am gonna actually just go in there and do it, because that's ridiculous. Flags. Nearest. Right above the screwdriver. I was wondering what that was. Right above the screwdriver and spanner is a dock button that will open the docs page directly to that class. Oh. That's what that says? That's a DOC? It's so small! Wow. Label 3D. Awesome. Good tips. Thank you. Thank you. Then for this one, we want to set those flags out of here, or those mip maps out of here. No mip maps, please. Alright, where are we at? How's it looking? Wow. Learning me. You're learning me. You're out here learning me. Okay. Now, they're not gonna be there all the time like this. Ooh. Yeah, so there is that. There is the issue of it conflicting with the fog. We can tell it to not conflict with the fog. Couple things. Number one, that looks really bad. This looks terrible. Oh my gosh, it looks disgusting. It looks so crunchy and horrible. I want to die. Right? And then, besides that, it's off screen. It's off screen. Look at that crunchy. Look at those pixels. Right, Z-index to get it to be above the fog. And then I guess I need to make it much smaller. I have to be careful about that. And I'm also going to not use nearest because that looks absolutely terrible. What are you doing there off screen, silly little guy? I guess I'm just gonna experiment with different texture filters, see which one looks the least terrible. Right, and then so for usually, I feel like it was a flag that I would set. I feel like I'd usually say alpha cut, like opaque prepass or something. Put them in the UI directly. Well, okay, so that's an option. My concern about that. Nearest is super crunchy, great for pixel art. Right. I was just like, oh yeah, right, that's, of course. Oh, so I did alpha cut pre-pass in the flags. Right, I remember that being good for pixel art. I forgot this is not pixel art. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely an option, and I'm not sure what I would rather do. Because if I'm gonna put it on the UI directly on the 2D, it might not correspond with the positions of these. I somehow have to get it, and then if I like, you know, if you're looking full screen, right? Like then it's gonna be, I somehow then have to make sure it's anchored to like this very specific central position. And that's definitely doable, but it stresses me out. It stresses me out a lot. I think it stresses me out more than this does. So like that's why I wasn't doing that. Oh yeah, I forgot you could do that. Right, set it up based on the node's position. So we would just get like the XY, and that would correspond, I guess. That's actually a pretty good idea. That's actually a great idea. Okay, screw it, I'm doing that. Forget the 3D labels, burn them down. Get them out of my face, dude. I don't care. I don't want that. Put them in the trash. Set the trash can on fire. Pull the fire alarm and blame someone else. Like, this is not... Why didn't I think of that? I don't know, but I didn't. But you did. And I'm glad you did. Because now that's what I'm gonna do. Top secret video in live text? What does that mean? If it's in live text, it's a public channel. It's not very secret. But yeah, it's in UI. It doesn't care where the object is. Wow. Oh, this is dope. Wow, that looks really good. That looks really, really good. Nice. Okay, this is awesome. I feel like I gotta give you like a UI credit for that. That's like a specific credit. We have credits like that, right? I feel like I only recently added that, actually. UI design, let's go. Climbing up to 40. Knowledge is power. It's like, you know, I don't know, it just didn't occur to me that like I could do that. But of course, why not? I don't know. Just didn't think of it. So I guess I don't know, do I want to put this as a child of the HUD? I guess I do, yeah, absolutely. Because then I can be certain that it isn't going to conflict with anything else. And they're not going to bump into each other. So yes, absolutely set it up in the HUD canvas layer. You betcha. Alright, so let's do that. Let's freaking do that. I'm gonna add a... I guess I just have to think about like how I want to set that up. I guess it's just a control node. Or maybe I want a margin container. I guess I could still use a margin container. Because its anchor could just be like in the center, right? Or something. And then move its position. Margin container. Orb. I could even do all of the orbs. I don't know how I want to do that. I guess I would want to do each one separately. I'm not really sure the best way to do that. I'm actually going to do orb 2 first. Okay, and then let's say that that goes into the center for now. And inside of there, let's add a, I would like a V-box, preferably. Watches. Let's add a label in there. Power up name. Let's make it a little better looking. We're gonna say font, quick load, grand heavy. First time vocal participant, long time passive consumer. And how glad I am that you've been so passive. Welcome, Coffee Stain. How you doing? Thanks for stopping in. I'm trying to make my power-up menu exist. I've spent time doing things that are somewhat related, but now I'm really doing it, and it's exciting. Although, the way that I'm gonna do it is still kind of being figured out. But it's going okay. I hope things are going okay for you. Let's say outline as well would be nice. I like a good outline. Good night, bro Snipe. Sleep well. Thanks for stopping in and hanging out. Good luck with that finite state machine. You got this. You got this. There's someone I used to mess with on Twitch. That's how concerning is the beginning of that sentence. I would sit and watch them struggle, and then like an hour later be like, you should look at insert function name. That's not a messing. No, that's good. That's nice. Finite sleep machine. That's nice. Because you know, it's good to let people struggle so maybe they can figure it out themselves. And then when it's like, okay, this person isn't gonna figure it out, bam, you drop the knowledge. That doesn't have to be messing. But I see you're like sitting there like, I know what they need to do. I could say something, but I'm not gonna say something. And you know what? In my opinion, you were actually helping them in a way. Sure, nice. After letting them struggle or figure out like a 20-line code solution. Oh, man. I know Kipo must be some freaking Twitch or better TTV emote. You do that at work? What? Like with coworkers? I thought you did freelance stuff. That's hilarious. That feels much better to apply at work somehow, especially if it's like a superior who's struggling. Oh, I like that. Twitch fingies at it again. It's okay. It's alright. I used to be on Twitch. I used to stream on Twitch, and then I stopped. And I don't miss it for a second. Freelancing assist. Oh, right. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Was I adding an outline? I think I was. Don't be white. Okay, there. Good. It's gonna look so much crispier and better. Not bad crispy, good crispy. Alright, so there's the label. It's on there. Everything is fine. Nothing to complain about. And I want to try setting its position for now. Let's just say, power up name. And I guess the margin container itself, I do want the anchor to be at the center, please. How do I even tell it where to go? What does this do again? I guess we do the pivot is how we move that. Oh, isn't it like one of these up here? This? No. This. Click to change object's rotation pivot. But that's not necessarily its position, is it? I don't know. Let's just experiment and we'll see what kind of happens here. The thing is with Kipo also, I don't remember which one Kipo is. So like I kind of want to like see it so that way I know what you're trying to communicate. Oh, it's just Kappa with ears. It's just Kappa with ears. And a piece of wheat. Thank you. Now I know. Are you shadow banned? Oh, no. I don't know. Are you? Has YouTube not been putting your messages through? I hate when that happens. I thought maybe YouTube got better about that or something. But maybe they... I think it's just YouTube being subpar. Like, just generally subpar is what's happening. Hits Jeopardy buzzer. What is offset? Yeah, right. And I guess I'm like, you know, thinking, do I actually need to set that to the center? I don't know. Transform the pivot offset over here. But then I gotta do math. Right, I gotta figure out the size of it, which the size is gonna be variable, you know? Anchors preset, shouldn't there be a nice way to just put it in the center automatically? Right? Like, that seems obvious enough. Anyway, I guess I'm not going to worry about it for right now. And let's just try to get this margin container to be at a position. So in the hub, I want the HUD to get the position of the orbs. So I'm going to need to on-ready all these orbs in here. As if I don't have enough on-readies going on. We're adding more. So we're going to say on-ready variable orb1. And this is going to be a area 3D. Oh, I totally should. You're right. Wow. Let's do it. Region on readies. I love that. I love the little Y with the S. It's so cute. On readies. Okay, and then come down here. On readies, or end region. Nice. Love it. Orb 1, area 3D. I almost want to do like group them up more, if I'm being honest. Area 3D, and that's going to be set to this. And we'll just do the same thing. No, not that. Regions inside of regions. I don't even know. That sounds risky. It sounds like risky business right there. You can? Oh, sweet. I'm actually impressed that it's able to do that. I mean, I guess it makes sense. HTML can do it. Why can't it? Oh, but then they auto-expand whenever you collapse this and make it bigger. Chaos. That's chaos. Now we're just adding extra crap at that point. Alright, this one's 2. This one's 3. 2 and 3. And then extra crap, yeah, exactly. So I want this to be I guess we would say like all the time. It doesn't really need to. Well, I also need it to appear at a certain time, and I need the HUD to handle that. So, like, whenever we hover over it, actually, we do have a signal when power up is hovered, and it calls with the orb number that's hovered. So, I should use that. That's gonna be super easy. Okay, cool. Let's go. Easy peasy. Let's freaking go. You know it. Go to the HUD. And in here, we're gonna go to our ready. Connect it up. And we're gonna, not indent it that much. And we're gonna find this that doesn't exist yet and make it exist on power up hover. Where do I want to put this in here? Power up chosen, right above that, baby. Func on power up hovered. And we want to say, I guess I'll do like a match. If it's 1, it does something. If it's 2, it does something else. And if it's 3, it does something else. Prove me wrong. And specifically, I want to take the position. So if it's In this case, we're making 2. If it is 2, I want to say... How did you get here? Chaos. Just chaos coding. It's moments like this that I do and don't wish that we had a way for chat to be able to type into my script. It's hard. I'm like torn, honestly. So I want to say orb 2 position X. I guess I kind of want to create variables of these or something. Adding an underscore colon case is usually a good idea just in case something goes terribly wrong. Whoa, underscore is the wild... Right, I remember seeing that in the documentation when I was learning about match statements, and I said, that's confusing. I'm ignoring that. But... So this is... if this function runs and there isn't a number. I mean, I'll be honest with you, there is no situation where this function would run without a number. And if it does happen, I would be getting other errors anyway. It wouldn't even allow anything to work. If it doesn't match any of the above, it will always match to the underscore. That sounds useful, but do I really need it here? I mean, you're teaching me things, and I appreciate that. But I think that situation would never exist. But it sounds like you're saying that even if you think it won't exist, I should still do it. I mean, I'll do it. It's just a good idea generally. I'll freaking do it. I'm just gonna say pass. I'll do it. You know what? Screw it, I'll do it. Many devs thought game-breaking bugs wouldn't exist until they do. Fair point. Alright, fine. I'll put it in there. It's just the game would break elsewhere if this didn't call with anything. It would break elsewhere. Or if it called with a different number, there would be another problem that and at that point this would be the least of my worries, because we wouldn't even get to this point. The game would be like, hey, wait, you didn't put something there. Better to catch the error than crash the whole program. I mean, I just feel like it would already crash, but hey, whatever. I like the idea of getting in the habit of doing things that people suggest I do. I do like getting in, and if it's easy and it's simple, it doesn't waste an iota of time, let's do it. Screw it, let's do it. Okay, we do want to pass this for now. So I want to take the position of orb 2, and I want to pass it to this margin container. So I need to on-ready the margin container as well, or that would be helpful probably. We're gonna say onReady, and let's make that accessible as a unique name. You only wasted Yoda's time once. That is exactly what I said. I'm fortunate that you understood what I was saying. I never thought about iota. It does sound like iota, like an iPod, but an iota. It's very different than just Yoda. Surely you know that. I want to say variable orb1. Yeah. I hate it. Not orb1, but orb1 container. This is going to be of type margin container. We can probably tell it to infer. I think this we can tell it to infer safely. I think this is a safe inference situation, right? Probably. I could probably do the same with most of these, now that I think about it. Don't let Apple get Star Wars. The merch is already expensive enough. We don't need IOTAs. Yeah, I feel like that would never happen. I feel like Apple-Disney merger is incredibly unlikely. But then again, maybe it's not. Right, Disney buys Apple. Yeah, you might be right about that. You might be right about that. I actually could, you know, when I think about like Disney Plus TV shows, and I think about Apple TV shows, Apple TV shows, they kind of have a similar vibe. When you drag an object from the scene tree to your script, you know you can hold control before you release mouse button. I did know that. I forgot what it did because I remember being like, oh, that wasn't helpful whenever somebody told me about it. Whoa, it just automatically on-readies it. Whoa. Oh, and it does type it. So maybe I shouldn't infer it. So I remember someone telling me about that, and I was like, I don't need that. But actually, that is kind of nice. If I could remember that, that would be really helpful. Disney took over the world with 3 circles. Sure showed us. Oh yeah, it is 3 circles. You're right. That is all it is. That is all it is. Oh, I hate it. Get it away from me. I feel like I don't like it. Yeah, maybe I should use that more often though. And I guess since Godot would type hint it, I'll type hint it. Well, I guess I should do this for the rest of them then. I haven't made them yet, so I won't. Well, I guess I will. All right, let's make them. Let's make them. So for now, I'm just gonna, well, I should come back here. I mean, it's kind of weird because their positions are gonna change anyway. These aren't, whoa, going to be fixed there. But I guess for the time being, I could change their positions. Move that there. Duplicate this. Call this one 1. Move it over here. But yeah, they're all gonna change. If they're based on a relative position, they're all gonna change anyway. I don't even know if this is the way I'm gonna keep doing it. We'll see. Random tidbit, you can also highlight multiple objects from your scene tree and drop them all in with variables auto-made for them. Huh. I guess they'd have to be on the same... Oh, but that's... Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow. That's pretty cool. This is helpful. I need to remember this stuff, save myself the time. Alright, so I'll drag this in. Screw it, let's do it. We already did 1, so let's grab these. Don't hold, and I remember what confused me the first time someone told me about this, is you don't want to hold control at first. It's not like control, click, drag. It's click, control, drag. Which is a little confusing at first. Nice. And I remember when someone first told me that, I was like, that doesn't work. You're wrong. What are you talking about? You made that up. They didn't. You never do them. Right, like, I don't know. I forgot about it, and now I'm thinking I'll try to remember it. Will I actually do it? I don't know. Was it you who told me about it? Oh, I was still in 3 point... Oh, wow. So it was like double layers of it not working. Not only did I need to drag it and then hold control, but I also was in the wrong version at the time. I wasn't in 3.x, I was in 4.1. 4.1 is what I was in. But we have fixed that. Okay, so now we have all of those set up in there. And so we got orb to position X. I want to say that whenever we hover over orb 2, and it sees that we're hovering over orb 2, could you please take the position of orb to container position X and set it to orb 2 position X? And could you take orb 2 container position Y and set that to orb 2 position Y? Somehow I have a feeling there's like an easier way to write this so it's not multiple lines. I don't know what that is, so this is what I'm doing. Put the wild case underscore at the end of the match, not at the start. Whoa, okay. Alright. Sure. Why? Okay. I'll do it. I wasn't even ever gonna do the wildcard, but y'all were like, you should do it. I also prefer exporting and dragging my nodes into the inspector. Oh, yeah. I can organize them. Doesn't matter if I change the name or path, just like unique names, and I avoid risking typos when typing. Yeah, that's something that I often think I should do more. I guess I ran into issues where I didn't always know, like, what I should export the variable as, and so I just stopped. But that is actually something I've been meaning to want to do more often. Also hold Alt and arrow keys up and down moves lines of code. Oh yeah, I remember that now. I forgot about that. Totally forgot about that. I know about, like, you know, putting the cursor in multiple places. So many of these little things are just like I learn about them one time and I'm like, oh, that's cool, neat, noted. And then I just never remember it in the situation because there's just so many little things. But I like that you remind me because it increases the chance that next time I do remember it. Okay, so maybe this will do something. This has got to be weird. Obviously, I'm going to need to put an offset on here. Otherwise, it's going to be right on top of it. But I am curious. I'm just going to turn off 1 and 3 for now. I'm curious to know if this in any way works. So actually, it's only going to be on hover that it moves into position, which is kind of silly. But that's okay. Oh, why'd it go up there? What are you doing over there? That's where you think you're supposed to go? Why would you think that? Now, why would you think that? Huh, that's neat. Anyways, back to doing the old slow way and ignoring the cool new feature. Exactly. You know, maybe somewhere in the back of one's mind, it sits there and it's just waiting. It's waiting to be accessed. You helped me unlock that. Thank you. Just out of curiosity, like, what if I, I'm just gonna do something here. I'm using the 3D coordinates in 2D. Oh, okay. Right. Well, that makes sense to me as, right. Okay. Right. Well, I don't know what to do about that. I do know that I need to use the loo, so while I ponder how the heck I access that, I'm gonna BRB. I'll be 2 minutes or less. I'll be right back. Look, I've been drinking my tea. I've been sipping on some tea, and that tea needs to go somewhere. So I'm gonna help it do that. I will be right back. Enjoy the music, stretch your legs, get yourself a snack, but don't take too long, because I'm not gonna take too long either. All right, hold on. check live text. Let's do it. It looks like wine, not tea. It looks like wine? It does. It kind of does, doesn't it? I see that. It's totally tea. What are you talking about? It's tea. Yep. It's tea. Okay. Shrink it down. Get out of there. See what we got over here. just Kappa in my face. Alright, let me get that BRB out of here. Lies. That's me. Known liar. Alright. Get viewport, get camera 3D. Oh, whoa. What the heck? How am I gonna remember that? I mean, obviously right now I can do it, but like... So this would be just for the, get camera 3D, unproject position. Unproject position? This is wild. Value of type vector2 cannot be assigned to a variable of type float. Oh, I see. I have to make them the same. Oh, so it's just gonna be 2D. I see. Gotcha. Wow. Wow. Interesting. Okay, I need to look this up. I can't just accept this code and move on, although I will give a credit for this. 100 deep %. Get viewport, get camera 3D. Okay, I guess I get viewport in general. That's what we're looking through. Get camera 3D, the camera that we're currently looking through. I guess I kind of understand that. Have I used any of these in this project so far? Get camera, probably because Dragon Blade told me to use it if I did. Oh, I did here. Oh yeah, this is definitely something that Dragon Blade told me to use before. I'm pretty darn sure. Yep, this was the raycast Dragon Blade helped me set up so I can actually grab the objects and move them around. Could not have done it without them. So that's that. All that does is that sets what the camera, it says, hey, what is the current 3D camera seeing? I mean, then is there a get camera 2D? I'm just trying to learn. Whenever I get code, I try to like at least understand it a little bit. Yeah, there is a get camera 2D. Okay, cool, interesting. Heard. All right, back to where we were, which was here. So we're getting the camera. That's what these first two are doing. Just, hey, show me what, or let's look at stuff that is relative to the camera. Unproject position. Set perspective. Sets the camera projection to perspective mode. Oh, sorry, that's set perspective. Okay, unproject position. Returns the 2D coordinate in the viewport rectangle that maps to the given 3D point in world space. There you go. When using this to position GUI elements over a 3D viewport, use isPosition behind to prevent them from appearing in the 3D point if the 3D point is behind the camera. Say what? If the 3D point is behind the camera? This is a wild sentence. When using this to position GUI elements, all right, we have that part of the sentence. And then at the end, if the 3D point is behind the camera. So why not say, when using this to position GUI elements, if the 3D point is behind the camera, use isPosition behind. That sentence needs some revision. So I think that's unrelated to what we're doing here. Okay, returns the 2D coordinate in the viewport rectangle that maps. Okay, cool. Wow. Unproject position. So it's not the projection Or it's taking the position, it's un-3Ding. Why I can't just say vector 2 position? Or it's a weird way to word it, but maybe it makes sense and I'm the problem. Am I the problem? Maybe I'm the problem. It is the projection, but we're unprojecting it. It says unproject. It's not the projection. If it was the projection, it would be project position. We're unprojecting it. That doesn't make any sense. Okay. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm gonna throw this projector out the window. Unproject position. I'm thinking I'm gonna start using projectors when I start making YouTube videos. I'm gonna have like a projection that like lights me and has stuff on it on the wall behind me. Anyway, I'm just saying. A question about camera's method unproject position. For some reason, I need the detailed process of the method unproject position, so I found the copy the code from C++ source code. Then I got a question in the function in, okay, this is nerdy. This is real nerdy. This is useless to me. This isn't helpful. Get out of my face. Someone explain it to me. Takes a position 3D and outputs the position that it appears in 2D on your screen. Okay. 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 We just have to accept. We just have to accept that it means what it means. That's all I need, right? Just accept it. If you need to do 2D, 3D, you unproject it. Just accept it. It is still projection, but it's different kind of projection. All right. So let's see if that looks better. You understand what it actually does, but I don't understand what Godot means by unprojected. Right. Yeah, same. I mean, whoa. Okay. It's a little better. It's better. It's not worse. It's not worse. I mean, it should just be completely overwriting the position of it, right? Yes, I have it in a spot here, but I don't think moving that is gonna make... Oh, it does. It makes a lot of difference. It makes quite a difference. No, it doesn't. That's just because it's being reset. I don't think that has any difference. If I reset this and we drop it down, that's not gonna matter. Still going up to that weird spot over there. It's like offsetting it or something. I don't think any of that's gonna make a difference. I wonder if I like use a control node instead of a margin container, it might behave better. There it goes. Like, I mean, I hate to do it because I'm just gonna have to, like, you know, fudge things around a bit. Instead of setting the position, set the global position. Oh, yeah, right, global. You know, there was a time where whenever I do something with position, if it didn't work, next thing, switch it to global. But I forgot. I might need to do it with both of them or something. Orbs come down. Okay, not just there. Is your HUD canvas a child of another canvas? No. No, it is not. It is a child of the main scene. is all. So maybe we want to fetch the global position as well. Better. Much better. Oh, this is perfect. Look, because the anchor point is right there. We need to fetch the global position. Do I have to set the global position, or do I just need to fetch it? I'm just curious. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So then I just gotta figure out how to move that offset in a way that's adaptable, right? So I can just keep this as position. Because if I go in here and I manually set, so I think I need to do it in code, right? Unless there's some way to tell it to always figure, you know, in the UI, to tell it, hey, set the offset position, please, the pivot point, to be at the center of whatever size you are. Is it just me, or did that get bigger? Did they all get bigger? Or did just that one get bigger? Just that one did. Okay, there we go. You can use a parent control point for your text and move the text to be offset of that. Sure, pivot offset equals size divided by 2. Oh, it's a good idea. Well, and Dragon Blade, that makes sense. I just already set up the on-readies for the margin container, and sure, I could just change that. But glitch code suggestion does sound simpler. Does sound a bit simpler there. At least for now. Is this the right place to put it, though? I don't know. It's a place. It's the only place that really matters, if you think about it. I wonder how this is gonna go animation-wise. I don't know how this is gonna work, because if we're forcing the position, I'm not gonna be able to animate the position, so I'm still gonna have to get a bit creative with how we animate it. Well, No, because positions are inherited anyway, so never mind. Actually, I was gonna say I could have it move a top layer, but not the layer below, but that won't work. And if I have it in code move a layer below, it won't work because it's still trying to inherit from the layer above it. So I think it's just gonna be tricky. Okay. That's a great idea, right? Just type it in, pivot. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I keep missing the autocomplete. Yes, give me autocomplete. I think we can just do, oh, we have to specify. You said just size divided by 2? Oh, so I would probably still need to say orb to container. Yeah, I mean, it's messy, but couldn't I just do that? Just like that. Okay, drop the orbs down. No. No. Not work. Do not work. I wonder if it's like a timing issue. That seems unlikely though. Post it in live how I set the offset. Alright, I may have to do that. Boo! I'm surprised that didn't work. It really seems like it would work. It's giving woodwork. When I move it, I get the parent of the panel to set the position. Right, so you like the pivot is like the anchor of the control node above it. Yeah, that makes sense. And when you move it, you get the parent, to set the position. Oh, it's right. So I could keep the margin container and just have it get the parent. That feels unnecessary. Okay, so let's not do it like this. And I guess I'll be nesting these up here. In your case, you don't have a pivot parent. Oh, no, I need one though, right? That's what I would do, is I would create a pivot parent. That's what we're talking about, right? Wait. I'll wait by going back. I promise. I promise. I wait for nothing. See the label? Oh yeah. Yeah, of course. Absolutely. It would be my pleasure. Label is over here. Horizontal alignment is to the left, to be fair. I could center its horizontal alignment. But I feel like it's still gonna put it to that pivot, no? That's not what you said, I said that, so. I guess I'm not really asking you. Layout direction inherited, I don't think that helps. It's probably all inherited. So yeah, that's my label. That's my label. All right, I'm gonna continue doing the chaos. Yeah, it's all locked because the it's all about inheritance. It's one of the, not necessarily frustrating because I guess it kind of seems necessary, but it's just one of those things with UI and Godot is everything has to be inherited. So we're gonna add a control node up here. Oh, I already did. That's 2 control nodes. Well, I do need 3, so let's do it. Take these, push them up, uppy, uppy. That's a little too uppy. I overshot it. Downy, downy. Right here. Take margin container 1, put it in there, and so on and so forth. Rename these to orb 1 UI, orb 2 UI, and orb 3 UI. And then I'm just gonna unaccess these all as unique names, or revoke all of their unique names, and we're gonna give them to these instead. Now come back to the script, get that nice and updated. So instead of having these be margin containers, these are all control. I should probably use things I know. Alt click all around here, so that way I can modify them all at once. Backspace all this, type in control. Oops. That's why I often don't use the multiple cursors, is sometimes it's hard to like click them in the right places. Okay, there, and there. Delete, 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 delete. And instead we say percent orb whatever UI. Oops, forgot to do equals. This one is 2, and that one is 3. Okay, now it's all nice and updated. I guess I want to change the name of these from container, if I'm being honest, to UI. So we're going to replace the word container with UI. Check each match, make sure it makes sense. It does not make sense there. It does not make sense there. Yes, replace. Yes, replace. 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 Okay. All right, now back over here, we need this. Oh dear. We need this. This is gonna be a little messy. I want that to be anchored in the center. Wait, do I know what I'm doing? I want that position reset. And I want to move this, I guess, to be like, I don't even know. Wait, how do I even, wait, is this, is this what I actually want? Where's my anchor settings? Anchor preset. Whoa. It's a little tricky because, again, this name is going to be different. And if I want it to be in the center of this... Oh, I see. I see. I probably want to have the margin container be... I see, I think. I almost feel like instead of a margin container, I might want something else. But I know there's a way. There we go, bam. We gotta set the anchor of this to be in the center. There we go, right? Maybe? No, wait. Is it inheriting that though? Because if I... Anchors are usually underwater. That's a good point. That's a good point. Thank you. That's actually a very helpful, well, not in this situation whatsoever, but I'm sure in some situation that is helpful. Welcome, Insane Alpha Beta. Good to see you. Thanks for coming through. Because okay, just out of curiosity. So if I set the orb 3 to be in the center, the orb 3 UI control node to be in the center, really, well, I guess the real test would be if I don't put it in the center, if I move it like way over here, and then I take the orb 3 margin container, which is apparently way over there, and then I anchor that to the center. Oh, nice. Yes. Okay, good. It's relative to its top level. Perfect. So that, yes. Okay, good. Beautiful. Gotta give some props. I gotta give props where props are due. Where's that UI design credit? There it is. Thank you, Dragon Blade. That was the way. I'm setting up power-up names and UI stuff. And I'm trying to make sure that their position matches 3D stuff. This is absolute chaos. Oh, looking at follows. Let's go. Of course it does. Put that there. We got to make sure we set this one up the same way too. This is for the one on the left. It actually doesn't matter where I anchor it at this point. But what I do want to do is make sure that one's in the center. I guess what I do want is... Or what if I say Yeah, I kind of like it having like no box around it. It just feels, it feels more pointy. It feels pointier. I like that. So we're gonna do that. Okay, beautiful. Nice. All right, so now they're all centered, right? Double check. Yep. They all look good and centered. Good. And so now, actually, it should work quite well. The other two, the one on the left and the right, I haven't actually hooked up. Hook them up! What are you waiting for? You got the code. The only thing left there is to make them visible at that moment, which, heck, should not be hard to do. We just gotta write it up in here. Paste that, update the numbers. This one is 1. This one is 1. That is also 1. This one is 3. That one is also 3. Okay? And then I also want to make them visible, so they should be, in theory, invisible. I'm going to keep them visible here because it helps me be able to see them. This would be another good place for a region, actually. Region, hiding useful, hide from editor, hide outside of editor. It makes sense to me. Hiding elements outside the editor. I know it's weird, but basically what this is, these are things that I want visible in the editor, the loading text, the level up message. I want that stuff to be visible here. Funnily enough, it isn't visible because it's super tiny. Region, I'm scared. But in theory, these would, you know, I don't want this to be hidden so I can edit it. But in the game, I do want it to be hidden so it's not showing all the time in the game. So then I just hide it in the ready function, which is a little freaking messy, but I don't care. So yeah, so that this is kind of just like a bunch of stuff it's starting to get to be, and I think it is a good place to hide some things. So let's do it. So then I'm gonna say orb 1 UI. It's getting to be a lot here at this point. Look at that. We just expanded that by 3 lines. Tuck it away. Tuck it away. No one needs to see that. So, good. And then I need to make sure it becomes visible over here. I'm looking at that mini-map on the UI script. Do I want to know what all that is at the bottom? You're looking at that mini-map. Oh. Yeah, you want to know. Yes, an epic match statement. This was set up as a better than nothing way to get things going. But basically, every time we increase the level, the minimum number of abductions or score that's necessary to get increases. And right now, it's just linearly going up by 10 each time. I don't actually want it to be by 10 each time. I'd actually want it to be different depending on the level. Maybe this one's 49. Maybe this one's 60. Maybe that one's 70. Maybe this one's 80. You know, stuff like that. And so it checks to see what level are we on. And if we are on that level, then update the minimum. So it's definitely chaos. There's a lot going on there. You know, we could easily kind of just collapse that, but yeah, that's what that is. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yes. You're right. We could. Yeah. And then a giant long thing would be at the top of the script. I guess it wouldn't be as long because it would... No, it kind of would. At that point, aren't we just moving things around? I mean, if there's a genuine, massive, major, severe, important advantage, I'm all for it. Technically, I don't know what that is. The advantage. Oh no. Yeah. Alright. Alright, let me explain what it, let me tell y'all what this is. So let's play the game, let's check in with it. You'll be looking at making constant checks and data setting versus just looking up something cached in your memory. Oh, that does sound better. That does sound better. Dang it. Alright, so here we are on level 0. Level 0 is told to have a score minimum of 1. So since we are on level 1, the score, or level 0, the score minimum is 1. So if I add a point here and we level up to level 2, on level update just ran and it just updated the score minimum to 10. You can't see it yet because something else, actually this right here, is what's going to update it. This function has not run yet. Hit this, 10 comes in. That's the 10. Now we're going to go to level 2. Congratulations, we just leveled up. We're on level 2. And now this is now updated to 20. But only whenever this function runs is it going to show. So we click on this, bam, now it's on 20. Yes, but it's just placeholder numbers. At some point, I'm going to want to tailor it to be different numbers depending on the level. I just don't know what it is yet because I actually only have a level 1. And so what I want is to build the levels, play them, and kind of feel what feels fair. Like, oh, okay, maybe 20 is, or 10 extra is too many for level 2. Or maybe we need more for level 2. So for now, it's 10 every level. But at some point in the future, I intend to adjust those values. That's why it's set up like that. But that does make sense to use a dictionary for this instead, because this is going to be more unnecessary processing power that a dictionary would save on. Because this is constantly checking it in real time, whereas that would be data that it could just pull from that it already has, as you said, put in memory. So that makes a lot of sense. If you export the dictionary, you can edit it in the editor and not have the big list. I love the big list. Sometimes I gotta be honest, like, export variables help me sometimes. But often, I just prefer setting, if it exists in one place. I don't like it if it exists in multiple places. That I hate. But I would want that to be true in the script too. I generally like being able to just do it in the script, but I hear you. You just need to check stored data. Variable minimum levels, dictionary equals. Yeah, you know, dictionaries hurt my brain. I need to give more time to learn dictionaries. Then just pass in the level and the value is your minimum. Yeah. You would use a curve? That makes sense, but the curve would still be like fixed. You know, I want the flexibility. I wanna say, you know, maybe level 3 only has one extra minimum, and it's just like a really hard person to find. You know, I want to leave room for the level design to be more dynamic than just a curve or a linear line, whichever one. I don't even care. I want it to be more like how the progression of the game feels. Because I kind of want like the last level to even have like almost like a boss. Not necessarily a boss fight, but something like that. So it could be, I just don't know yet. I kind of want to play it out and see what feels good. And so, you know, yeah, it could be that one level just has one extra minimum in it or something like that, you know? Yeah, totally. In level 10, you need 1,000. Level 11, you just need 50. Yeah, totally. Maybe. Like maybe there's just like a whole sea of people and you just easily grab them all. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't like exported dictionaries. Maybe if they finally let us static type it. Too annoying otherwise. Well, I'll tell you what. This is what I'm gonna give you. Or me. This is what I'm gonna give me from you. Is You'll consider. Maybe I should make a color for this. My consider notes. Consider making this a dictionary to save some performance. Every time the game starts, it picks a random level and puts a large minimum so you have a random troll level. Whoa. Kind of sounds cool, actually. I'm totally gonna set this up with a warning message. Oh, that's in editor settings, right? Editor settings. Somewhere in here. Text editor. I don't remember where that is. I would consider to make a resource for each level, which has all the data related to that level, including needed score. Whoa. Oh, theme, thank you. That's awesome. I mean, look, at one point, I would love to remake this game, like from borderline scratch, besides borrowing elements. And if not remake this game exactly, like the next game I make, you know, have it take lessons that I learned from here. That honestly sounds like a really, really good lesson to take for the next iteration of a game that I make. Wow. Make a resource for each level, which has all the... I might even still do that yet. Because, I mean... the next game will all be static. Yes, you know it. You know it. Maybe. Maybe I'll start with trying my best to static everything. And then in the next game after that, we'll do the errors. There's still room for that actually to happen, the resource thing. We'll see. Right now, I just have like on the globals, it's kind of messy. Honestly, that's on my to-do list, is to improve how level switching is. So I'll show you even some more chaos. Okay, so critical list, warning list, notice list. It's a notice list. Consider. That's where that lives. Notice color is green. I like that. Consider. Now I need to find my other considers. I bet I have, look at all these. Okay, there's only 4, but still, that's more than not 0. Consider. 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 What can I say? It's just, it's what I do. Yeah, so there's a lot going on with the level stuff. You're right. You're right. But that would be boring. Now you're just trying to be right. Good for you. Good for you. So I have a lot of weird things going on with the levels, as you may see here. So like, you know, this is level 0. That's level 1. You guys missed this stream. I did this stream a couple weeks ago. And I just wanted to be able to go from level 0 to level 12, the last level in the game. So I did all this chaos. The old and slow, baby. So we literally have every 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 set up in here. 1 for 1. And that's just how it works. It's, in a way, it's beautiful. You know, we can always collapse it, but I like it. Actually, I don't like it. I'm gonna actually collapse this. This is too much chaos. And then elsewhere, it honestly makes a lot of sense. The resource and the dictionary, like all that stuff makes so much sense because there are a lot of places. These are the playlists. This is an array. I feel like this actually makes more sense to exist there. But where things get wacky again is down here, epic match statement. I haven't even filled all these out yet, but in theory, these would all be filled out with level 0, level 1, level 2, level 3, but I haven't gotten to make those yet. So the placeholder is, well, placeholders. But technically, Another giant match statement. All things that could be considered being a part of this dictionary and or resource future life. But for now, it's like that. And that has to be okay. All right, back to power up menu. The only thing I needed to add in before getting delightfully distracted, honestly, is I want it to be Fusion Dance, a dictionary of resources. Oh, that's beautiful. It's beautiful. You should write lyrics for code music. I don't know. Sometimes I just decide to say a thing. I'm gonna say orb1 UI visible, and I want that same thing up in her, except this one is 2 and that one is 3. Okay. Oh wait, I probably should have said true. My bad. My bad. Let's add all that in there. Equals true. And I'll start with the sound of hitting my head against the wall. Yeah, it's very appropriate. That would be fun. Maybe that should be my first YouTube video, is a music video about the frustrations of coding. Sometimes I decide to say a thing. Oh, me too! Though that usually gets me in trouble a lot. Yeah, it does get you in trouble. That's absolutely correct. Alright, so we drop this down. They're all just gonna become visible. Bam, power up name. Bam, power up name. Bam, power up name. Let's go! Oh! It only took 5 hours. I mean, we did other things, but like, kind of technically, this is the result of 5 hours. I love it. I'm proud of it. Okay. So I wanted to do a little bit more than this, and I don't quite want it to look exactly like that. 4 hours of it was set get, I know. It was like 2 hours. It was like 2 hours. Great. Good. You know what? Let's do a GitHub push. Power up text. Power up names appear over orbs when hovered. It does do that. It does do that. Tell me it doesn't. You can't, because it does. Now, I want it to not be in those spots, right? I want it to not be directly in the center. I actually want it to be pivoted a little away from that. Luckily, we can do that pretty easily. So I want to say, for this one, push it up. I'm kind of going to need to feel this out. I wonder if I can easily, I feel like I can do this at runtime. Some things don't update at runtime as well as I'd like, but I think this will update in a helpful enough way. Alright, so there's that. Yeah. So just kind of find what looks the best. I do see some potential conflict with this text. So either I need to make this smaller or just think about, probably make this smaller. Probably makes the most sense to make this smaller. Because what I want is like a little bit more info, honestly. Like I want a VBox in here with multiple things. So I think I need to do a little bit of reimagining how this looks. Because personally, I'm someone who has bad vision. So for me, it's nice to think about things being good and large. But often in games, things aren't that large. And we just accept that, and that's our life. So, I might want to consider making it smaller, and that just be okay. Something else that I want to do is, I need to get, when we hover off of it, for it to go away. I'll use the same method that is happening for these orbs, because they stop animating when you move away from them. That's, I believe, literally a whole other signal. So we'll deal with that too. Okay, so getting back to the size of the text. Right here. Your eyes don't work. You need binoculars, of which you do not have. Really? Seriously? Are you just joking? You gotta get you some glasses if you need them. You deserve them. I haven't gone to the eye doctor in, like, many years. Many, many, many years. I almost failed my driver's license vision test the other day. It was terrible. Your eyes suck, always have. Yeah, mine too. But some people like don't have glasses, but they totally need glasses. That's like a real thing. Obviously. Something else to consider is how much of a description you plan on giving for your upgrades. Oh yeah, Dungeon Martian does this a lot. I know when I play your games, Dungeon Martian, I often think to myself, I'm gonna be wanting to take notes from what Dungeon does for sure. And I've seen you experiment with different ways of doing power-ups and descriptions. How much of a description you plan on giving for your upgrades? Roguelikes historically have been very coy with what exactly their upgrades do, but I think players are over it largely. Yeah. I don't like having to play games with a wiki open just to understand what's going on. I really appreciate you saying that, actually, because like a roguelike game that I really love, and I actually haven't played a lot of roguelikes. It's something that I want to do. I want to like stream playing roguelikes. I think that would be something good for the sake of studying for the game. But a roguelike that I really enjoy is called Downwell. And it feels like it kind of teaches me everything I really need to know about a simple, basic, contemporary roguelike. And yeah, it does that exact same thing. It has like, there's one that even though I've researched it, I already still have forgotten what the heck it does when I play it. And it's called Balloon, and literally it has a little bit of a description, and it says a pretty balloon. It might not even be anything. But you know what? Actually, this game is coy. To me, this is my biggest inspiration when it comes to making my game like a roguelike, is Downwell. It's a really cool game. It was published by Devolver Digital, but it was made by this person, Moppin. And it's like a solo dev game, basically. And it's got like 3 colors. I just love this game so much. It's so simple, and it does such an amazing job of... okay, here we go. It does such an amazing job of simplifying mechanics that do multiple things. But anyway, so here they'll say the name of it, Gem Attractor, and then they have one little bonus line that tells you what it does. But there are certain ones that will be coy, like you're saying, and it won't be as much information. But this kind of does give you some info. So maybe I'll kind of go with this. This is like one of my biggest inspirations for this game in terms of roguelikitude. So maybe I should grab from that and just have name and description. Because this description could even be better for what it does. Thank you for even raising that point and just giving me a second to like pause and think about it. Some level of secret content is really important for roguelikes, including in the upgrades, but there's a line that you have to play around with. Right. Noted. I appreciate you mentioning that. That's a credit as far as I'm concerned. I guess, like, I don't even know if I have, like, a credit for that. Because I really haven't gotten into a lot of the roguelike features at this point, truth be told. It's just because I really wanted to get the mechanics that allow for it to even be a roguelike to exist. Like, being able to go between levels, being able to choose a power-up, being able to, you know, get points or die or not die. You know, I needed to get all those in place before I can even experiment with the roguelikitude. So I guess this is kind of its own thing. And I guess we just say roguelike design. Because I appreciate you talking to me about that. I really do. Especially coming from you, because I know you do a lot of that roguelike stuff. Roguelike design. That's it. That's the one. Okay. In older versions of a game that you made, many items give damage up. But if that's a 0.5 damage up or a 1.5 times damage up multiplier, you can't be sure until you hit a bunch of enemies and feel it out. Whoa. Interesting. Binding of Isaac. Oh, not your game. I was like, oh yeah, you made the Binding of Isaac? I see. That's one that I'll obviously play. Although, you know, it feels like the kind of game that's way, 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 way out of a scope. Like, I could never make a game like that. Like, maybe, but it's like such a huge, it like had like a team, you know? You know, that's what I like about studying a game like Downwell, is it was made by one person with like, you know, a sound designer or something. But other than that, it was like made by a person. But I'm still gonna like study it regardless. Glitch Code says, you need glasses, but you don't have. But it's not like I'm Velma on the floor. I can't see without my glasses. Steps on glasses, oops. Yeah, I am. I absolutely am. I have really, really bad vision. Honestly, like, here's the thing that eye doctors have always told me, is that the longer you go without getting a better prescription for your eyes, the worse your eyes get. And the harder it is to correct them with lenses. Harder and or more expensive. And the thicker the lenses you have to get and all that stuff. So, for whatever that's worth, the sooner you deal with it, the better. But no pressure. I ain't your mother. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. But, you know. This is coming from me, who hasn't gone to the eye doctor in like 10 years. And I need to, so... I like the neat approach Dead Cells went, using a 3D model and using a pixelated shader so they can have pixel art, but the smoothness of the 3D animations. Dead Cells is one I hear about a lot too. Now I just have to find the moments where there's the power-ups. This is good inspiration. Flash Binding of Isaac was made by 2 people. Oh, wow! I want to play that one. I should okay. I'm actually gonna update my hacking plan with this because I do have a list of games that I've played on the hacking plan, or that I've been planning to play. Some that I have played. Where did I put that? Gameplay? No. Maybe it was an overview? Ideating? Game studies? Oh yeah, I did look. I played this one game. This was not made by one person. But it was a game. It was a. The reason why I played this game, I hate running backwards, is it combines endless runner gameplay. It's actually also by Devolver Digital, but it's not that good in my opinion. I actually hated this game. I thought this game was really bad. It was good enough, but like it had a lot of problems that made it not that fun to play. But the reason why I studied it is because it's set up like an endless runner and it's a roguelike. And so I'm making this endless runner and a roguelike, so I wanted to see like another game that did that. And it made a lot of choices that made it really unfun. And so I tried to like study it and take down all kinds of notes about what I didn't like about it. But I should also add in, so I have a list of games to study. And it seems like that's one that I want to put in there now. Is Binding of Isaac original version versus new one. Just so I have that note to myself. Glitched has a lack of enjoyment in the action of running backwards consistently. Yeah, it's understandable. It's totally understandable. see if I can find and appreciate the design that they had on here. I want to play more roguelikes. I do, and I should. Maybe I need to do it sooner than later. You know, now that I'm starting to get into more of the design elements related to roguelikes. You didn't like Dead Cells that much? Perhaps I need to... This is the time to really start studying them more. Or even, I don't even know what the upgrade screen is gonna look like. Something. I should probably look that up. Oh wait, this is like mutations. Really? Your stuff is still being automated? Dang. YouTube hates you today. YouTube is like raining down so much vitriol towards you. So this is like popping up. It looks like, to me, it's popping up an entire menu. So I'm not sure what the heck Glitched was talking about. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go. Enter the Gungeon. Yeah, is that another Devolver one? Yeah, that's one that I want to play for sure. Nuclear Throne. Oh yeah, Noida. A great game full of things not to do. So I've watched Pirate Software play Noida often. Which seems like it's really good for, you know, live streamer integration. Didn't they also make the engine from the ground up or something? Anyway, alright. Let me drop that in there. It shouldn't have been a roguelike. Oh. It's not like a bad game, but it isn't a good roguelike. Dungeon Martian suggestions. We'll just put that in there. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I think what I'll do is I'll have the name and we'll have a slight description. And then looking at the way it's done in Downwell, I do love Downwell so much. And so I think I would like to mimic that a bit. Oh, because when I hovered over it while it was coming down, it moved to a different position. Might even want to say that you can't hover over it until... And that's the other thing. Like, do I even want it to be, like, hovered over, right? Well, I guess I do. Yeah, no, you do. Do it. The player will figure it out. We can't hand feed everything to the player, as I hand feed myself. Noida is close in scope to Terraria, and expects you to be able to complete that level of content, with very limited healing options and some unfun insta-death mechanics. Oh, I see. It's too hard. It's too hard. I mean, something I like about roguelikes is how punishing they can be. But that punishment feels, you know, like in Downwell, I've never beaten Downwell. I don't know if I ever will. But I love trying to beat it. And I love getting a little further each time. And I love feeling like I can understand how I would beat it if I got better. But it sounds like what you're describing with Noida is that it doesn't necessarily make sense how to get better at it if it's throwing a certain amount of chaos at you. Too much chaos, potentially. Interesting. You don't even mind that the game is hard, it's that you spend the first 15 minutes of each run scrounging around for anything to survive the genre switch. And you often just don't. Oh, that sounds terrible. That sounds really frustrating. So, I mean, and that sounds like also very different than the game I'm making for sure. You know, where all these roguelikes, or that roguelike seems much more about, you know, preparing yourself for something that's happening. You know, this game is just throwing you right into it. You're immediately playing it. You're immediately going level to level. But progression is so important, right? As you build up power-ups and whatever else, karma is going to be a thing in this game. You know, the player is making choices to build their character. And yeah, I would never want it to feel like a grind. A grind is not what I'm going for. It's interesting. It's interesting to think about. Okay, so where am I gonna put these? I mean, here's the other thing: is if only one is gonna be visible at a time, and sort of like Downwell is doing here. That's not Downwell. Like what Downwell is doing is there's one place for the thing. So if you hover over one thing, right? So we hover over the middle icon, it gives you the text for that one and the message for that one. You hover over the right icon, it gives you the text, the name for that one and the text for that one. Whereas here, I'm putting them in the actual locations. We could have the name in one place and we could have the description like right here. That way I don't have to make the name smaller. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. That's what I wanna do. That's it. That way I don't have to shrink this down to be so tiny. And it can still have some, like, you know, relativity to the actual thing that we're hovering over. Okay. So then I'm gonna need to create yet another thing here that is the description that gets updated. No, it also has a ton of upgrades with hidden mechanics that can instantly ruin your run. Oh yeah, right. Your shots have less knockback, also makes it so your shots barely go anywhere. Genuinely run ruining. Oh, that's terrible. I would think a power-up should be either useless or useful. Or using it has consequences. Not it fundamentally changes you to be worse. Although that's not, I mean, you know, I think it can fundamentally change you to be worse, but it's different when it ruins the run. Right, pros and cons are okay. Oh, so if you make that choice. Yeah. Alright, I hear you. Okay, control node. I don't really need a control node, if I'm being honest. I don't need one. Delete it. For this one, I will just make it a margin container. And I'm gonna put this somewhere. Let's put it right there. Margin container, power up, text. And then in there, I mean, I don't even think I need like a H box or a V box or anything. I'm just gonna drop a label in. And then for that container, I want it to be down at the bottom. Probably a little higher than that. These aren't really the positions that these would be at. Of course. Let's Just move him out of the way. Label description of power up goes here. More text might be added if needed. Necessary. Very boring. Not exciting at all. That's what I'm typing in there. And let's theme it up a little bit. Give it a little flavor. I don't actually know what font I want to use for that. Like, I want it to evoke the same thing. Not exactly sure. But do I want it to be the same font as this? I don't know, because this also is a very inefficient font. Like, it's quite wide, it takes up a lot of space. Have I thought about adding a rumble feature for controller players? I haven't thought about that, no. It's interesting. I mean, I'm gonna go with this for now, and if it looks bad, I'll change it. I definitely am going to be setting up controller settings. I'm definitely procrastinating that more than I should. But that is something that I want to do, is add that in. Yeah, that makes sense. Not a lot of controllers have rumble though, do they? I mean, that's more of like a console thing. There's a function to vibrate a controller? Dang. Dang. That would be a nice touch. I'll tell you what, Gap Games. Put it on the hack and plan. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll stick it in there. Consider adding rumble feature for controller players. Suggested by gapgames.com. Confirmed as being a function by glitched code. It's a program thing most keyboard players don't think of. Okay. I'll give you a game concepts credit, since I took that note down. Cap games, where you at on here? There you are. Okay. Note taken. Thank you. So I guess this is gonna be what I try for now. I might change that font at some point. I do want it to wrap, if it wouldn't mind. That would be helpful. I'd also like it to have an outline. So let's give it one. Let's go. And then I'm gonna make it wrap. I think I just stumbled on that earlier. Auto wrap mode, arbitrary, let's do word. Nice. And then with the margin container, we can adjust those constraints a bit. Sure. Why not? Something like that. And if it could be centered, that'd be nice. What's the error on the label? Labels with auto-wrapping enabled must have a custom minimum size configured to work correctly inside a container. Oh, okay. Did not know that. Okay. Custom minimum size. I don't know. I don't know what minimum size I want it to be. 800. I guess I should make it match the margin container. Margin container. Oh, it doesn't even. Oh, like transform. It's 1120 is what the margin container is set at. So if I set this to 1120, right, but we have the margins added in. So 160, or actually 320 minus 120. Subtract 120 from it, that goes down to 1,000. Subtract 200, that's 800. Seems odd that I have to do that, but okay, I'll do it. It might get weird if I adjust the margins and I don't update that, but who cares? All right, cool. Good. I think we could move this up a little bit. That could be nice. Get it a bit higher. I don't really want it to be that high, though. I actually think I want this, instead of being centered, I'd like it to be at the top. So vertical alignment. Oh, it is at the top. Oh, but that's just of the text. I see. You flooded the art channel? Yay! That's awesome. I don't know if you know this, but every Friday, you probably do know this, but it's a good time to point it out. Every Friday, I do a live stream on patreon.com/hypergamedev. You can join the Patreon for free, and you will get access to that super secret unlisted live stream. And by doing that, you have the opportunity to have your crap checked out. Not only that, but you can see other people's crap being checked out. It's awesome. It's like my favorite thing to do, is see what you guys are up to and hang out with you while I do it. I post the clips of whatever I check out if you're not there, even if you are there, to the Discord. So you can get feedback on your art or play tests for your games, stuff like that, and I'll stream it, and something to think about. So patreon.com/hypergamedev, join up for free, and you'll get notified about that live stream. I look forward to checking out your art tomorrow on Friday. Let's go. Now, if I want that to be on the top there, I'm surprised that it is centered anyway. Would you mind going up to the top for me? I guess I could reduce the top margin, but that seems silly. Vertical. I know. I was so surprised when I said it. I was like, oh yeah, I guess that is tomorrow. I guess it is. Okay, well, whoa. It feels weird to be doing this, but I guess I'm just gonna subtract the margin. I don't feel great about that, but it's what I'm gonna do. All right, minus, so I just subtracted 70 there from that top margin. That's what I've decided to do. No going back now. Well, there is. So I want this, I have to say, it's strange that it's bigger than the power-up name. That bothers me tremendously. You know, I'm starting to rethink how I want to do this. No, I'm not. Like, why have 3 different power-up name slots? That's silly. I mean, if I'm thinking ahead, right? Like when I actually have names to put in there, I don't want to have 3 different ones that it potentially slots the name into. I'd want to have one, and that one moves between the 3. Yeah, I think I need to reimagine how this is being designed immediately. And which we can still use all the code that we were using that was helpful and useful. But then I can make, the reason why I was thinking about that is because then I can make the text a lot bigger because it's going to be centered. So it doesn't really matter if it's super large because it's not going to overlap with anything. Yeah. And then who cares if it covers up the thing in the middle? Like, whatever. It's just a stupid icon. I mean, I guess I kind of care. I could even have it go above it. Ooh, what if all of them go above it a little? Yeah. I think we should be teleporting the same one around. That's what I think. All right, we're changing it. Changing it up. This is going to happen. So back to the code. So instead of saying, okay, which orb are we on? Sorry, Shorts feed, for everything being covered. I don't think it was that big a deal, but I apologize. So instead of it saying, if it's orb 1, show orb 1 UI, we'll just have one single orb UI and one single orb name text. But we do actually want the match statement. And we do want to show this, and we want to hide this. So actually, a lot of this isn't going to change. The only thing that's going to change is we're going from having 3 of these things to having just one of them. So I'm going to just delete this, and I'm going to delete that. Wait, let's keep 2, since 2 is had the offset that I want. And we're just gonna call this, I'm even gonna rename this entirely, power up name. Is what I'm calling that. I'm gonna rename this to power up description. So then I gotta come back to my script. We gotta fix some things here. So instead of having all of these, this is power up name. And down here, oh wait, I guess I want to change the numbering or the name of it too. I'm just gonna call it power up name. Well, really this is power up name label. It's pretty obnoxious, but that's what I'm calling it. Because, you know, at some point I'm gonna want to set that variable, sorry for having that up on the screen. At some point I'm gonna want to set that variable to be different. So this is what I did. I know on the widescreen I had that covered. I've renamed this to power up name label, setting that to power up name, and then at some point I'm gonna want it to be different, like maybe a dictionary or something. I'm gonna want it to be different depending on what power-ups load into those 3 different slots. Well, that's gonna hurt my brain. I can't wait to have my brain hurt in that way. We do want to keep the orb 1, 2, 3 position information, however. And actually, you know, now it won't really matter if we hide them. I mean, I do need them to hide, but now it's gonna, well, okay, I need to fix something I broke. But for the most part, it should jump around to the different positions. Oh, yeah, that'll do it. Yeah. Okay. Whenever I hover over each one, it's gonna jump between the three. So bring that on down. Bam, 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 bam. Love it. Much better. And that can also have the animation. If I want to do some juicy slide out, it can always just slide out from the bottom since we know it's going to be above it. Cool. Good. And I'd obviously want that description to change depending on what you hover over. Dungeon says, for my upgrades in games, I do one absurdly long dictionary, but resource files might be a more sane solution. Yeah, Dragon was mentioning that earlier, actually. For levels, but I haven't really integrated resource files into... Sorry, shorts feed. I forgot to close that. It's really, I need a way to remember to close those things. Anyway, it hasn't really entered into my, integrated into my like workflow to figure out how to use resources to my advantage. But sometimes in chat, people are like, you should use a resource for that. And I'm like, okay, and I do. So for the resource files, I mean, like what kind of file would I even use? Like, what would it be? I don't even know. Genuinely don't even know. So what considerations do I need to have here? I mean, I don't necessarily... I'm kind of focusing on UI more than anything. They were great! I like how they're great, but we still don't keep using them. I'm trying to decide like how much I want to set it up to be ready to receive new information, or if I just want to think about the UI setup juice. I mean, it would be nice if the description would change every time. You know, I almost wish I had some placeholder power-ups. You know, I almost want to do that. It might be better for a next time thing, and today just focus on setting up this framework. But I want this framework to somewhat make sense for receiving things, instead of just being like a mess that I have to fix and clean up later. I mean, a couple problems. One, you know, if I move my cursor away, the power-up name doesn't go away. I feel like I would like that. And then I don't know if that's the most accessible way to do it, but Glitch sneezed, and now my inside liquids are trying to leak out the meat suit. Again? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. You need to get that checked out? Are you okay? It's like the second... You have a nosebleed every day? The inside liquids and I don't get along. Alright, heard. My gosh. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I don't know, I'm just kind of thinking right now. You're broken and falling apart, that's your life now? But that sucks. That doesn't sound nice. You don't deserve that. Nobody does. I guess I have to set up a dictionary now, if I really want to test this properly. I mean, you know, the other way to test it as well would be, I still need to figure out when do certain power-ups come or not, you know? are certain power-ups gated behind certain levels? Like you don't, there's a lower chance that you're gonna get certain power-ups on lower levels. Maybe there's no chance that you get certain power-ups on lower levels. I'm almost inclined to say you could get any power-up on any level. To me, that feels fairer, less complicated, and you know, I don't want to overscope too much. I don't even want to overthink it all too much. I don't know if I like the idea of unlocking power-ups, you know, like with certain player behavior and things. I feel like I kind of want to keep it as simple as possible. Upgrade chains? An evolution? I wouldn't say I'm going for an evolution kind of thing. I mean, yeah, keeping scope and scope is fair. Yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely been ideas kicked around, like, okay, well, maybe the power-ups are related to how you play. So, you know, let's say you are really good friends with humans, and maybe some of your power-ups reflect more benefits with that, but it's starting to get overcomplicated. I just don't know if it really is worth it. But then there's also this idea that the more abductions you get, the more advanced the alien civilization becomes. Because the reason why you're invading Earth to abduct things is so that way the aliens back home can transform into humans. Because eating humans allows the aliens to grow human limbs. And that gives them, like, more useful abilities. And on their home planet, they don't have human limbs. And so they want human limbs so they can do great things in their civilization. And so in theory, the more abductions that you get, the more limbed aliens exist back home. And so in theory, they can provide better power-ups because society is advancing back on their home planet. So, you know, if I wanted to keep, like, the game theme and everything going together, I think it would be nice if there were some advanced power-ups you can get as the game goes on. I think it just fits the game a little better. And it adds, like, a touch of complexity without being over the top for myself. So maybe there could be a pool of possible power-ups that you get. I don't know, but it raises a lot of questions, because it's like, let's say in level 1 through 3, you get, you know, the low level power-ups. There's 8 of them, and any one of them could be what you get when you upgrade to another level. For levels 4 through 6, you get grade B or grade 2, or not grade B, but whatever, the second tier, or the whatever, a slightly higher tier of power-ups, and there's 8 of those. Do we get rid of the lower tier power-ups, and those aren't in the cycle anymore? Or do we add in the big ones? You know, then it becomes like this, you know, maybe this weighted average thing where we say, well, as you get higher tier power-ups, you're definitely going to get at least 1 or 2 higher tier ones, but you're probably going to get 1 lower tier one. You know, it gets real complicated real fast. What's up, Patrick? Welcome. Patrick says, that sounds like a good way to incorporate the karma idea. Yeah, right. Well, so the karma idea, you know, I was thinking that actually, like, functions outside of power-ups, where the way the enemies and the NPCs in the game behave and the things that they do are different depending on your karma. So the example I always give is, if you have good karma, then innocent people will leave meat out for you. Like, outside of their house, they'll get, you know, a steak from their freezer and put it, you know, for you to collect, and it gives you health with no downsides. Otherwise, you can't get health with no downsides. You could only get, like, some health that might cause a problem or something. Not necessarily, but yeah, you would just get more opportunities to have hit points. That's just one example. And then, you know, if you have bad karma, you would lose that extra opportunity, for example. And so maybe, like, convoluting it and having the karma system also be implemented with the power-ups is getting to be too much. I don't know. But yeah, it's an opportunity for sure. I don't think that having new power-ups get unlocks in later stages would be too much for scope. Yeah. I just add new stuff to the pool for simplicity's sake, but you could just have the upgrades bound by tier. Stage 1 through 3 are tier 1, stage 4 through 6 are tier 2, etc. or whatever, and the numbers end up, yeah. Whatever the numbers end up being, yeah. I mean, what I don't love about that is, like, you know, it requires kind of a, like what if there is a power-up in the low tier that would actually be really useful in a later level? I mean, at some point it's just like, well, you should have gotten it when you had the chance. On the other hand, you know, what if there's still a chance that you could get it? That could be nice, because I guess what I'm saying is it's hard to imagine balancing every tier for a certain... It's a roguelike. Oh, well, yeah, right. Too bad. That's what roguelikes are like. I guess I'm kind of partial to the idea of you could still potentially get a lower tier one, but there's just more in the pool, and it leans towards the ones that are of a higher grade. And maybe as you get, because there's 4 areas, so if I did 3 sets of levels each and you get different upgrades, I don't know. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard to think about. You know, it could also be, instead of 3 upgrades, you get 4 upgrade choices, but actually you only get 1 upgrade choice, right? So in area 1, you could only choose 1 new upgrade, and it's always a tier 1 upgrade. In area 2, you now have 2 upgrades to choose from, and you can choose either a tier 1 upgrade or a tier 2 upgrade, and it rolls both of them. In area 3, you now have 3 tiers, and you can pick from any of the tiers, and it's randomized in all of them. So if you still want a lower tier upgrade, you can still get it. It's like you're unlocking more potential power-ups every time you beat an area. It's still randomized. I don't know that I'd force the player to 1 choice on stage 1. Yeah, that... Oh my god, you're right. That's hilarious. I did not even think about that. I would have. There would have come a point where I was like, hold on, wait a minute. That don't make no sense. Alright, player, choose your power-up. You can choose 1. That's hilarious. Okay. Yeah, okay, that doesn't make any sense. That makes absolutely no sense. I mean, you know, then if I was going with that, it could be that there's 4 that you choose from. In area 1, all 4 of them are tier 1, or the lower tier, rather. I feel like tier 4, I feel like the higher the number, the lower the tier. I don't know. It doesn't matter. There's 4 to choose from. I mean, 4, I don't know how I'm going to fit. I'm going to put a 4th one in here? Screw that. I mean, I could put like 2 on the side and maybe 2 on this side, and it could be like that, like a pyramid shape. So if I did that, again, it would be, you'd have 4 choices on every level, but with every area you go to, one of those gets converted from a lower tier to a higher tier as you keep unlocking it. I don't know if I like that, because then it also kind of requires like some kind of visual explanation of like what that means. I don't know. I don't really have to figure that out right now, but it's giving me food for thought, and it's good to think about. So I'm gonna keep it in mind, but I'm not gonna worry about it too much right now. What do I need to think about for right now? For right now, I need to think about what it looks like. Certainly I want the description and the name of it to appear and disappear when I'm hovering or I'm not hovering. I would like the description and the names to change when I go over it. I gotta be honest, I don't particularly want to set up a dictionary right now. Dictionaries stress me out more than they should, and I don't know if I'm ready to deal with that 6 hours into this live stream or this work session. I feel like I would rather just keep doing design stuff, and maybe I should do that. Just put in some fake ones. Maybe I will. And then I probably want to store that in like globals. And so I'd also need a way to choose from them, right? We'd have to say, I mean, we could just make it. I guess I would want an array of keys. And it randomly picks one of the keys that unlocks the dictionary, which has the index, which has the like data for the power up. No? I don't know, I really don't use dictionaries very often. I guess I should learn. I mean, I've used them, but I forget. And they stress me out. How is this helping me right now? You can access a dictionary's value by referencing its corresponding key in the above example. Oh yeah, let me see one of your mega dictionaries. Gotcha. And then when you go to access this, right, so, and then what does it look like when you access it? Let me see. That kind of makes some sense to me. In the above example, points dictionary white will return 50. I see. Thanks. Wait, but this is different. This is such a maybe my frustration with dictionaries is that I find the documentation page to not be very clear. Like, is it just me, or is this like a bad way to explain dictionaries? Another key name? Like, what are you even talking about? It's very confusing. But this like kind of just made a little more sense to me. So this is how you refer to it. Card value equals card to play. So card IDs is the name of the dictionary. And then within that, you have an index called the fool. Am I using the words right? So there's card ID. Set the frame. Stat handler card IDs. Card to place. Sprite frame. Sprite frame right there. Frame number 0. Gotcha. This is much easier to understand than Godot's description. I'm sorry to say it, but it just is. Another place where you reference it here. So you call up that class script, stat handler, and then you look at the card IDs dictionary, and then you say card to place. Card to place. What is card to place? In menu, true. Card to place. What is that? like it's not great. Oh, card to place is in the function. Oh, I see. That's the key. I see. Oh, okay. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Understood. Understood. I see. Okay, so then for what I'm doing, this is really helpful. Thank you so much. So then for my purposes, I would want to say, and I guess I want to do this globally. I'm not really sure if I want like a power. I feel like I want a power up script. That feels less chaotic to me somehow. But I'm not really sure where I want to set that up yet. I do want it to be accessed anywhere. I don't know if it matters. You did it globally, but it might work better if you do it differently. I'll start global, and then I'll move to a different setup if it becomes relevant. So I guess we wait, how do I even begin to clarify? I think with the curly brackets, yeah, it's just a variable. So I would want to say variable power-ups colon equals curly bracket. And then we just start naming the indexes. So we're gonna be silly with it or basic with it. We're not gonna give it anything special. Power up 1 for now. And then we do yet another open curly bracket. And then we start listing the keys. Card to play. That I think what's confused me from the documentation so often is I'd want to say different things for these different particular power-ups. Is a nested dictionary different than a regular dictionary? What makes a nested dictionary? I don't even know. Maybe you're asking Dungeon Martian. So I could say things like name, right? It is a nested dictionary. You've got in menu sprite frames, so I could just say the name of it. It's Dictionary of Dictionaries. Yeah, because there's gonna be multiple power-ups. Oh, and so maybe that's why you say it could be better to use like resource files. Like nesting a dictionary is like chaotic or something to an extent. I see, because there's double curly brackets. I like it. But then again, I like chaos, so. I'm surprised that this is turning out blue right now. Why did mine turn out blue? A folder with a handful of files that have their text is a better design. Interesting. Why is it making this look like that? Oh, I see, because name is used by something. I see. I got it. Well, I want to use that. I think it's that it's used by something else, I think was the problem. Like, because a node already has a property called name. And so it was like, oh, you mean the property name of a node. And I'm like, no, that's not what I mean. Okay, so power up name could be, you know, whatever I'm gonna name it. Power up 1. And then we want power up description equals, this is the first power up in the dictionary. It will do something. Okay. Cool. Then we want a closing bracket out here and a comma, and we continue onward. Power up 2. We need at least 3, of course. I'm gonna put 4 in there. Oh gosh, I guess we're totally doing this. Power up 2, power up name, power up 2. I should probably be copying and pasting this, but here I am typing it out. And the second power up will do some things. Yep. I want to test different description lengths and see how it looks. Oh, we need to do an end bracket. Oh, I made mistakes here. Hold on. No, I didn't. I didn't make mistakes. Good. Curly bracket, comma. Come down here. Power up 3. And also, by the way, what does the end of it look like? Just another, like a bracket, what, here? There? How do I end it all? Power up 3 equals power up name, power up 3. All that red is stressing me. There's another one at the end. Right, right. I see part of what makes this chaotic. I mean, certainly making a key for each one, there's a lot of repetition. It might be strong. Let's make this one short. And then at the end of this, but like, where do I put it? Why am I still getting an error? At 6.9? Wait, what did I do wrong? I did something wrong. Why is this? I don't understand. I feel like this looks exactly like yours, doesn't it? Guard IDs colon equals bracket. Am I missing a comma somewhere? Oh, here? Well, but there doesn't need to be a comma there. I've got a comma right here. Oh, between each, I see. Gotcha. Gotcha. Oh, thank you. I see. Oh, those little commas are sneaky. Great. Good. Wonderful. Awesome. Beautiful. Great. Alright, and then I want to add a fourth one. Power up 4 equals power up name. Power up 4. Kind of would like these to have longer, shorter names. I'm gonna call this one PU2. Just so there's a little more variety in there. Okay, power up, description. Just works. Cool. Close that. Bob's our uncle. Good. Alright, so now that that exists, now I have to make it do stuff. I gotta make it actually mean something. So we've got power-ups defined in a dictionary on the global script. Now back on the HUD, well, we'd want to say that when the power-up actually descends, in theory, would be when that gets set up. So on power up, we don't want to say on power up hovered. I would want to say, yeah, on score minimum met, minute finish, level up. Yeah, we could do it on score minimum met. That would be a fine place to do it. It's a little early, but who cares? So I would need to be assigning something that happens only, or that's only accessed. I guess we could do it on hover. I mean, no, we don't want it to be randomized on hover. We want it to be set. Orb 1, Orb 2, Orb 3 all have a certain thing. So actually, you know what makes more sense would be to do this back on the power-up orbs themselves. And have them be assigned to something every time. So I guess I'd want to connect animation finished. Whenever, not animation finished, but I want to connect score minimum met. Maybe I'll put that on the menu script in general. And that's where it can hold the information about what's what. So right now, Orb 1 is just the actual node itself on here. Orb 2 is the node itself. Orb 3 is the node itself. If I would want to assign what gets accessed in that moment, well, the thing is when we hover over it, we're on-readying each one. And I guess they can look up. They can look to the level above them. This might be a good place for a setter, actually. Although I'm probably not going to do it, but it may not be a great place for it. So, okay, let's say right here, I want to connect messenger score minimum met or whatever. How do we, isn't that it? Something like that? Oh, well, surely we have some kind of thing that gets put out there. Power up menu begin. Okay, yeah, that works. Power up menu begin. Okay. Power up menu begin. Connect on power up menu begin. And I want to say that when that does happen, well, but what's the... Why would we feed that up? Because I'd want to store it. Well, what you could do is you could emit another signal that says, yeah. So this actually might be a good place for setters, even though I gotta be honest, I'm still not ready to try to use them. Even though we spent so much time learning it, I'm still not ready. What's up, Techian? Game is going well. The game is going well. I wanted to set up today power up menu UI stuff. And, you know, it's been slower going than I expected. Not in a bad way, just in a real way. But overall, I think it's going well. I don't have it set up enough at this point that it, like, works correctly. But technically, it's getting there. But yeah, I mean, I think it's going well, all things considered. So this is description that needs to be hidden, except in certain situations. But the power-up menu comes down, and a name appears when we hover over it. And I'm now trying to set up a dictionary from which we draw a random power-up name. And when I hover over this, it shows the name that's supposed to be in there, and then that description updates and stuff. I also spent some time setting up a way for the power-up menu to get lower down if the player's legs are broken off. And so now that comes down where it should, a little bit lower, which is actually not looking lower, but it is lower. I had a whole thing about setters and learning how those work, and I barely understand it, but I kind of do. And now I'm going to set up a system that probably could benefit from that, but I'm not going to use it because I still am a little confused. And basically what I want is... Yeah, thanks. What I want is to say that when the menu is beginning to come down, it assigns a random dictionary index to each orb, which then somehow has to be accessed and then, like, reset. It's a bit more complex than I would have wanted it to be, but it's good. It's interesting. It's something that I would have rather started working on first, I think, than, like, waiting until, 7 hours into my work session, but it's okay. So yeah, hope your game project or projects are going well and stuff too. So when the menu begins, I want it to look at globals and specifically find, what did we call it? It's new, I don't remember the name. I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to set up. That is yet not possible. And I'm not sure how successful I'm gonna be in trying to do it right now, but I'm going to try. You barely worked on your game lately, but you will get more time with it next week. I hope so, for your own sake. It's nice to feel like we're getting progress. Yeah, it sucks when life gets in the way. You'll get to work on it. You're working on it up here. Sometimes that's true. Globals. power-ups. Now, I know with, like, an array, I can pick random or whatever. Why do I have a feeling that doesn't exist here? Yeah. So looks like I need to do some learning here on what we can do on dictionaries. Find key. Oh, pity. Doesn't have anything like that. Well, I guess I could make an array that has all of the... Oh, God. Wait, so could I create an array that, like, populates with all of the indexes of the dictionary and then pick random from that array? Yeah. That's... Oh, with the keys method. Oh, interesting. Wait. And that's what is that what so, okay. Maybe I could be, correct me if I'm wrong. These are indexes. No? And these are keys. No. These are keys. And these are indexes. Is an index something? Okay. Oh, so I could pick random on the key. Oh, okay, I think I understand. I see. So then I would say keys, and then we could pick random on keys. Gotcha. Dungeon Martian uses it. Okay. I missed that. There it is, right there. Okay, thank you guys. Helpful. Credits all around. Takium. Oh, I have spelled your name wrong in here. These credits entitle you to absolutely no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying appreciation. Thank you so much. Patrick. There we go. Moving on up, baby. All right. So it'll pick a random one. Now we gotta do something with that random thing. I should probably assign this. I guess I'd want to say let's set a variable. Variable is or power up type. I don't know if I like that, but that's what I'm calling it for now. And so what would that be? An array? I mean, the array is of the keys. How do I even type that? Like, type it as in not type. Like, assign it a type. Because what I want it to be is just have the key power up 1 that I could then access. I'd almost want to store it as a dictionary. Let me see what Dungeon Martian did over here. Card to place equals stat. So you actually just put that. Right, but what is that? What's the type that is? That card to place is. In that case. I'll do it. We could do an inference. But I guess I would want like a default. I mean, we could just be slow about it and just do that. Oh. That kind of makes some sense, actually. That sounds correct. Okay. I almost want to say power up key, if I'm being honest with you. It feels a little messy to say that, but I think I want to say power up key. And then we say it is variant type. And now down here, we'll say power up key equals that. Okay. And then, do I need to make that an export? I don't think so. And then, on the power up menu, I don't even know if I need to do the power up menu, because we already are on readying these here. So right now, each orb, every time the menu begins, it should be assigning a random one to each one. I'm gonna have that print. Tell me what, let me just show me what this doing. Let me see what we're up to here. What might? Oh, I see. Print, let's say, is types, there's is type. I think we want to say is types is power up key. And let's just see if it's rolling a bunch of random ones for each one. I don't know what a key is gonna print like down here. It might be more chaotic than I want it to be, but that's okay. Nice. Orb 1. It's just listing all of them. Okay, hold on. I guess we do want to say type is type. But it did pick a random one. I see it's got a random one in it, so that's good. Okay, drop it down. 0 is power up 3. I guess this one is 0. 1 is power up 3. They're all power up 3. Oh dear. Oh, maybe that. Oh, because it's picking random. But it needs to not only pick random, it needs to remove it. So we need to pick a random one and remove it from the array. Oh dear. We can't be just removing things. Okay. Because we don't want the player to get 3 of the same power up. That's not fun. So it's going to need to either know what the other ones have chosen, or the array is going to have to be depleted somehow. Oh my god. You had that info baked into the dictionary. Really? It's interesting. How does that work? I might have to look at what you did. So now each one is different. Well, not really. There's a 4, a 2, and a 2. Oh my. Oh dear. In menu and is taken. Oh. Wow. Wow. A while? I've seen whiles, but I don't actually know the difference between a while and a for loop. What the heck is that? No, don't be a video. Why would you do that? Just make it text, man. Don't use while loops. Why not? Unless you want to wonder why the game sometimes hangs infinitely at random times. Whoa. There's almost always a way to convert the logic into a for loop, which limit number iterations. Whoa. I just spent a few hours trying to figure out why my game randomly becomes unresponsive. While is a loop that runs while a condition is true. That sounds like it should be less intensive. Well, I guess not, because I don't even understand. Right, you guys have to choose to exit the loop. I'm a little confused by it all. Maybe this isn't the way I want to go. While in menu is true, or is taken as not 0. Pick random. You have to make sure that the code that runs in the loop sets the condition to false eventually. Right, that makes sense. Wow. Okay, let me see if I can think of how I want to do this. I mean, in my mind, I would just want it to keep rolling it. Like if, I mean, I guess it's tough because code be setting itself real quick. But it'd be nice to say, to have it check, what are the other ones currently? Does it match the same one? Don't do it. Oh God. Well, here's what I'm thinking. What I'm thinking is we take the keys and we add those to an array. And then we remove, when we pick randomly, we remove it. Or we do like a pop front or something like that, or whatever. And that way we get the name and we take it out. And then that array just repopulates every time we're rolling that dice or something. That would work for ones that are currently in menu. Yeah, we just roll it again every single time. You know, in terms of setting up the different tiers, it might get a little more complicated. But oh, I don't know. All right. Is that what pop front? Am I remembering what pop front does? Removes and returns the first element of the array. No. I would want to remove the one. Like pick random and then remove it. Right? Isn't that what I want to do? Pop at. Oh. Removes and returns the element of the array at index position. If negative, position is considered relative to the end of the array. Oh, okay. So we'd say pick random. And then we'd... Where'd we get the position? Is this, and this is necessary? I mean, in the past, Yeah, I guess it is necessary. It removes the first block. Yeah, we have to do. Okay. Wow, this is tricky. Not in a bad way, just like challenging in a fun way. So we pick a random one, and then shuffling the array, and then pop front is fine. Oh, nice. Well, we still have to create the array. Hold on, before you get excited. We have to create that array. So, I'm going to keep the array on globals. So we've got power-ups. And then I want to create an empty array, variable power-ups to choose. Yeah, we need to make a new one. Power-ups to choose. Just start removing it. To delete the keys. And it's just gonna be empty. So we create an empty array here. And then we say keys, and instead of saying power up key equals, we would say globals power ups to choose becomes power ups keys. And then we say globals power ups to choose. Well, I would say power up key equals globals power ups to choose. Man, dungeon. The shuffle. That was a great idea. Oh my gosh. That was such a great idea. Oh my goodness. Do I even have something for power-ups? I don't even know. Power-up choosing. It's power-up choosing. You know. I know, I'm being very generous with the credits tonight. I really don't want to think too hard about it. Some days I'm more like, let's think about, is this the right moment for that? I don't give a crap. Let's just put them in there. Who cares? Oh god, I'm breaking it. That's not what we're supposed to do here. Okay. Globals. Power-ups to choose. Shuffle. And then pop front. Oh, cannot get a random value of call to shuffle because it returns void. Because it's empty? Nuh-uh. Shuffles the array that the items will have a random order. This method uses the global random number generator, common to methods such as global scope rand integer. Call global scope randomize to ensure that a new seed will be used each time if you want non-reproducible shuffling. Whoa. Cannot get return value of call to shuffle because it returns void. There will be something in there. Is that can't be, is that what it's upset about? Like if I just start adding something else. Now it's got things in it. Yeah, it doesn't know anything about that. What does this error even mean? You have to shuffle it on another line. Really? I guess I need to look into what the heck shuffle is. I guess I don't actually understand shuffle. Oh, it doesn't tell me. Okay, there's no example. Okay, cool. Thanks. How was I supposed to figure that out? How to shuffle array by randomize function. Shuffling an array. Okay. So we just assign it power up key. Well, I don't think I want to do that at all. I'm confused. Just like that, just like that, just like that. So we're shuffling it. And then it seems so weird. Why is it special? Then we can do pop front in the assignment. Okay. All right. Whatever. If it works, it works. Now we do want to populate this every time. Power-ups to choose equals power-ups keys. Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. Is that gonna work? If we're updating it every time, isn't that not gonna work? Because it's gonna re-add them all back in there again. I don't think that's gonna work, but that's okay. Let's just see what happens. Yeah, so we still got doubles. Because so I need to make sure that this doesn't re-add them all in here until after. So I could say, if power up is chosen, okay, here's what we're gonna say. If power up chosen, power up not chosen, oh wait. Let's say power-ups shuffled. If power-up shuffled, then re-add this in here, or re-update power-ups to choose to have all the keys in it. If power-ups are not yet shuffled. Otherwise, don't add them in there again. So then we say after the shuffle, the power-ups shuffled becomes true. I have some problems with this, but maybe it'll be good enough for now. So it starts out as false. And then I'd want to say after a power-up is chosen. I feel like this is like a weird place to put a lot of this stuff. Like there might be a better script to put these things, but it's okay. Power-up chosen. Connect on power-up chosen. When that happens, we set it back to false. Oh, this also needs to call with a number. Not that it matters here. Power up shuffled, false. Oh, sorry, on power up chosen. Okay. Cool, good. Good enough. So let's see if it isn't randomized now. Or rather, if it isn't repeating, sorry. 233. Uh-oh. Well, that didn't work at all, did it? Oh dear. Okay, cool. Let's see why it didn't work. If power-ups are not shuffled, which it will not be shuffled at the beginning, it's gonna set power-ups to choose this array. It's gonna populate it with power-ups keys. And that is happening because it's knowing what to even grab from in the first place. So we're good there. And then, in theory, it's going to shuffle it. We can assume that's happening. It may or may not be, but it probably is. So it's shuffling them. And then it says power-up shuffled true. I feel like these are happening simultaneously. So I think that power-ups, I think this if statement, I don't think this is gonna work. Because I don't think they're happening in sequence. Duct tape fix, but you could just repopulate it when it's empty. Otherwise, just shuffle it. That's true. Well, but what if there's more in there? There's gonna be more power-ups than what gets chosen. I don't know what that's... How does that fix anything? Maybe I'm missing something. Because the problem I'm trying to solve is I don't want it to be randomized. Sorry, I do want it to be randomized. I don't want it to be repeated when it randomizes them. So it picked power-up 3 for one of them. That means I wouldn't want power-up 3 to be an option for a different one. But I feel like it's picking them all at the same time. And so it's not actually removing things in a sequence. They're just all... Like, the array might be empty. Like, we could even... It might be interesting to see... Maybe I come over here. Yeah, it might make... Oh, I think I need to... I know what I need to do. I need to not run it 3 times. I think that would fix it. Don't run it 3 times. Stop doing that. Oh, gosh. That seems so obvious to me now. Okay, hold up. Hold on up here. Get this on out. Yoink it out of here. Get all this, put it in the trash. Get it out of here. Throw the trash out the window. Falls on someone's head. It's their problem now. Get rid of these. Don't need them. Power-up shuffle. Don't need that. I will keep power-up key here, though. We're going to do this on the power-up menu itself. When the power-up menu begins, one time this is going to run. Because that orb script is running 3 times. Devastating. Don't need that here. Instead, I want to say, whenever it begins, it can repopulate it. And that's totally fine. And for the power-up key, we just need it to... This is maybe the harder part, is I need it to assign it randomly to one of the 3 below it. To either be on orb 1, orb 2, orb 3. So we're not only randomly picking a dictionary key, but we're also randomly picking an orb to assign that key to. So I could just do... I mean... There's probably simpler ways to do this. I'm sorry. I'm gonna do it in this way that makes sense to me right now. Senior dev gods, forgive me. I am going to say... orb to give power up. Hey, Camwin. Camwin! I appreciate that. I think sometimes that really is true. Especially when, you know, I'm still learning the engine. I'm still trying to figure out how to solve this problem because I don't know off the top of my head how to do it. And I think in that case, the best way is whatever works. You know, if I was making this game professionally in some context, and I had made a ton of games before in my life, maybe the best way would be that I know this way is better than that one. But for right now, yeah, the best way is what works. Let's go. Welcome, Camwin. Appreciate the encouragement. Orb to give power up equals random integer range, and we want to say 0 and 3. 0 and 2. I could also just set it to the types. I don't care. This is fine. Do I want this to be a local or global? Does it matter? I don't think it matters. I'll start with local, and if it needs to be global, we'll deal with it then. Variable, orb to give power up, random range 0 through 2. And now I'm going to do the match statement. Yep. Match orb to give power up 0. Then I want it to be, so yeah, we would do that right here. Grab this, put that in there. We say orb 1 power up key. And we just keep doing that. 1 orb 2 power up key. If it's 2, orb 3 power up key. And because I've been convinced I might as well, I will also say underscore pass. All right. Actually, we could come back down here. Actually, why don't I do it in here? Heck, I could even just print it right down there, right? And just say print orb 1 is type. And then see what power-up key it got set to have. This might suffer from a similar problem, actually. I'm a little concerned this might suffer from the same problem. Because technically, won't it all be happening at the same time again anyway? Well, we're gonna find out. But I'm on the right track. Even if this isn't actually the solution. Right? Maybe. We're definitely at that point in the stream where I'm just trying stuff. Is that enough? Orb to give power up. Because it's going to pick a new one every time. It's going to shuffle it new every time. Alright, let's just see what happens. I'm not so sure. Okay. Bring down the menu. It only printed one of them. It only picked one of them, right, because it only matches it once. Oh, so it would have to match this every time. Duh. Because it's only going to randomly pick one, so we would need it to randomly pick it every 3 times. We need to say, do it 3 times. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Well, this was a mistake. How the heck do I do that? The best way is whatever works, unless it doesn't work. What if you shuffle the array of powers and pick the first 3? Oh, 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 oh. So then how would I pick the first 3? I guess we'd run a function. I'd have to say, run it 3 times, please. I guess I could keep a counter of how many times it's okay. All right, I have an idea. Cool. Cool. Good idea. I like that. I like that idea. So we shuffle the array. And we do want to do some pop fronting. Certainly. Absolutely. But we should probably create a new function here. Function power up assignment. I wonder if I could even, I don't know. I don't want to think too hard about it. Shuffle orb1 equals power 0. Oh. Oh. Ooh, you got some ideas. I appreciate that. I don't know why this is that, but yes. Okay. So wow. Orb1 power up key. And we could actually just put that right in here like this. Oh wow. Oh wow. Power up key equals power up to choose pop front. Because it's going to pop it every time. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait, I didn't print it. We want to see. We got to print it. So we know what's going on. So let's just do a print. We're just gonna say orb1 I don't remember how to do the list of stuff. Or with like returns /n. I think /n. Orb1 I want to be orb1 power up key. Comma. Oh, is that a semicolon? Oh, /n is an indent. Wait, what is /n? I don't remember what /n does. I know it does something. Just don't remember what it does. /n. But I'm doing it. Orb2, comma, orb2 power up key /n, even though I forgot what it does. Orb 3, comma, orb 3, power up key. I'm sorry, you don't see the... Oh, wait. You don't see the parenthesis? It's right there. There's a parenthesis right there. 46 to 39. 4639? What are you on about? What? Am I bugging? I must be bugging. Maybe /n. Why is that not closing it? There's something obvious that I'm missing here. Is it because of my use of semicolons? Am I using semicolons badly? Oh, it's gotta be. It's gotta be my use of semicolons. Maybe I need... Do I need to do like a comma and a semicolon? No, okay, fine. Forget the semicolons. I'm sorry. Expected a new line after. Oh. Okay, never mind. Forget it. I don't remember how these fancy output codes work, so I'm not going to worry about it. Alright, let's test it. It's going to all be on one line. Who cares? Here we go. I don't know. I usually just type them all in one line, but I wanted to get fancy. This is why I don't, because usually when I'm in a mode where I need to output to see what it's going to print, I just want to like get it done so I can like hurry up. And I don't want to sit here and try to figure out how to output nicely. Orb 1 is power up 2. Orb 2 is power up 3. Or Orb 2 is power up 1. Okay, it works. I think it works. So far, so good. We got to keep rolling it, but I think this worked. But I need to do a better job. We need to do... Oh, right. That's what I do semicolons for. I see. I see now why I got confused. Wait, so let me look back. Maybe we can still salvage this. The /n goes within. Oh, it goes in the string. Gotcha. Wild. Okay, let's see what we got now. Beautiful, kind of. Orb 1 has power up 4, Orb 2 has power up 3, and Orb 3 has power up 1. This is good. This is a good sign. Roll it again. I think we did it. Camwin! Camwin for the win! Power up 1, 2, and 3. That's it. Oh, I guess I could just do a /. I don't even have to do an N. Nope. We do have to do an N. Can you just tab this too for me? It's different every time. 1, 2, 3. That time it was 1, 2, 3. I also want to just double check that they are doing... It is shuffling it. Let me make sure the shuffle is working. 2, 3, 4. Okay. Good. No, that's pretty good. Can we get an even more beautiful shuffle? Like, not in numerical order would be good as well. 2, 3, 4. Okay. I'm noticing that So far, it's been in numerical order, which is feeling a little unshuffly. 2, 3, 1. There it is. Wow. The odds were just in numerical favor. Sweet. 4, 3, 2. Yes. Awesome. Cam win. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Definitely got to get you on that credits list. I guess that goes in power-up choosing here. Camwin, these credits entitle you to no compensation. However, they do entitle you to a credit in the game and my undying gratitude. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Amazing. Done. Let's freaking go. You saved me so much grief. Okay, so now that we are assigning a random power-up to the orbs, and it's there on the orbs variable power-up key. Now, I want to have that get passed to, when we hover over each one, it needs to fetch the data that's within the key and apply that to the labels. So that is gonna go ahead and gonna wanna be on the HUD script. Which, by the way, I need to rename the UI script to be HUD. It's confusing the crap out of me. I've named it UI.gd. That is silly. I need to rename that to HUD.gd. Save myself the grief. Okay. Now, on here, I haven't been here in a minute. When a power-up is hovered, it runs on power-up hovered. It checks to see which orb you're hovering, and it matches the orb you're hovering to the number that corresponds to the one that the raycast sees. In that event, it makes that label visible, and it moves its position over to the orb in question. So what I need it to do is I need it to update the label based on that key that's on there. Now, I don't know if I've actually readied each orb. We have readied each orb. Beautiful. Love it. So then all we gotta say is orb 1 power up key. Well, specifically, we want to get those labels. So power up name label text equals orb 1 power up key. Now we got to be more specific than that, because we want something in particular within that key. Now going back and looking at Dungeon Martian's code, we would do like dot power up name. How did I word those? I don't remember. It's been a minute. Did I put those on globals? I think I did. Power up name. Okay, got it. Come back to the HUD. Why is the HUD all the way down there? I don't know. Dot power up name. Is that it? I think that's it. And then we just have to set that on each one. I could probably get away. I think this is definitely a situation I could run a function instead of a match statement. But here we are. Whatever, it's fine. Or I could even have this orb number go down and replace. I'm not going to worry about that here today. If it works, it's what's best for now. Is that gonna work? Is that gonna work? It might. It might not. We're gonna find out. All right, drop the menu down. That's okay. All right, what is it? What did you crash about? Tell me. Give it to me. Invalid index power-up name on base string. The key is a string? Oh, because we need to... So like in Dungeon Martian's code... Wait, I don't really understand. Because this is the key. If... It's a little confusing. Let me try this. Let me try print. Let me just print that instead of setting the label name for right now. Let's not do that. And instead, let's just have it print it, and then we'll go from there. I didn't realize it was storing it as a string. I wonder if it's because of that variant or something. Like, maybe it's not actually... But, I don't know, I'm a little confused. Print orb1 power-up key. Map key? So then you're... I mean, that does look like what Dungeon Martian had in their code. Map key. When you say map, where do I put that? Because if I'm storing that in here, because we're shuffling the keys in the array. Oh, it's just an array. It's just an array. I forgot. It's not the actual dictionary. We're storing not the key. We're storing, it is the key, but we're not putting the key into the keyhole to unlock the dictionary. I see. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Right. So then I need to say, instead of power up, name, label, text, and all that, I would want to take that key, or I guess, right, we would say globals dot power-ups bracket orb1 power-up key, and then power-up name. Like that. Good call, Camwin. Totally forgot. That's how we were setting it up. Look, it's confusing. Okay. Uncomment that out. Wedge that in there. Please don't do it like this. Power up name. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay. Here we go. Bring down the menu. Okay, that's okay. That's alright. One step closer, maybe. Invalid index text on base control. It's not the actual label. Well, that's not a good name. Why would the label not be the label? Hey, that's a problem that isn't a brain twister. I just gotta fix it. Power up name label. Where are we using that in here? Power up name label. We're making it visible. That is not a label. How dare I call that a label? That's just power up name. The label is way down lower. So we're gonna refactor that. I will do replace, okay? I'll do it. Replace power up name label with power up name. Let's come to the top. Up here, yes, replace it there. Come down here, replace it there. Replace it there. Replace it there. Do not replace it there. Do replace it there. Do not replace it there. Wait, why is that different? I got confused. For the visible, we want to oh yeah, do replace it there. Yeah. Position, replace it. The text is where we don't want to replace it. Got it. So there should just be 3. There are. And then we create a new one for power up name label. Let's see if I can remember this. Drag it, hold control, bam. Except we're gonna call this power up name label. Oh, and I'm gonna access it as a unique name. Whoa, why not? Unique names already used by another node in the scene. Power up. Oh. There you go. Access is unique name. I don't like this naming convention here at all. I guess normally I would do power up name text, if anything. This is actually pretty confusing. It's fine. Just drag it. Just drag it and drop it. Okay. Now, perhaps it will do the thing. If not, we'll fix the next problem. Let's go. Let's see what happens. Come on. Bring it down. Bring them down. All right, hover it. What's going to go down? Power up 4th. Power up 4th. Power up 4th. Okay. All right. That's wrong, but that's okay. Maybe I didn't update the numbers. Huh? Yup. Oh, we're going to get there. I just got to number them correctly. That's 1. That's 2. And that's 3. Okay, we're so close. It's right there. It's right there. And then there's the description too. And I want to make them disappear and stuff. All right, we're right there. We're right there. Power up 2, power up 1, power up 4th. Beautiful. That's it. That's it. Okay, cool. Let's go. All right. So, love it. Love it. Obviously, there's a few, like, you know, little funny, quirky things, like, you know, as it's descending, if you hover over it, it's like in a weird spot. So I would want to deal with that. You know, there's some cleanup to do with the way the UI behaves, but it's showing you random ones. I've named them all something different, kind of in a weird way, but that's good. This is good. Now let's get the description to update. Yes, 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 yes. I want to see it happen again. I want to see it happen again. It's a triumph. Yeah. This one keeps being power up too. It's just a coincidence. It's just random. But do I want to see it be different? You bet I do. I do. I do. I want to believe that it's different. I want to know that it's different. I want to feel that it's different. It's different. Let's go. All right, cool. Great. So now let's make the description change. And then the other thing is when I pull away, I want it to hide. That's another thing I need it to do. Description of power up goes here. I gotta give Camwin another credit for keeping me going. Yeah! Yeah! We did it, baby! Thank you, Camwin, for greasing the wheels on me figuring this out. I'm sorry. I don't mean to have Nightbot be. No, Nightbot. Don't stop spamming emotes. I'm sorry. No. No. I set up Nightbot for the game jams. Nightbot is there for the game jams. It's not on the vertical stream, so you don't have to worry about it. But on the widescreen stream, I set it up so people can pull up the rules easily if they want. Abducted, yes. Dungeon Martian got abducted. The alien got abducted. It's supposed to be for putting the rules up there. That's why I put Nightbot on here. I don't care about any other feature. I just want that one thing. This is why I don't mess with bots, because there's always work that I have to do to get them to be correct. All right, so let me just make a note to myself on my personal to-do list that I need to tell Nightbot to chill the heck out. All right, but then let me give Camwin another credit here. Thank you for helping me. You really help so much. Okay. Note to self. Note to self. Cull Nightbot's auto-modding behavior. Alright, so now I want more things to happen. I want the description to update. Let's just do that since it kind of continues with what we've been doing. Let's get the description updated. So the description, we have power-up name, and then we have power-up description right here. You're being prosecuted. I agree. No disagreement from me. That's exactly what's happening. My naming conventions are ridiculous in here. I know that. So we're gonna on-ready this. But it's actually the label that I want to update, right? Not the margin container. I do want the margin container to be there and to be hidden and stuff. So I'll keep that on there. But really it's this label that I care about even more than anything. The convention I've done is, so power up, description, text. Oh gosh, I hate the way I'm doing this so much. It doesn't make me happy, but it's what we're doing. And then I want to access these as unique names in case we make changes to the structure. Which means I actually have to change this anyway. Honestly, that on-ready dragging doesn't really save a lot of time. I mean, I just end up changing everything in there anyway. Not everything, but a lot. You really are, though. You're being persecuted, to say the least, today, Dungeon Martian. You've been auto-modded. Nightbot has been deleting your messages. And YouTube won't even let you become a member. I mean, it's bordering on conspiratorial. Variable has the same name. What? Oh, it is in there twice. How did that happen? Get out of here. So this is going to be power up, description. I hate my naming conventions on some of these. I really do. Power up, description, label. Okay. But we're going with it. We're going to ride with it. So now I would actually want that to go visible and invisible at different times. So let's say power up, description, visible, false here. And we want the same thing here. Power up description, invisible true. Pop that in here on each of these. It's bothering me that it's below on that one. If I'm gonna make chaos code, I'm at least gonna put some lack of chaos in the chaos, if that makes sense. So I'm gonna put that below that. So now it's only gonna pop up when it is supposed to. And we needed to update what it's supposed to be. So here, we're having it update the position first, and then it updates the label text. So we want to say power up description label text equals same kind of, literally all the same stuff. Except whatever I called it, which I don't remember. Power up description. That seems correct. Seems like the right thing to call it. Power up description. Now I just have to remember to update the number when we do this. This one is 2. This one is 3. Are there better, cleaner ways to do this? You betcha. But will this work? I think it will. That'll have to do. Okay. Drop it down. Yeah! I love it. Good. Right now, oh, I smacked the microphone. Now, when I go off of it, I want it all to hide. And it only be when we're hovering it. Do these things show up? Another thing that's bothering me is that it's not centered. I think that text should be centered. That's not horizontal. Oh, it is horizontal limit. Good, great. That was easy. And then I'm gonna need to say, now the way that I've done this before, so on the power up menu, those orbs pulsate when you hover over it, and when you stop hovering over it, they stop pulsating. So, the way I did that was I have a raycast that checks, or it's on a per orb basis. So I have a raycast that checks if anything was seen, and it makes sure that, whoa. If the target is not empty, I found out this is unsafely done, but we're dealing with it. Whoa. Oh my god. Okay. I feel like, can't we just emit something right here? Because, I mean, this is on every single orb. And if we just say, yeah, we do want that on every orb. Is orb true or false? Right. So wait, is there... is orb 0? When does that become 1? Oh, I see. So it's checking to see if it's the thing that's being hovered over. So we do kind of need that. And on here, what I'd want is for the name to become not visible, the description to become not visible. That's all I need to change, is the visibility of power-up name and description, which actually doesn't need to be different depending on the orb. It's just one name or description label. So I don't think it matters. Okay, so here's what I'm gonna do. Here's what I'm gonna do right now. It stops it either way. Make this make sense. If the target is not empty, and if the target collider has the method on power up hovered. Oh, so I guess this was to say, I see. If you hover over something other than an orb that isn't itself, then stop playing the pulse animation. If you hover over anything in general, stop. Okay, so we do want to... Actually, I think we'd only want this one, right? I could get really weird with it, and instead of doing a signal, I could... Is HUD a class script? It's not. I could just make it a class script. I mean, that seems like a nice thing to do for a HUD. I don't think there's anything weird about that. Okay, so the HUD is the HUD. Couldn't I just like run a function on the HUD this way? So if I create a function, whoops. Function on power up unhovered. That's what I'm calling it, baby. And it doesn't know which one is unhovered. I don't know that it matters right now. I'd want to say, maybe someday I want to know that. But right now, I don't think I need to know that. Because if you just hover over a different one, it's not like we're hiding it. Maybe I'm wrong. But that's just it. I like to find out the hard way. It's not really the hard way, it's the consequential way. Where did my colon go there? Why did I lose that? What an odd thing to accidentally... Oh, I guess I did backspace that. Okay. Back to the orb. HUD dot on... I forgot. Orb unhovered? Power up unhovered? I don't remember what I called it already. Yeah, on power up unhovered. Cannot call non-static function on the class HUD directly. Make an instance instead. Oh. Just because it's non-static? What if it's static? Will it be okay if it's static? Do I know how to make a static function? I do not. Someone sent me a video about how they do it, but that's not necessarily going to fix it. But now I'm just going to look into it right now for this moment. Explain like I'm 5 static functions. Yeah. Is HUD a class name from a script? It is. It is. And it's telling me, it wants me to like instance it. I mean, maybe this doesn't work, you know, and I just shouldn't even, and I could also just like point to it, right? I could just, yeah, right. Right, good question. Why not just say at on ready, variable HUD. Whoa, can I do that? Oh, shoot. What? Do I have to type hint that? I don't even know how I would type hint that. Wait, will that work? The error went away. At least that error did. Ah, okay, never mind. That is not what good is. Non-existent function on power up hovered in base nil. Ah. Okay. So what if I... Okay. first of all, make it lowercase. And then I'll just literally drag this in here. Make it accessible as a unique name. Drop it in. Bada bing, bada boom. It's done, move on with my life. It works, it works. Honestly, Cam, when you just asking me that question, help me. Alright, the description is not there. Good. Text is not there. Bam, 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 bam. Look at that. Yes, 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 yes. Ka-choo, 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 ka-choo. I love it. Ooh, looks like I already want sound effects. Ba-choom, ba-choom, ba-choom. Ooh, dang, it works. Okay. Excellent, good. Not complaining. That's what I'm doing. Not complaining. Not in the least. Why would I bother? Great. Well, I mean, if there was anything extra, you know, I was thinking it would be, I mean, a couple things. I want an animation to play, right? I don't want to just, I want, like, it to look kind of fun and cool. Although the popping isn't that bad. But the other thing that I wanted is there to be, like, an icon in there instead of just, like, an orb. So that way they look a little different. I don't really know what icons I want. I don't know what they're going to look like. I don't know what they're going to mean or signify. But I could just make some generic things for the sake of placeholdery. Some good old-fashioned placeholdery. So maybe I'll pull up Canva here. And we just make something. And we'll just grab some placeholder images. I could probably even go to, like, I mean, I'd want to make them from scratch, if I'm being honest. I'd want to make my images. Well, then do it. Do it! You can still do it here. The reason it started yapping about static functions is that HUD is a class name, but you just wanted to access a node instance. I didn't know I did want to access a node instance, but that makes sense, since that is how it turned out. But I also kind of didn't know that that's what I wanted. Interesting. I mean, I guess because I wanted to access a function, that made it that? I don't know. We're gonna make an arrow. These are not final designs by any means. Remotely, not even close. But they are currently something to just be placeholders. Thank you for the information, Camwin. I absolutely trust that what you're saying is completely correct and true. I can't imagine that it isn't. Don't even know what to do with the information, but I trust it is true. So there's an icon. What's another icon? QWork just wanted to say that they adopted a dog from a blacksmith. As soon as they brought the dog home, however, he made a bolt for the door. Nice. Nice. I'm actually gonna pass that one on to my partner. My partner likes to make such jokes to their coworkers at work. It seems to fit well for them. So thank you. Thank you for that, QWork. Well done. Well done. Normally the error would be, I guess that's like a dad joke. It's like a dad joke pun. Normally the error would be that HUD doesn't exist, which would point you in the right direction. Instead, the engine saw HUD was a class. Oh, and it thought you were trying to do something else. Right. Wow. Right. So, like, what could I do? I mean, I guess I could, like, if I even said a HUD, is there, like, a variable on HUD? Like, score? What if I updated the score from there? Like, that still wouldn't work if I did it that way, right? Now I can't help myself. Score plus equals 1. What do you mean you can't find score on base HUD? Yes, you can. It's right there. Well, there you go. It don't work. It don't work. I wonder what I could do with it. I don't really wonder, but a little bit. What other placeholder icons? We have 4 power-ups, right? Right now? Yeah, a star. Sure. I'm gonna make my own star shape. I'm not gonna use the star that's already in there. I'm making my own because this is a custom-made asset. Obviously. Now, I'm gonna actually figure out one of these days what assets I really want in these places. But for now, whoa, making a star is hard. But for now, I'm just gonna put these in here to occupy myself, and we'll figure out the finer details at another time. How do you make a star? Jeez, I know it's so complicated. Maybe like that? There's one ugly star right there. That star is just ugly. Wait, I should look at what rotation I put this at. Negative 150. Positive 150. It's a sad star. The star is so unhappy. Oh my gosh. It's kind of cute, but mostly sad. This is difficult. Kind of fun, though. Give me a 130 degrees. We're totally arting now. This is literally what art is. Oh, it looks so bad. Dude, this is difficult. Why does it look so wrong? How do you even do this? I don't care. It's good enough. It's art. It's up to interpretation. I mean, it's supposed to be an icon. It's not really supposed to be up to interpretation. It's supposed to be very specific in what it's trying to tell you. But in this case, I have no idea what I'm doing, so that's the way it's gonna be. And everybody just has to accept that. Okay. Okay. It's that time of night, you know, where I do something kind of arbitrary. But it's nice. It's nice to be at a point where I feel like I can do something arbitrary. There's some icons, terrible, terrible icons. Jesus, you need more of them? What's another one? Maybe like 2 arrows, like a rewind symbol. Rotate it over here. It'd be nice if they were even like different colors or something. Something like that. Beautiful icon. Another icon could be like maybe like a circle. It'd be nice to do like an outline circle. I don't know if these tools can handle that without me. Oh, we can add borders? Oh, let's go! I didn't know we could do borders. Of course we can do borders. Yeah. Oh, it's beautiful. What a great icon. It means stuff. Be kind of nice, maybe like duplicate it. And we give that like a dark color. Put it behind. Whoa, make it a little thicker. Not mess it up when we apply it. Give these some borders. Are they all different? You betcha. Is it confusing? Of course. Absolutely. Oh gosh, this one's gonna be a nightmare to try to do that with. Because you have all these different ones. Well, you'd want to duplicate it. Make sure that was behind, and then add your border. Oh. Oh, I guess I would want to like grow it. Bam. Border. Kinda. Sorta. Oops. It's hideous. I love it. Same thing, baby. Duplicate that. Put it behind. Give it a border. What? Nonsense. Bam. Give this one maybe a different color. This one's like... This one could be... Yeah, sure, it'll be... Well, don't make it white. That'll be hard. Make it yellow. It won't be hard. Why is it hard? I don't know. Make it yellow. I know the star's not yellow. Why is the star not yellow? I don't know. The star's red. It is because it is. It is because that's the way that it's supposed to be. Obviously. We have 4? I think we got 4, baby. Alright, download these beauties. Give me them all. And then I'm gonna wanna put these in my project naturally. So we're gonna call these power up icons temp. I'm gonna hop into the project folder, which exists naturally. Put it in UI, power-ups, new folder, icons, paste that, extract it, power up icon temp 01. This one is 2. This one is 3. And this one is 4. Alright. Now it might be more complicated than I'm giving it credit for of how I'm going to get this to work, by the way. I'm recognizing that. Well, I mean, look, I have the power-up names. Really, I mean, we want them... It actually is a bit of effort to set this up. I don't think this is an easy hard task. It's not a hard task, but there are some steps involved here. There's a few steps involved here. Because we have a lot of these doing different things. So right now, we have the name of the power-up moving its position to, there's one power-up name label, and it moves to one of these 3 spots. This needs to, and it appears, and it disappears, and it moves. These icons need to be at each respective position at all times, randomly, if they're assigned to this one, that one, or that one. And presumably, I'd want it to bounce just like these bounce. Which means I don't necessarily just want to put that in the UI. I'd want to actually have that like in the scene. So I might want to update like a texture. It's actually a little bit of effort there. I guess I'd want to take the power-up key that we're setting, have that unlock the dictionary, the relevant dictionary index, and then show the icon and have that icon maybe be a material or a texture that's on a mesh. You know what'd be kind of funny is if I use like a decal and we had the decal project onto the existing sphere. What I don't like about that is I feel like it's gonna pick up the transparency of the sphere, which is gonna make that icon really hard to see and kind of defeats the whole purpose of it, which is supposed to be that we see through it. So never mind. All right, this is getting a little wacky, but I don't care. I'm determined. Here we go. So I need to find those orbs. You think I should use a decal? I guess I could still use a decal. I don't know, because like I want it to be like inside of the orb. The orbs are like semi-transparent. So I could use a decal on top of a plane that's inside of here. But at that point, why not just apply it to the plane? I guess because it might be in like a weird position. Yeah, maybe a decal does make the most sense. All right. But I still want it to be, okay, there's the power-up stuff over here on the left. And I want it to be, I guess I could do billboard time. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Mesh instance 3D, we're gonna say this is, we're just gonna call this icon. So that's down on this one. I'm gonna make it a plane. No, rotate, please. Thank you. Now I'm gonna want that material to be able to update. Is kind of a tricky part. Not that tricky, but a little tricky. So I have to make sure in code that it does that. I'm just gonna set it up for now. Just so I can see if it looks like it fits on there the way I want it to. I have a feeling it's not. Oh, it does. Beautiful. Beautiful. It looks fine. Good, good, good. I don't even know that I would need to billboard it though, necessarily. So I do want it to be smaller. I'm gonna scale it against some better judgment. Because I was hoping that I was hoping that it would be a little bit more visible through the transparent orb. It's not. It is completely obscured. Unless it just looks like that in the editor, and maybe in the game it's less obscured. Not optimistic. Yeah, maybe we should just look through. What the heck? It was like there for a second, and then it was gone. Why was it gone? Confusing. I wonder why that vanished. Yeah, we could put it, could billboard it or whatever. Let's say no depth test. I mean, then it's just like cutting right through it. At that point, yeah, why even have them be semi-transparent or translucent? There's kind of no point. I'm very confused why it appeared for like a little bit and then it went away. I don't exactly understand what that was about. That's strange to me. You see it flashing? What the heck is that? Why do that? And then it's not increasing. Oh, so I would need to make it like a child of the mesh instance for it to bounce up and down. If that was gonna work. There's some weird things going on here. There's some funky stuff happening that I don't fully understand. I think this is the whole entire challenge unto itself. You see, it like goes behind it and then in front of it. It's supposed to have no depth test. That I don't know. It looked a little funny to me. I don't know if that's gonna be the right choice. Will these update in real time? Oh yeah, kinda. Sorta, yeah. Ooh, add is kinda nice. I mean, obviously it's really hard to see still. Right, maybe I need like a different alpha type for it to behave a little better. This is kind of fun to play with. It's a bit confusing, it's a bit strange. Oh, Flicker Town. I wonder why that is. I do not understand what these do or what they mean, but I'm clicking them and I'm seeing if it matters. That's just the way it is. Oh, that flickering. I mean, the reality is, if we're doing no depth test anyway, it doesn't need to be inside. Like, maybe pushing it in front of it will make that not be a problem. And maybe it's just better if we just put it in front of it to begin with, so it doesn't have to even try to go through it in the first place. Why force it to do that if we're not even going to bother using that? You know, it's kind of pointless. Kind of stupid. So maybe I just don't do depth test. And it just is in front of it. Now, if it still flickers, that's gonna be strange and interesting. I mean, it's all strange and interesting, but no flicker. And now the positioning is off. Yeah, that's one nice thing about being in the center, is it actually sits in the center. Whereas now it's like off center. And what, I gotta like adjust it? I hate that. I feel silly. Just like find the right spot. But no more flicker. You know, that might just be some kind of... You might want to add it to like a top level somewhere. Top level on. You know, something like that could help. I'm willing to experiment with that, truth be told. Just try to make sure that it draws it above everything. Make it look at the camera like an eyeball. That's pretty cool. Wait, where'd it go? Surely that's not because I did top level. Now it's invisible. That doesn't make any sense. That makes no sense at all. It's not because... It must be something else that's making that happen. I can't imagine... What? What in the world? This is all very confusing. Oh, maybe render priority? Maybe we should bump up the render priority. I wonder if that would help. We're just clicking stuff. We're clicking things. 1,000. Oh, you gotta press enter. I didn't press enter. I am restarting it because sometimes some things don't update. Okay. Oh, 127 is the highest we can do. That's fine. I'll take it. That'd be cool though if it was like looking around. It'd be kind of dope. No flicker. Let's go. Render priority. I think that was it. I don't think cull mode did any good for us here. Now, I gotta be honest, I still like the idea of it being like kind of see-through inside of there. But I don't know. It was kind of neat when we did like the addition, except that it's really, really hard to see. You know, maybe in theory we could boost the emissiveness, but it's still pretty. I mean, I kind of like. There's something about that I kind of like, actually. Might even want to adjust the orb itself to look a little different. Tint? Whoa. That's kind of cool. Something about that I kind of like. But it's still, it's very hard to see. You know, I could adjust this. What happens if we adjust? Whoa! This is weird. I don't think we want to mess with the blend on this. Whoa! It's kind of awesome though. Whoa! Kind of like that. But making it more transparent, I don't know that that is what I want. If we had a rim to that, that's not going to be very rimmy. Oh, it is. But it looks stupid. It looks dumb. I'm kind of feeling the multiply. Multiply looks kind of awesome. I wonder if we could even also then get away with not making it so transparent. Yeah, it doesn't even need to be transparent. Whoa. This is kind of cool. This is kind of cool. What if I put a rim on that? Oh, it's just dark. I guess that makes sense. Against dark backgrounds, it's a little invisible. I kind of like it though. There's something about it I kind of like. think it's kind of nice. It's kind of working for me. Let's put some other icons. I mean, I think this, I don't know, I don't hate it. Oh, but now this orb is also that. Honestly, that's kind of okay. I kind of freaking like this subtract thing. I think that's a happy accident. Let me see what the abduction orb, because there's the abduction orb that comes down whenever you're abducting something. Whoa, they're really hard to see. Obviously, it gets a little weird against... Oh, I see. I need to fix that. I have to put the... I have to set one of those things back, because it's going to look really, really weird against the fog. Whoa, there's something here. There's something here. Okay. Come back over here. We want the depth draw mode to be always. At least. That way, it actually isn't affected by the fog. I think that will do that. All right, move up to level 1. Dark orb is cool. You know, I always drew it as a white orb when I was like planning this game out. But something about it I'm really down with. I mean, I gotta think about this, because, I mean, we can always change it. But what the big advantage is just how much better it looks with the icon. Like, that's the only reason I did this, was so the icons popped more. I could also have this orb still be light. I don't know what I want to do, if I'm being honest. Like, there's something that like kind of matches this idea of like abducting things, like it being darker. Something I kind of like about that. I do need to adjust the shadow considerably. The shadow is a problem. There's really only so much I can do, I think, to make that look right. Shadows. Oh yeah, we don't want it to receive a shadow, for sure. I don't think shadow to opacity is gonna do much. Oh yeah, then like the billboard thing. I think like changing the diffuse is about the only thing that's gonna help us here. Or obviously writing my own shader for it. That would be the other way to deal with it. I don't know that there is an easy way for me to control that shadow. I'm kind of thinking I could also make it like more transparent. What if this the abduction orb isn't dark? Or when things go in there, they could get brighter inside. If we change the color of the orb a bit, it might be, oh, true. I wonder what changing, oh. Really, it's that shadow. That shadow is what I want to change the color of more than anything. But the shadow is pretty determined to be just black. Or maybe on the geometry, I can update it. Cast shadow. Well, that's not gonna, we don't care about that. No, there's nothing there. Yeah, I just kind of wish that shadow, I could soften that up. I'm sure I could. If, oh, maybe these settings. If I, you know, coded my own shader. Roughness. Dark Dragon Ball mode, yes! Yeah, kind of. It kind of is. The only thing I don't like about this is now it loses that toon effect. And I really I want the toon effect to be throughout the whole game. And if it's too rough, it kind of loses that. But now that shadow is a lot softer, which is what I want. Whoa, the rim is kind of sick though. Yeah, we're making some little changes. The only reason I started making the changes is because I want to have power-up icons be a little bit more visible against the power-up orbs. And it doesn't mean that the abduction orb has to match. It doesn't have to match the power-up orbs. But I'm just kind of like liking it and experimenting with it. Okay, it's okay. I think there's a lot of iterating to do on these. Things I want to also look into is having like an outline shader on things. That would be it'd be interesting to see an outline on that. I mean, that looks a little better to me. The rim is freaking beautiful. The rim is gorgeous. I don't know. I don't know. I guess I don't know. I don't know which I like more. Maybe I even want it to be a little green, so it matches the alien more. Because it's definitely very blue. Whoa. That's hard green. It's strong green. What does that look like? Whoa. I like it. I like it. This is interesting. Let's adjust that color a little bit. It's a little saturated for my taste here. Oh, nice. They came down. There's something to it, right? How did I break my chat app? Dang it. What did I do? Why does it do this? I must have pressed some shortcut in here. No, no, no. Hold on a second, sorry. I broke something in my stream. And I wish it would not be broken. It almost doesn't matter, but then it does. Okay, am I getting messages up on the screen? There we go. Sorry about that. I just had a moment. It's getting late, been here for 8 hours. You like that look. White outline too, maybe. Would slight emissive add some color. I'm afraid of the, honestly, in my experience, adding emission, like, absolutely murders performance. It just slaughters it, gets away with it, doesn't even get a true crime special made about it, Oh no! Oh no! At least there's a rewind on streams like this. So I tried to do like a rim on it, which gives it like a little bit of something around the edges. Emission concerns me with how much it affects performance. Oh, but it is kind of nice to play with. It doesn't really increase the border. Something I do want to do is experiment with a shader that outlines things. I mean, I kind of already have that for some things, but yeah, I might go with that someday, Kai Guy. That's definitely an option. at some point. Okay, I just need these to be not so extreme in their green. They're just a little too green. It's a little oversaturated. But then if I bring the saturation down, it sort of disappears against the background a bit more than I want it to. I don't, you know, I'm supposed to be doing icons here, and now I'm, you know, getting a bit pedantic about this. Oh yeah, the transparency doesn't even matter anymore, because we're just doing the blend effect. All right, let's go with this. Let's go with this. And then if I grab this, now, oh, it's weird, because here, this looks really blue. So the orbs do not apply equally there, their colors. So actually now I need to green it up a lot more. That kind of matches the alien a little better. I think we could go greener. It's pretty good. Greener. Nice. I'm kind of happy with this. I think this is a nice change. I think this is a change for the better, for sure. The orbs, you know, they stand out a little less here since it's green, you know, and there's grass in the background. They're all kind of green. So I definitely hear what Kai Guy's saying. I think, you know, a border would actually be really nice. I wish I could make that rim pop more. Backlighting? What was that? Okay, that's something. That's definitely something. It doesn't give me a lot of control. It's just, is it there or isn't it? And actually is affecting the shadow, interestingly. So like the original thing that I was trying to deal with was, or one of the original things, was getting that shadow to be chilled out. This actually chills out that shadow really nicely. So then maybe I could bring this back down. We'll see. Keep that toon effect. And then the backlighting can help bring that shadow. This is fun. It's a bit of a distraction, but it's also not, because it's like one of the most important parts of the game is like abducting things. Getting power-ups and those kind of stuff. So these will also have icons in them. So these, even though these are kind of hard to see, oh wait, where did the rim go? Does the backlighting kill the rim? No. The rim is there? Wow. It just doesn't really pop that much on here, apparently. If I do emissiveness, the whole thing just gets like a lot brighter. Add or multiply. That doesn't do anything. Like kind of a little bit if I push it up. Yes, it is easier. Yeah. It's way better now. Yeah. It's so much better now, Kai Guy. Actually, a little bit of emissiveness does make the border pop a little more, even though overall it kind of disappears a bit, which is unfortunate. Although there's also like kind of like weird like pixelation around it. I don't know how I feel about that. What's clear coat? Now we're just clicking stuff now. We are straight up clicking things. Ooh, add a little dot on there. Yeah, it is a lot easier, Kai Guy. I like more crap. Put more crap on there. Anisotropy? I don't remember what that is. I've looked it up, but I forgot. It's not doing diddly squiddly. Ambient occlusion, I don't think is gonna help us much here. height? That's like if you've got like a texture on there or something. I don't think that's gonna do us any good. Subsurface scattering. Sure, try it. Don't crash my engine. Oh yeah, I need to be careful when you're out here like clicking visual stuff randomly. You gotta be pressing some Control S's once in a while. Messing around with visual settings and dragging up sliders can be dangerous. Yeah, I don't know. That's not doing anything. Refraction. That could be something. Doesn't make it look good. Doesn't make it look good. I'll tell you that right now. It ain't doing nothing pretty. Whatever it's doing. When I was messing with massive regions of a grid map, it would sometimes crash and reload to the last time I opened Godot. It didn't matter if I saved? What? Were you using GitHub? Did GitHub see that too? Oh my god. Well, geez. Okay, I'll make a GitHub push. Criminy. What a horror story. That's disturbing. That's straight up disturbing. Oh my gosh. Power up menu improvements. Names and descriptions appear on hover. And randomly get chosen. Tell me that story every time I haven't saved in a while. And randomly chosen every time the menu drops. Began but didn't finish icon appearances. Tinkered with orb visuals. Jesus. Freaking terrifying. One of the most monstrous things I've ever heard. Reverting back to the last time you opened it? Even if you saved it? Nightmare fuel. What? Jeez. I almost wish you hadn't told me that. Dude, refraction is cool and weird. I don't think I want it, but I like knowing that it exists. Yeah, oh. Anisotropy is when the highlight gets smeared out and streaked, like from the grooves in a vinyl record. Whoa, or certain Christmas ornaments. Neat. I'm not sure why it was happening, but it was literally rolling back big changes I had done. Maybe pulling some crash back up or something. Deeply concerning. Absolutely horrifying. I hate it. How dare that be possible? Detail. Detail. Whoa. What is detail? No description. Cool, cool, cool. We can set a mask. I'm playing around right now. Period. Albedo. I don't understand. I don't understand what it's doing. I bet it's cool. Proximity fade, distance fade. Yeah, none of that really intrigues me. I don't think metallic. I feel like adjusting this wasn't making me happy. And of course, it's going to look a lot different on the abduction orb versus this one. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. You know, this isn't really what I meant to be worrying about right now. And maybe at another point, it'll be more interesting to play around with this. Probably at the end of the day, it's better just to write a shader. Oh god, that looks so different. Whoa, it looks cool though. It's kind of nice. I like it being a little darker. What happens if we level up? Dude, what do those look like? Wow, it looks so different. Whoa. I think that was the backlighting. Bring that backlighting down a bit. See what all this looks like. Still pretty bright. I kind of liked how much more of a presence that it had. Ooh, oh, I thought it was broken and got locked. Well, that shouldn't happen, honestly. Yeah, they both just, I guess because the background is the sky for this orb, so it ends up looking a lot lighter versus these against the grass. So that's kind of important to keep in mind. I can't believe I just clicked on all these settings. What a monster. So I don't really remember what clear coat did. Oh, it just added like an extra little lighting on there. Lighting element. That seems pretty unnecessary. It's kind of cool though. And then the rim, that adds like that border around it. The border is kind of nice. I like it. It's subtle, but I'll take it. Oh, the emissiveness is making a huge, huge, huge difference. Probably want to bring that down. I have a feeling it's just that multiply node takes the background into effect so much. Yeah, it really does. Which is like, I'm okay with that. But you know, then I just have to make sure it looks good against any background. In some ways this is a distraction, in another way it's not. Juicy UI stuff is my intention here, so it all kind of fits. Oh man, it really disappears on some of these. Which is like kind of okay. So something else I was thinking is I could have some way to, I could add like something else in this mesh, like maybe something behind it that gives it a little more structure. But you know, there'll be an icon on each one. It might not look that good on this. It might still kind of disappear. So there's a lot, I think, of iterating to do on this design. And I don't want to stress too much about that right now. But, this is kind of cool. I think this is a nice, you know, place for it to be for now. There's always room to change things. Let's keep doing the icon thing. I think I'm finally gonna get back into that a little bit. So for the randomized icon, so right now, on the icon mesh, it's just this texture. And we can just swap this texture out, in theory. So I could get a different icon. And now it's got the arrow on it, right? It's probably gonna look really bad on certain backgrounds, for sure. No doubt about that. But for now, there's that. You can't even see the outline. Wow. That's okay. So if I want to swap that texture out, I would need to load in those textures somehow, right? Have that directory ready to go to pull from, and then it would have to make sure that it pulls the right one in the right situation. Over on the global script, I guess, would be the place to do that. Power up icon equals, and then I'd have to put that in there some freaking how. Can we type? I assume we can type hint these. Yeah? No? Maybe not? Nope. We cannot. So, orb juice, so distracting, yet so yummy. Yeah, pretty much. It's interesting. It's like, no, we only infer here. I'm like, okay, jeez. Jeez. So distracting, yet so yummy. I mean, for now, I'm just gonna drag it in and drop it. Like, forgive me. But that's what I'm gonna do. We're drag and dropping it, baby. Expected a closing bracket? What are you talking about? Oh yeah, right. I forgot the comma. There we go. Right? Oh yeah, we need a... Oh, no. No comma there. Yes, comma here. Okay. Probably should just do it on each one to save myself a tiny bit of time. Power up icon equals. Okay. And then, oh yeah, commas. Don't forget your commas. Power up 2. That one. Power up 3. That one. And power up 4 is that one. Now I need to pass that into this texture. So I think that needs to be, I certainly expect that would need to be on a per orb basis. So there's that orb. This is each orb right here. And I would want it to just check. I don't think it, I mean, I don't want it to be in the process function. We could say, well, let's add messenger power up menu begin connect on power up menu begin, create that func on power up menu begin. And we want to say, check the power-up key. Okay, I'm just gonna borrow this from where we had this before, so I don't have to use my tired little brain too hard. Right. Yeah, like that. Yeah, just like that. Come to each orb. Globals, power-ups, power-up key. So use the power-up key that it has. And we want to look for power-up icon specifically. But what are we doing with that? I want this to be assigned to a texture for the icon. So that means for each of these, I would want to onReady. Variable icon. That's going to be a child on each orb. We can just leave it like, well, yeah, I guess I'll access this unique name. Why not? I'm not type hinting any of these. Let's do it. This is a mesh instance 3D. Animation is an animation player. HUD is a node, is a canvas layer. Okay. Obviously, I do still need to type hint my functions. We'll get there. Today's not that day. Okay, so now that I've referenced the icon, I need to get to the texture. Remind me, I don't know if I guess we're setting the albedo. This is harder than I think, right? Surely. Like, I can't just change that, can I? I don't know if that's gonna work, truth be told. Because we have to make it an entire material. I think I would need to change. I don't actually know. Because I'm just trying to change one thing on the material override. It might be good to do. This might be a great use case for resources, actually, among others. Because I want to say material override. I'm not even sure. Material override for the whole geometry. If material is assigned this property, it'll be used instead of any material set in any material slot of the mesh. Yeah, the documentation just says it's going to override the whole thing. Let's open the documentation on texture. Albedo texture. Set texture. Yeah. Texture to multiply by albedo color. If a texture appears unexpectedly too... So, I don't know if this is going to receive... I mean, because it needs to know that it's an image texture as well. And we're just passing a path into it? I guess I'd almost be curious to know what it even sees in general. So, like, before I even do that, I'm kind of curious... Like, if I say print icon material override. Well, I don't think you need to say material. Well, maybe I don't even know. Albedo texture. Load can get the texture from a file, and you already stored the texture path. Oh. Oh. Interesting. Interesting. You've been so helpful. So in theory, perhaps... Maybe I can do set texture. Parameter, texture 2D. Sets the texture for the slot specified by parameter. See texture parameter for available slots. 0. Am I wild goose chasing here? Icon set albedo 0, comma load that. Is this chaos? Or does that just work? It's chaos, right? Whoa. That's a cool error screen. Invalid index null on base dictionary. Really? So is that referring to... Maybe because the power-up key hasn't been set yet? I wonder if that's the case. If no power-up key... But then if that's the case, then it's not going to be doing anything. Power-up key isn't null, but then I feel like it's just gonna skip it and it's never gonna come back to it, and it's just not gonna be any icon in there or something terrible like that. Oh, also, by the way, I haven't put an icon on each one, so that would be another error we get. So I have to make sure I add an icon to each of these, by the way. Paste that. Oh, and we don't want to access this as a unique name. We need to revoke the unique name. Making a couple mistakes here. Hold on. Paste those in there. Do not access as a unique name, please. And then we have to change this to be that. No, not power. No. You misunderstand me. We're on the power-up orb. Shouldn't it just be able to look below it? Just look down. We're right here. Go down 2 steps and look at icon. Why would you go up a level? Can't we just look on itself? Wait, now I'm confused. Because I would think as long as something... Oh, because I'm... There we go. I'm dragging on the wrong one. Okay. Cool. Alright. I still think we're gonna have issues, but hopefully that's been resolved. Perhaps, possibly, maybe. No crash? They're all the same icon. Interesting. Very interesting. The icon looks great. But it's not actually loading in a different icon. I think because this isn't, as I thought, this isn't running at all. So I think our timing is off. So when is power-up key getting updated? Power-up key is being updated by the HUD. No, it's not being updated by the HUD. It's being updated by the menu. When power-up menu begins. Orb 1 power-up key becomes that. So we have to say after all of this, that's when that runs. So I could, you know what I could do? I could do a phone, I know what I could do. I'm gonna come to back to here. I think I know what I could do. We're gonna go back to here. Instead of calling this on power up menu begin, we're gonna unconnect these. Disconnect these. And we're gonna say on power ups. On power ups assigned or something. And they shouldn't be null, so I'm not even gonna put that check. And then from the menu, we've readied each orb. We could even have it be after each orb here. After we assign each orb. Orb 1 on, what did I call it again? Power up, I forgot. Power ups assigned. I do love matching things based on names. I do. I know people say not to do it, but I say just don't have typos. Okay. Let's see what we get. Crash. Okay, that's fine. Probably the same thing, that it's null. Oh, non-existent function set albedo. Okay. Well, at least we're getting that far. Okay, cool. On Mesh Instance 3D, that is made up. Okay. To change the texture, you have to dig through a lot of properties. Mesh Instance 3D, Mesh Material Texture, New Texture. Dang, you're helping me so much. I mean, I'll just type what you said. I feel like you're giving an example, not like this is it. But maybe it is it. Nuh-uh. It's gotta be something else than that. Like material override service, it's gotta be something else. But I get what you're trying to say. Yeah. Invalidates the index texture on base null instance with a value of type compressed texture 2D. Okay. Yeah, I remember that now. GDScript set material override texture. How do I load an albedo texture? And I know a lot of them will say, I mean, we could just update a variable and then just assign that. Yeah. Yeah, that. Material albedo texture equals load. Oh, nice. Oh, wait. Someone else said. Whoa. Oh, yeah. That makes some sense. I still wonder if it doesn't have to be override, though. See what happens. Give me that crash. Give me that sweet, sweet crash. Thank you. I knew it was coming. Let's say material override. Right. I mean, I didn't even set, maybe that might be like a geometry, like if you go to geometry and you set a material or something, I don't know. Or maybe that's, anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's see if material override works. Ooh, this is tough. That's a tough little one to guess. Invalid index albedo texture with value of type compressed texture 2D. On base null instanced. Oh geez, that didn't work at all. I thought there was a way too, you could like drag it in and it'll like tell you. I mean, it is telling me. It's telling me albedo texture. But then what about this? What does it tell me that is? Surface material override. I'll type it. Surface override material. Well, which is it? Yeah. I think that's kind of what I'm doing here. Wrong again. Invalid index surface material override. I did see it try to auto-complete as surface override material. I pressed insert. Okay. And if it wants to autocomplete, oh, that's doing a function of some kind. So that's not it. Go to the inspector and locate the property you want to change. The way you access it in the inspector is how you reference it. Right. Surface material override. I mean, we kind of... Oh, maybe I need to say 0. What if I need to say 0? Probably not like that, though. There's no way that's real. I wonder, have I done this on like another project before? It's just something about it feels familiar. Like I've done this somewhere. Get it, and then, right, so we just have to put that in there. Oh, that's interesting. Get surface material override 0. Set texture. I just have to make sure I update the texture. This is on-readying it, which concerns me a little bit, because then we can't update it unless we use setter. Maybe we need getter stuff. But I'm a little worried about that if that needs to be updated dynamically. I guess we could set it in the function. All right, let's try that. Let's try that. It's getting hacky up in here. Texture equals that, and then we set it like that. I don't know. Seems too easy. Oh, interesting. It did change it. It's different. It happens to all be the same one. So it's not actually choosing the right ones for each one individually. Something is definitely happening. I'm a little surprised. So I wonder which one it's assigning. It looks like the first one. I think this is number 3. Hey, what's up, Govind? Welcome back. How you been? Let's try boosting this here and see if it's always the first one. Yeah, that's power up 1. No, that's not power up 1. Actually, this is 1. It might just be picking the first one. It just might be kind of random, basically. So for whatever reason, it's assigning it. It's not checking its own unique. It's crazy that it glows so much. It's not checking its unique one. So this, we're on the individual orb itself here. That's where we are. We're on the individual orb. And even though we're on the individual orb, and we're setting this texture uniquely in this moment to be based on the power-up key that is only on this set on this orb, and therefore it's only going to get that one power-up icon. It's assigning each one the same. That's surprising to me. Because this is definitely unique on each one. It has to be. Does each orb have a unique material, or do they all share the same one? Oh my gosh, Camwin! How many freaking credits do I need to give you today? What? Who are you? Oh my gosh. I'm giving you 2 Godot consultant credits there. What the frick? Of course! Of course! Dude, they all don't have unique ones. I mean, I might as well just empty it, right? Why even put anything? Look at that. Look at that. Oh my god. See how they all changed? Because they all have the same... We need to make them each unique. They all have to have a unique one. I mean, I'll tell you, on one hand, that kind of sucks. Because... wow. Wow. So if I want to go in there and I want to adjust the colors or the settings... Wait, but that's... No. But that's just for the icon. The icon can be unique. No. You don't have to have... I don't care about... I mean, maybe someday I care. And you know what? We'll do each one. It's fine. Who cares? Make it unique. Deal with it. I don't care. Just make the thing work. Enough with worrying about things. Make it work. Unique. No. I don't care. If we have to change settings, I don't give a crap. We'll just do it. We'll copy them and we'll paste them across all 3. I don't care. Make it work. Give me this W. Bam! Unique power-up icons for each one. Let's freaking go! Oh my gosh. All right. Things are working. There's a lot left to figure out. What's up? Welcome back, God's favorite. There is plenty left to do. I expected, honestly, to get more done. But, you know, I'm realizing how much challenge there was in doing what I wanted to do. For me, I'm honestly really proud of what we did achieve, and it's definitely an us thing. Like, yeah, I'm a solo dev, I'm here, you guys are a resource that I get so lucky to be able to tap into, but I absolutely could not do this as quickly without y'all helping me. So thank you for making this process so much more streamlined and enjoyable and pleasant. Obviously, you know, there's some things to improve on how it visually appears against the background. You know, hey, at least it kind of works, and I can like see a version of the game that does things that I want, and that makes me very happy. It just works. It just works. We got power-ups going between levels. Do they do anything? No. Is there a great fireworks animation that appears when we click on it? No. But we got level up text, the minimum updates whenever we're done. I mean, this is kind of cool. Camwin, you really came through in the end and saved me. I mean, a lot of people have been helping me throughout this whole stream, and I appreciate that. Look at this one glowing so much more than the other ones. So there's stuff to figure out. There's stuff to think about. But I'm so proud of what is done here. I love feeling at the end of a stream that like the tasks, somewhat of the tasks that I set out to were achieved. And I feel like it was achieved. I feel good about it. We got this loading, and it's nice, you know, we can load these in, who cares? We already got a loading screen that comes up. It's fine. It's perfect. Wow. Yes, let's freaking go. The power-ups look pretty sweet. It's nice. It's nice. Awesome. Yes, feel good about that. Gonna give a big shout out to the people who support this channel on Patreon. On this list that appears on the left, by the way, we are missing Olaf Zepp from there, Pepe Plays, Eric Hernandez Brown, Beth Jackson, Nina, Guy Elder, and Olaf Zepp, the current patrons. Thank you so much for supporting this channel. You can go to patreon.com/hypergamedev, and you can support this channel too. Or, honestly, you can just join for free, and I promise you'll be getting a little bit of some perks. I guarantee it. Honestly, too, you know, Patreon is really for if you want to support the channel more and help money come through to us and get more stuff for the stream. But if you want to get some super extra good goodies for yourself, I gotta recommend you join up as a member on YouTube. Albeska, Pierogigan, Kai, Pepe, Milo, Olaf, Tincho, Katie Codes, Seppi, and then I want to say A's Hall belongs on that list, and then perhaps someone else might be on that list soon. We'll see. Maybe it's you. You can hit the join button and join the membership. You'll get an 8-hour live stream that you won't get in any other way if you join up and become a member right here on HyperGameDev. Thank you for willing to do that. You'll get emotes and other stuff. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello, welcome. Actually, even if you're not, oh yeah, we got Patreon, absolutely. Patreon.com/HyperGameDev, absolutely. But you know, the Patreon, it's more for if you want to support the channel more. If you're on YouTube and you're using the live streams, you might want to join up on YouTube, because YouTube has a membership as well, and that might afford some more perks that you might want. But by the way, hello, people who are watching this after the live stream. I hope you guys are doing great. If you want to hyper smash that thumbs up button, you made it this far, you might as well. Tap or click in the bottom left to see the last live devlog that I did. Tap or click in the bottom right to see the next one. I hope I'll see you there. And for everyone else, on Friday, tomorrow, we doing a game jam. We're doing one game in 1 hour. Take care, everybody. Thank you for your help. Good night.